Between 1884 and 1903, Brazil received more than 1 million Italians, a number far superior to all other immigrant groups combined for the same period. Eager for agricultural workers, the state of São Paulo subsidized shipping companies for the transatlantic transport of immigrants, while also compensating management for persuading Italian peasants to undertake the voyage to Canaan, the Promised Land. 17. In São Paulo alone, between 1883 and 1889, some 300,000 colonials arrived, mostly from Italy. 18 In 1888, Arturo Campanoli, an Italian sculptor, founded the colony Guararema in São Paulo. 19. The foundation of the Sicilia colony was the result of the initiative of Dr. Giovanni Rossi. Born in Pisa on January 11, 1855, he received a veterinary degree in Perugia in 1874, founded a libertarian newspaper titled Il Socialista in his native hometown in 1883, and in 1886 founded a second newspaper notably titled Lo Sperimental. According to a report in the June 1, 1888 issue of La Revolte, in 1887 Rossi began implementing his anarcho-communist ideas in an agricultural cooperative in Cittadella, a municipality of Stagno Lombardo in the province of Cremona, Italy, with 17 families dedicated to cultivating a farm of 120 hectares. In that same year, the Brazilian Emperor Pedro II, whom Victor Hugo called the grandson of Marcus Aurelius, offered Rossi 300 hectares for an anarchist experiment in Brazilian territory. Two prominent musicians mediated that offer, Carlos Gomes, future author of the opera O Guarani, and João Gomes de Araújo. Both were friends of Rossi and his uncle, the musician Lauro Rossi. Even after the empire fell and Pedro II was dethroned in 1889, a contingency of Italian colonists left Genoa for Brazil on February 20, 1890. Its explicit purpose, as communicated by Rossi in a letter of March 22 to the anarchist Jean Grave, was to build an anarchist colony in Brazil capable of giving propaganda a practical illustration that our ideas are just and feasible. The Sicilia colony was founded in April 1890 near the towns of Palma Iraes and Santa Barbara in the province of Parana, where a group of Germans from the Volga region had earlier settled. Through ups and downs and vicissitudes of all kinds, the colony survived until 1894.20. Rossi recounted and reflected upon the experience of the colony in his book Sicilia, Comunità Anarchica Sperimental, published in Livorno in 1893 and quickly translated into French and German in 1894, and into Spanish in 1896. In 1975 Jean-Louis Comali produced a beautiful film on this libertarian adventure that does not hide or minimize any of the obstacles or incidents in its story. 21 Rossi always thought his experiment to be a success, as it was able to prove what it proposed, the possibility of a society of producers without private property or government. After some time as a professor at the Agricultural Institute in Taquari, he returned to Italy in late 1905 and died there during the Second World War. The Sicilia colony came to have as many as 300 members. Some of them became disillusioned and left for Curitiba, where they waged a slanderous campaign to discredit the colony. Then an alleged comrade made off with funds from the harvest, and, unable to pay the taxes, the colony found itself evicted from the land that authorities of the Republic had initially ceded to it. 22 Journalist Lorenzini said the Emperor Don Pedro had shown himself to be more liberal than the Republican functionaries, although the former did believe, as Afonso Schmidt says, that the earth would eventually swallow the colonists and their ideals. It was the latter who refused to tolerate an agricultural project without the collection of taxes, an enmity ultimately founded not so much upon their bourgeois prejudices as fiscal voracity. 23 The dissolution of the Sicilia colony did not stop other similar attempts in Brazil. A North American anarchist founded the Cosmos colony in the province of Santa Catarina. Around 1930, a group of Latvians, partisan to a species of Christian communism and perhaps adherents to Tolstoyan doctrine, founded the Varpa colony in Queta, in the province of São Paulo. At the same time, yet independent of the above libertarian experiments in the rural setting, Beginning in 1890, small groups of anarchist immigrants in the crafts and the emerging industrial sectors initiated an intense propaganda effort among the urban masses. Some of the earliest propagandists were well-known figures in international anarchism like Felice Vezzani, Gigi Damiani, Giuseppe Consorti, Alfredo Mari, and Oreste Ristori, founder of La Battaglia newspaper in 1904.24. In 1892, Arturo Campanoli and Galileo Botti began publishing Gli Schiavi Bianchi, a title alluding to the substitution of slave labor with the labor of white immigrant proletarians. 25. Several Portuguese militants are important to note. Benjamin Mota edited the newspaper A Lanterna for a number of years after its first appearance in 1901, and Nero Vasco successively published several newspapers and journals like O Amigo do Povo, Aurora, and A Terra Livre, as well as translating some fundamental works of anarchist literature, such as Elisee Reclus's Evolution and Revolution. After his arrival in Brazil, the Frenchman P. Berthelot made contact with some indigenous tribes and attempted to promote libertarian organization among them. He used the pseudonym Marcelo Verema for all his publications in the anarchist press. In 1911, in São Paulo, he published a pamphlet titled O Evangelho da Ora, with a prologue by Nero Vasco. It was translated into French and published in Le Temps Nouveau, into Spanish in 1922, first published in Chile, then in Argentina in Pampa Libre, and into Esperanto in Amsterdam in 1912. We should also mention the Icelandic Magnus Oendal, whose newspaper O Sociocrata was published in Sete Lagoas and Minas Gerais. His books Conhecer para Prever Fim de Melhorar União Sociocrática Catecismo Ortológico, and Guia Sociocrático de dos Práticos e Guerra sobre a Indole o Plano de Propaganda de Razão, show a mixture of libertarian and authoritarian ideas. 26. In 1899 in Rio de Janeiro, the anarchist J. Mota Assunção, a 20-year-old train conductor, founded O Protesta and published 11 issues. And in 1904 the shoemaker Manuel Moscoso and the typesetter Carlos Dias began the publication of O Libertario. Max Nettolo lists the following newspapers for the period 1892 to 1904, in Rio de Janeiro: O Protesto, O Golpe, A Greve, Cultura, and O Libertario; in Curitiba A Voz do Dever, O Despota, I El Dorado; in São Paulo Avante, O Amigo do Povo, Emancipaco, Gli Schiavi Bianchi, El Asino Humano, L'Avenir, El Operaio, I El Risveglio, La Rivolta, La Terza Roma. 27. Between 1905 and 1914, he lists the following: in Rio de Janeiro Novo Rumo, Liberdade, A Guerra Social, and Aurora; in São Paulo Aurora, Terra Livre, La Battaglia, Il Libertario, Il Rebel, and Elezione Anarchica; in other localities A Luta, O Proletario, and A Nova Era. The following publications he considers somewhat libertarian or at least anti-political: in Santos, União dos Operarios, A Revolta, and Tribuna Operaria; in Campinas, A Voz Operaria; in Vila Nova de Lima Minas Gerais, Luz Social; in Rio de Janeiro, Semana Operaria; in Aradas, O Grito Social, and in Aveiro, O Proletario. 28. According to José Engenheiros, by 1875 several sections of the International had formed in Brazil, and these were in correspondence with the sections in Buenos Aires and Montevideo until 1882.29. On April 15, 1894, anarchists and socialists gathered in São Paulo with the purpose of organizing the first May Day celebration in Brazil. Rodrigues writes, informed of this criminal gathering by the Italian consul, São Paulo police raided the meeting and arrested 9, incarcerating Brazilian nationals in state penitentiaries and taking foreigners to Rio de Janeiro, where they were held until December 1230. In Rio Grande do Sul, the União Operaria, whose ideology fluctuated between anarchism and reformist socialism, was formed in 1896, and the Liga Operaria Internacional, definitely more anarchist, formed in 1897. Both organizations promoted the First Workers' Congress of Rio Grande do Sul, convening on January 1 and 2, 1898, and issuing an outstanding position paper titled Grupo Libertarios 31. Strikes became more frequent in the last decade of the 19th century. For example, in 1890 weavers struck in the Madalena factory in Recife, in 1892 railroad workers in Fortaleza, and in 1898 drivers in Guanabara. Anarchists, as individuals and groups, were always close to the action. In 1899 the Almanaque de Pernambuco published the Decálogo de los Anarquistas, and at about this time Dr. Silva Mendes wrote the following in his doctoral dissertation, Socialismo Libertario ou Anarquismo. No one is surprised that there are anarchists around. Some of the major intellectuals of our time are anarchist: H. Spencer, Kropotkin, Elisee Reclus, Tolstoy, Ibsen, in other words, the major apostle of liberty, the major geographer, the major Christian thinker, and the major dramatist, such that anarchism is either an awe-inspiring utopia or a social casualty. 32. Resistance societies and libertarian groups emerged throughout the country, such as the Sociedade Primero de Mayo in Santos in 1900, and in São Paulo in 1901 the Liga dos Artistas Alfaiates. In 1903 the revolutionary syndicalist movement renewed its propaganda efforts and achieved the founding of hundreds of groups, associations, and unions, including in the state of Rio de Janeiro the Federação dos Associados de Classe, later called the Federação Operária do Rio de Janeiro. 33. The response by this oligarchic republic did not take long. Rodrigues Alves, a conservative from São Paulo, assumed the presidency in 1902.34. At first Alves ordered the police to repress the growing movement. Abuses in the judicial process were abundantly evident, but one honest judge, Vicente de Carvalho, did raise his voice in protest. The government then decided to bypass constitutional protections and directed the Chamber of Deputies to enact what came to be known as the Adolfo Gordo Law, named after the entrepreneur from São Paulo Adolfo Gordo, a member of the chamber, whom militant workers considered the most despicable of the legislators. 35. It was the equivalent of the law of residence that Argentina passed in 1902, permitting the imprisonment of Brazilian militants in the remote area of Acre, Brazil's Tierra del Fuego, and the expulsion of foreigners. Edgar Rodrigues notes, such were the Republicans and Democrats that succeeded the Emperor Pedro II. But the proletariat did not retreat. It confronted all dangers, Edgar Rodrigues says, and continued to form more societies of resistance and class-based unions in various regions. Some of them were, in São Paulo, the União dos Trabalhadores Gráficos, União dos Chapelairos, and União Operária; in Santos, the Sociedade Internacional União Operária, which comprised all unions; in Campinas, the Liga Operária; in Jundiaí, the Liga Operária, Centro Internacional dos Trabalhadores; in Rio Claro, the Liga Operária; and in Rio de Janeiro, the União dos Trabalhadores Gráficos, União dos Trabalhadores Estivais, União dos Trabalhadores Ferroviária Central do Brasil, União dos Operários Construção Civil, União dos Artífices Calcaduas, Centro Cosmopolita, União dos Foguistas, Associação dos Trabalhadores da Indústria Mobiliária, União dos Operários Fábrica de Tecidos, Associação dos Marinheiros e Remadores, among others. 36. In 1903 police crushed a strike in Rio de Janeiro by textile workers that, as Dulles puts it, is inscribed in the history of labor struggles as the most important strike carried out in Brazil up to that date. 37. Many of these resistance societies and labor unions did not limit their activities to agitation and labor struggles, but were also involved in popular education and culture. In the city of Santos the Centro Internacional dos Pintores, founded by anarchists, housed a Universidade Popular in which hundreds of courses were offered. And practices of solidarity and mutual aid, highly recommended by Kropotkin, were familiar to workers. For instance, in 1904 the Centro das Classes Trabalhadoras created a workers' commission to aid peasants from the northeast hit with a devastating periodic drought to which the bourgeoisie and government were totally indifferent. The Círculo Socialista de Franca in São Paulo organized the first remembrance of the Chicago martyrs on May Day 1904. In Campinas in 1905 a Liga Operaria was founded by several trades, and on December 25 of that year the well-known libertarian writer Everardo Dias presented a lecture titled Jesus Christ, Social Agitator, causing quite a stir among Catholic circles. In São Paulo the União dos Trabalhadores Gráficos organized a series of weekly lectures with the purpose of promoting ideological clarity. Also in Paratins, in the province of Amazonas, a very active Grêmio Operario was founded in 1905.38. Similarly, protest movements multiplied during this period. The most important was perhaps a demonstration held in 1905 in Santos that was essentially a general strike. On November 11, 1905 in the Rio de Janeiro local of the Federação dos Associados de Classe, a group of distinguished militants founded the anarchist group Novo Rumo, which eventually put out a newspaper by the same name. Among this group of anarchists were Joel de Oliveira, Maria de Oliveira, Luiz Magrassi, José Romero, Alfredo Vasquez, Salvador Elacid, Carlos Lobagelli, José Rodrigues, Antonio Moutinho, and João Benvenuto. 39. Attempts to organize a national federation of syndicates and workers' societies began in 1905. The following year, the Federação Sindical Regional do Rio de Janeiro convened a national congress from which the Confederação Operaria Brasileira emerged. 40 In the COB anarchists confronted socialists, mostly Marxists, for the first time. Bobbio and made Uxie right. While socialists attempted to transform the movement into one based on a new political party, anarchists opposed such attempts and reclaimed the COB as a syndical, a political organization based on the conception of a revolutionary syndicalism sustained by self-sufficient economic resistance societies. 41. The Congress convened on April 15, 1905 at the Centro Gallego and adjourned a week later at the Teatro Lucinda. COB became active in 1908, inspired by the French Confédération Générale du Travail, under the leadership of revolutionary anarchists and syndicalists. Ramiro Moreira Lobo served as its first secretary. His newspaper, A Voz do Trabalhador, appeared on February 1, 1908 under the editorship of the anarchist Manuel Moscoso. 42 COB's early period, lasting through 1909, is characterized by its campaign against the proposed war between Brazil and Argentina, and its public protest of the execution of Francisco Ferrer of Spain. 43 In 1906, May Day was publicly celebrated for the first time in Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, Santos, Jundiaí, Campinas, and other cities. This same year rail workers went on general strike, encouraged in great part by militant anarchists. 44 In December the Primeira Conferência Operaria, formed out of the Federação Operaria do São Paulo, convened a congress in 1908. 45 At the same time, President Afonso Pena's administration was busy extending rail lines, organizing the army and navy, and developing a national industrial capacity. 46. Brazilian anarchists, like their comrades in Argentina, were attentive to the education of children. The Liga Operaria in Campinas founded the Escola Livre on February 24, 1907, supervised by Professor Renato Salles and modeled on the Escuela Moderna of Francisco Ferrer. 47 On May Day 1907 a general strike was held in São Paulo and other cities demanding the 8-hour day, which had been planned the previous year at the first Congresso Operaria Nacional convened in Rio de Janeiro. 48 São Paulo's chief of police declared that the strike was provoked by a number of anarchists, professional agitators, paid by foreign governments in order to destroy our industry. 49. Libertarian propaganda continued to grow, especially with the involvement of militants like Carlos Dias, Orest Ristori, Edgar Leyenruth, and the Federação Operaria do Rio de Janeiro, which in 1907 sponsored lectures in different parts of the country on themes like patriotism and militarism, religion and state, education, work, and church. 50 During this period Brazilian anarchists maintained close ties with comrades in Peru and Argentina. 51. The international solidarity of the Rio de Janeiro anarchists is evident when they learned that the exiled Argentinian militant and former member of the editorial group of La Protesta Maximo Suarez was being held aboard a ship anchored in the city's port. With help from stevedores they were able to free him, and soon enough he was active in the workers' and anarchists' struggle in Brazil. In 1907 the Grupo Libertario of Rio Grande do Sul tested a new type of propaganda, mailing postcards containing figures and phrases referring to anarchism. That same year in São Paulo the Grupo Libertario Germinal was founded by the fusion of two unions, and in Santos the Federação Operária showed intense cultural and propagandistic activity in organizing lectures by Ilhato César Antunha, Luiz La Scala, Ezequiel Somanai, and Romão Gens, as well as recitals, social theaters, and other performances. There was no shortage of strikes in 1907. As a result, in Rio de Janeiro coal workers reduced their workday from 16 to 11 hours, as did painters and electricians of the Teatro Municipal. In Pau Grande weavers went on strike and emerged victorious. But in São Paulo things turned out differently for striking metal workers at the Companhia Figueirense and for laborers at the Companhia Mecanica, and the Craig Y. Martins and the Efemero foundries in spite of their heroic resistance. In that same city seamstresses also went on strike demanding a more humane workday, and in Bahia 2,000 weavers of the Emporio Industrial de Norte struck for better wages. Just as in Buenos Aires, Santiago de Chile, Mexico, and Veracruz, anarchists in Rio de Janeiro began the struggle for lower rents in late 1907, founding the Liga de Inquilinato, and promoting the idea of a tenant strike 52. In the province of Parana the exploitation of workers most evident in the meager wages and harsh conditions in the made mills, analogous to the ones in Paraguay and Argentina, and also in the bakeries made it perfect territory for organizing the Federação Operária, promoting anarchism and distributing the newspaper O Despota. 53 Some convened a Congresso Operária in Curitiba. One very prominent militant in the Parana region was the immigrant Gigi Damiani, of whom Oiticica would say, he was a great Italian anarchist of the old school worthy of the memory of those who fought along with him. He was a collaborator in La Battaglia, and in Curitiba founded a Portuguese newspaper titled O Direito in the hope of influencing, Dulles observes, the local workers, largely Germans and Poles. 54. But between 1908 and 1910 the movement experienced a period of stagnation and setbacks. On the one hand, repression increased under the presidency of Afonso Pena, whose economic interventionism was based on the model of an armed state. 55 On the other hand, libertarian ideology, the soul and engine of the syndicalist movement at the time, was being diluted as the working class grew and the propagandists' efforts to penetrate it failed to keep pace. Nonetheless, during this period the workers' central and anarchist newspapers did pursue a valiant campaign against the government's plan to impose compulsory military service. But chauvinistic elements organized and agitated public opinion with a trumped-up national border threat. In this instance, the alleged invader was Argentina, the most powerful of Brazil's neighbors. Curiously enough, because of their anti-nationalist activities, anarchists were often charged with being foreign agents, just as Colonel Varela and the military had accused Argentinian anarchists with being agents of Chile during the strike in Patagonia. With the collaboration of many socialists and some liberals, Brazilian anarchists took the pacifist campaign to all regions of the country, giving speeches and holding meetings and other forums. They founded the Liga Antimilitarista and its newspaper Now Madeiras, edited by the libertarians Mota Assunção and Eloy Pontes. In 1908 anarchists were active in protests and strikes among many workers, for example, hatters, potters at the Consejo dos Garralhas, weavers at Crispi and Company, workers at the Sociedade Italo Gasparini in Salto de Itu, and, the most significant, dock workers at Santos, whose strike was cruelly repressed. From April 17 to 19 of that same year the Second Congresso Operária Estadual de São Paulo convened. 56 The execution of Francisco Ferrer provoked worldwide protest and condemnation, and was keenly felt in Brazil. 57 Anarchists and socialists, as well as liberals and even conservatives joined demonstrations held in all major cities. In spite of this widespread activity, the Italian militant Edmundo Rossini was deported from Brazil because he had attempted to establish a rationalist school inspired by Fourier's teachings. 58. The anarchist and workers' movement in Brazil showed its solidarity with Argentinian comrades who were persecuted, deported, imprisoned, or killed during their centennial festivities. 59 Just as in Uruguay, in 1910 Brazilian anarchists formed a Comite Revolucionario, organizing meetings and conferences, and publishing pamphlets and manifestos. For example, one signed by the editorial staffs of A Terra Livre and La Battaglia, and by groups like Aurora, Pensamento e Aco, Libertas, Propaganda Germinal, and the Círculos de Estudos Sociais de Bom Retiro. 60 In 1910, anarchist support was crucial for the rebellion led by the sailor João Candido among the crews of the Minas and São Paulo, the two main ships of the Brazilian Navy, demanding an end to the use of torture in the armed forces. Afrânio Peixoto writes about this rebellion, known as the Revolta de Chibata, in his memoirs. In 1911 a fierce struggle led by anarchists broke out between workers at the port in Santo and the company Gaffari Wiganal for the reduction in the workday, which was then 14 hours, and an increase in wages, which were meager. The newspaper A Revolta was then launched, edited by Florentino de Carvalho and Silvio Florial. Some of their combative essays were translated and published in Regeneration, the famous Mexican publication by Flores Magón. Concurrently, in Rio de Janeiro the anarchist group Guerra Social began publishing a newspaper by that same name. Among those who collaborated and wrote for that paper were Gigi Damiani, Carlos Dias, José Martins, and Astrogildo Pereira, as well as several foreign correspondents such as Neno Vasco in Portugal, José Cordero in England, Ecobedo Herrera in Uruguay, and Manuel Moscoso in Argentina. 61. Strikes also broke out during this period, in some large farms of rural regions, such as Bragança and Campinas e Ilha Grande in the province of São Paulo, and in the capital among urban masons and locksmiths. The newspaper A Lanterna collected the sum of 95 reals to assist Mexican anarchists. 62 In Sorocaba masons struggled for the 8-hour and weavers for the 10-hour workday, and in Campinas masons demanded a 15% wage increase. On August 12, 1911 railroad workers in the Northeast declared a strike. The Liga Operaria do Bauru was raided by police, with many striking workers banished to the jungles of Mato Grosso. On August 14 railroad workers in Jaitai in the province of Goiás went on strike, and many of them, according to Everardo Dias, were terribly tortured or executed. 63 On August 16 carpenters in Ja, a province of São Paulo, strike for the 8-hour workday, and textile workers in the São Bento province follow them demanding a 10-hour workday, down from 14 hours. On September 5, shoemakers in Rio de Janeiro achieved a wage increase after a month-long strike. Textile workers in Sorocaba, in the province of São Paulo, were unsuccessful in their strike for better working conditions. 1911 was a hard year. Repression was severe. In spite of this, the workers' movement grew and anarchism exerted a significant influence within it. 64 New libertarian publications, books, pamphlets, and groups appeared in 1912, as well as new struggles and strikes, all initiated by anarchists throughout Brazil. In Porto Alegre, the newspaper A Voz do Trabalhador was launched, in São Paulo, O Proletario, in Rio de Janeiro, O Progresso. José Rizal's book No País dos Frades was released by the publisher of the newspaper A Lanterna, and Carlos Dias' pamphlet, Semeando para Calher, by the publisher of A Vida. A number of resistance societies were founded, for example, Liga Operaria Internacional in Rio Preto, São Paulo, Liga Operaria Macadense in Machado, Minas Gerais, Centro Sindicalista de Classe Trabalhadora do Pará in Belém, Pará, Sindicato dos Pintores in Rio de Janeiro, among others. The shoemakers' strike stands out from the various strikes in São Paulo at this time for its duration and success. It lasted 5.5 months and achieved a 10% wage increase. The July 15 dock workers' strike in Santos was violently crushed. Many workers were imprisoned and tortured, and several anarchists, like Manuel Goncalves, Miguel Garrido, and Florentino de Carvalho were banished from Brazil. 65. Hermes de Fonseca was elected president in 1910. Bello describes him as embodying, in addition to military imposition, the most irritating form of republican oligarchy and threat to public liberty, or, in other words, the crude Latin American petty Caesarism of which Carlos Peixoto had spoken. 66. Several tepid syndicalists led by Pinto Macata and incited by the federal congressman Mario Hermes, son of the President Marshall, convened a congress on November 1912 inexplicably named the Quarto Congresso Operario Brasileiro. The purpose was to put the aggressive workers' movement on a path to reformism and nationalism. To the annoyance of anarchists, as Dulles puts it, the socialist congresses of 1892 and 1902 were labeled as labor congresses, and making the first Brazilian Labor Congress of 1906 the third. Anarchists looked on the Conferência Brasileira do Trabalho founded at that first Congress as an evil creature. 67. It sought to reduce anarchist influence on the working class and to inoculate it from any revolutionary inclination by forming a political party. Reformism, nationalism, and populism were the bourgeoisie's formula welcomed by the military and government for ridding Brazil of revolutionary anarchism and socialism. The formula failed this time, but eventually Getúlio Vargas achieved a number of victories, which would continue to grow until the present. 68. The real Second Brazilian Labor Congress convened in the Centro Cosmopolita in Rio de Janeiro between September 8 and 13, 1913, with the participation of 2 state federations, 5 local federations, 52 syndicates, and 4 newspapers, all represented by a total of 117 delegates. Even when they refrained from any ideological definition, it is obvious to anyone who analyzes that Congress that anarchism was the dominant position. 69. Astrogildo Pereira, who would become a leading figure of the Communist Party, expressed the following view: syndicalism has nothing to do with the Second International, insofar as the latter is concerned with the party. 70. The Congress recommended that delegates remove anything bureaucratic or coercive from their statutes and reject any resolution that takes individual autonomy away from the associates or concedes attributes of authority to any one of them. 71. In 1913 new anarchist papers appeared in various regions of the country, like A Luta Social, published in Manaus by the Portuguese Tercio de Miranda, A Luta in Porto Alegre published by O Grupo de Homens Livre, and in Rio de Janeiro Liberdade, founded by Professor Madeira, and Coluna Operaria. In the main cities there were numerous May Day celebrations and workers' unions. Meanwhile, more resistance societies formed the Liga Operaria Varginhas in southern Minas Gerais, and in Rio do Sul the Federação Operaria de Pelotas. 72. José Elias da Silva, a textile worker, sailor, and shoemaker from Pernambuco, founded the Federação de Trabalhadores de Pernambuco. 73. Just as in Argentina, Fora and other leftist groups, anarchists, syndicalists, and Marxists maintained a vigorous fight against the famous law of residence. 74. So too in Brazil the Confederação Operaria, anarchists, and some Marxists stood stalwart against the equally famous Lei Adolfo Gordo. Demonstrations and protest movements were organized in São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Campinas, Santos, Ribeirão Preto, and even in Rio Claro, which 20 years later would become a bastion of integralism. Among the orators and journalists who opposed this unjust law were João Goncalves, Cecilio Jr., Orlando Xavier, Orlando Correa Lopes, Eladio Cesar Antonha, and Manuel Campos, who in 1914 would become a victim of the law. 75. See anarchist movement since the First World War. Like their comrades in Latin America and Europe, anarchists in Brazil did not take long to proclaim a firm pacifist position at the outbreak of the Great War. In São Paulo, they printed and distributed postcards with the words "Dad, don't go to war." The poet Ricardo Pinheiro would write, "A guerra que arranca inclement dos Jopanes dos pobres plebios a mais forte e mais moca da gente para dar tributo aos Deus." 76. The war that mercilessly uproots ordinary poor men from their shanty towns takes the strongest and youngest of the people to pay tribute to its God. The monthly journal A Vida, edited by Orlando Correa Lopez, began publication and waged an anti-war campaign following the ideas of Sebastian Faure, Errico Malatesta, Elisee Reclus, and other anarchists. Lima Barreto, who subscribed to both A Vida and N.A. Barricada, at first supported the Liga Pro Aliados, but then came around and adopted the anarchists' anti-war position. Francisco de Assis Barbosa notes that although Barreto never engaged in direct action, he did put his talents as a writer and journalist to work for the growing movement. 77 In Porto Alegre, anarchists founded a Liga Antimilitarista. Later, cadets from the Escola Milita would show their bravado by sacking the Liga's offices, destroying its furniture, and burning its books. As in other Latin American countries that exported agricultural goods, the war caused an increase in food prices. Without a corresponding increase in salaries, the working class was most seriously affected by the price change. At the same time, employers lengthened the workday and reduced the work week to 3 days. In response, anarchists began a campaign against the scarcity of goods. On March 8, 1915, the indefatigable Italian anarchist Oreste Ristori spoke at a great rally held in the district of Bom Retiro, São Paulo. As might be expected, strikes for better wages erupted in many places. In February, the textile workers in Dejuda, São Paulo, had their paychecks held back for 2 months, and in April a general strike demanding higher wages was declared in Para. Anarchists held a number of May Day public celebrations in the Praça de Se of São Paulo, in Belo Horizonte, in Petrópolis, in the Largo de São Francisco of Rio de Janeiro, in the Largo Monte Alegre, the Praçateles of Santos, and other places. The anti-war campaign was logically linked to the campaign against scarcity, so anarchists and socialists formed the Comité de Defensa Proletaria to address both issues. On August 15, 1914, in Rio de Janeiro, the Comité organized a mass rally against scarcity that turned into looting of stores and food warehouses. A rally in Santos with Enrique Ramos and Manuel Campos as speakers saw the same unfortunate turn of events. In July, the Encuentro de Agrupações Anarquistas de Brazil was held in São Paulo, and formed a Comissão de Relações with the aim of facilitating communication among the various groups, coordinating activities, and fostering the distribution of anarchist newspapers and literature from Brazil and elsewhere. 78. Meanwhile, new groups were coming together. In Pelotas, in July the Grupo Iconoclasta, in August the Ateneo Sindicalista, and in September the Grupo Teatro Social Primeiro de Maio, in Porto Alegre, the Grêmio de Estudos Sociais, in São Paulo, the Libertarian Duchen Grafisken Verbands for Brazilian. Numerous pamphlets were published, like a Sementira, Onde Está Deus, Qual e a Religião que devemos ensinar aos nossos filhos, and a Social Democracia Alemã, among others. In many cities, anarchists vigorously waged an ambitious but unsuccessful campaign to overturn the deportation of Manuel Campos. 79 The recently elected president, Venceslau Braz, was quite patient and accommodating toward the bourgeoisie, but certainly not the workers. 80 More libertarian newspapers appeared in 1915, O Debate in Maceió, O Combate in São Paulo, N.A. Barricada by Orlando Correa Lopez, and Crítica Social e Combate in Rio de Janeiro. More strikes broke out, almost always promoted and inspired by anarchists. In March, after not being paid in more than 9 months, workers on the construction of the main railroad line in Três Lagoas abandoned the worksite in protest. On May Day 1915, the Comissão de Agitação contra a Guerra, founded by anarchists, held a large anti-war rally in collaboration with the Confederação Operária Brasileira in Largo de São Francisco, Rio de Janeiro. Among the speakers were Orlando Correa Lopez, Candido Costa, Labindo Vieira, and other libertarian orators. In São Paulo, anarchist-leaning workers' groups, cultural centers, and newspapers came together to establish the Comissão Internacional contra a Guerra with an inaugural rally on May Day 1915 in the Praça de Se, featuring several important speakers like José Romero, Ana Lipinski, Passos Cunha, and Edgar Leyenruth. Although anarchists throughout Latin America opposed the war, Nowhere was the anti-war campaign more vigorous than in Brazil. 81 On October 16 in Rio de Janeiro a Congresso Internacional de Paz was convened. Immediately following, between the 18th and 20th of the same month, a Congresso Anarquista Sudamericano met at the headquarters of the Confederação Operária Brasileira. 82. The war's cost in blood, treasure, and unemployment left its scourge on the proletarian classes. The libertarian poet Martins Fontes wrote, O primeiro tempo, O segundo tempo, O terceiro tempo, e os outros, mil hairs. Mas entantas lejos oes, que e melhor não contares, quantos são os que a dor da miseria consume. 83. The first is hungry. The second is hungry. The third is hungry. And likewise 1,000 more. But there are so many of them, that it is better not to count them. So many consumed by the pain of poverty. The World War brought economic panic to Brazil. International commerce and foreign exchanges came to a near standstill, and exports and imports were substantially reduced. The government found itself in deep trouble. Government revenues drastically decreased and payments fell into arrears, requiring an increase in customs duties and taxes. Lacking essential resources, the Allied powers were forced to recruit South American countries like Brazil, bringing significant profit to landowners and industrialists. 84 At the same time, European products became unavailable, and workers' and peasants' wages fell terribly short in proportion to the rise in prices and the gains of capitalists. Yet Brazilian industry grew during this period. In the 1920 census, 5,936 of the 13,336 industrial establishments then registered had begun operations between 1915 and 1919.85. Nonetheless, the condition of workers hardly changed and in some cases worsened. Food became quite scarce, and in 1917 prices increased between 20 to 150%. 86. In 1917 workers and anarchists combined their anti-war campaign with the fervent support of the Russian Revolution. 87 In it they saw the spontaneous action of working people and their desire for a classless and stateless society. High unemployment, rising cost of living, and low wages naturally led to strikes, of which there were many. A series of conflicts that erupted in the textile mills in the province of São Paulo and culminated in a general strike led to mass layoffs, imprisonments, and assassinations. For example, the killing of the shoemaker José Martinez in addition to the deportation of foreigners. 88 Persuaded by Manuel Perdigão, anarchists in Santos struck in solidarity with workers from São Paulo. Consequently Perdigão and Simão Salcedo were imprisoned for 100 days. The Comité de Defensa Proletaria with Leyenruth, de Carvalho, and Damiani as members organized a large funeral procession for José Martinez that turned into an anti-capitalist and anti-government rally. Both in São Paulo and in the interior of the country confrontations broke out between workers and the armed forces brought in to suppress them. In solidarity, anarchists from the Federação Operária de Rio de Janeiro immediately declared a general strike and the poet Silvio Figueiredo wrote the sonnet Os Grevistas. São operários, andrajosa gente que a enfermidade inexorável mina e a miseria acerenta, impenitent, aos horrors da vida da oficina. 89. Workers are a ragged bunch that sickness inexorably mines and misery shackles, unrepentant, to the horrors of the workshop. More anarchist newspapers appeared in 1917, like A Plebe in São Paulo, edited by Leyenruth and later by Rodolfo Felipe, O Debate in Rio de Janeiro, founded by Adolfo Porto and Astrogildo Pereira, and A Semana Social in Alagoas, edited by Antonio Bernardo Canelas. Leyenruth was arrested this same year for being a principal ideological promoter of the general strike. At his trial, he was brilliantly defended by Evaristo de Moraes, who later wrote O Anarquismo no Tribunal de Júri. 90 When the United States entered the conflict, Brazil also abandoned its neutrality in solidarity with its northern friend. President Braz, who seemed the most pacific of men, engaged the country in this war that was totally alien to its interests. 91 But Brazil's official actions did not detain the libertarians' anti-war campaign or diminish its support for the Russian Revolution, which they conceived as the heroic struggle against capitalism and the state, as declared on May 1, 1918 at an assembly held in the Teatro Maison Moderne in Rio de Janeiro. Nor did they stray from a constant denouncement of the scarcity of goods. Comites populares were formed to gather statistics on prices in relation to wages. In 1918 half of heads of households earned 80 to 120 milreis per month. A typical family of 2 parents and 2 children could not survive on less than 200 milreis per month, producing a deficit of 100 milreis, as the anarchists Le Yenrith and Helio Negro asserted in their work O Que o Maximalismo ou Bolchevismo, published in São Paulo in 1919.92. Misery and hunger led Manuel Campos, João Perdigão, and anarchists from Santos to plan a revolution in Rio de Janeiro. On November 18, textile workers in Rio de Janeiro, Niterói, and Petrópolis went on strike, a pre-arranged signal to begin the occupation of all factories and workshops, just as Italian workers inspired by Malatesta would do a few months later. 93 But in Italy the movement to occupy worksites failed due to the timidity of reformist socialists, and in Brazil it never commenced because an infiltrator had denounced the plan. Again police and army began massive repressions, anarchists and workers locals were shuttered, hundreds of workers arrested, and their leaders imprisoned, like Manuel Campos, Astrogildo Pereira, and José Oiticica, the man considered to be the head of the movement and the future Brazilian Lenin. Again the wounded and the dead piled up. Metal workers and bricklayers joined the strike, and munitions workers came very close. 94 Several unions were outlawed and several anarchist newspapers closed, among them was a Liberdade, whose editor, Pedro Madeira, was detained. Lima Barreto satirized the military, taking inspiration from French anarchist Augustin Hamon's book La psychologie du militaire professionnel, and Oiticica wrote his fellow prisoners a sonnet which begins thus. Irmãos, eu vos saudo. Embora precis. Armiacados, malditos, sem futuro. Timos, nossos bracos indefsos. Azista anja e tendos de palinuro. 95. Brothers, I salute you. Though imprisoned, threatened, damned, without future, we have, in our helpless arms, wings of an angel and tendons of Palinurus. By this time Epitácio Pessoa was president of Brazil. He had served as chief of the Brazilian delegation to the Treaty of Versailles, yet had a rather keen interest in the developing and increasing the armed forces. 96. The influence of the Russian Revolution and the prestige of its institutions were so great among Brazilian anarchists that on March 9, 1919 in the nation's capital they founded the Partido Comunista Libertario, and on June 16 in São Paulo the Liga Comunista. By year's end a similar group was formed in Santos. There the battle-hardened militant João Perdigão, an anarchist to the death, was appointed first secretary. In March of the same year the basis of the Partido was drafted, forming the Partido Comunista do Brasil, and in June in Rio de Janeiro and Niterói its first congress convened. A reading of the basis of the Partido and of its principles and objectives, drafted by Oiticica and published by the anarchist newspaper Spartacus on August 16, 1919, leaves no doubt that the basic position of these groups was the libertarian communism of Kropotkin and Malatesta. 97 Something similar had already occurred in Mexico in the 1870s. 98 Brazilian anarchists were convinced that the Bolshevik Revolution was of a libertarian character and would open the way for anarchism. They praised Lenin and Trotsky, and on May Day in Rio hailed the triumph of their brothers in Russia. 99. The Brazilian libertarian press expanded in 1919 with several new publications, O Germinal and Spartacus in Rio de Janeiro, Libertas in Belo Horizonte, Libelo Social in Uberaba, Arraseo in Bauru, O Operaria in Taubaté, Albarosa in São Paulo, and A Voz Operaria in Campinas. Anarchists in Rio de Janeiro celebrated May Day with a large rally on the Avenida Rio Branco, and those in Santos with a huge crowd in the Plaza Iguatemi Martins, which rolled over into a spontaneous strike the next day at the docks demanding the 8-hour day. The actions lit a spark, and more strikes were held in other parts of the country, in Pelotas by seamstresses, in Porto Alegre by unions demanding the 8-hour day, in Bahia, Minas Gerais, Vila Isabel, and Laranjeiras, among other places. 100. New libertarian publications emerged in 1920 in São Paulo, a Pachulia, and in Rio de Janeiro, a Voz do Povo, in which Fabio Luz, Maria Lacerda Moura, and José Oiticica collaborated. The latter began to publish a series of articles titled Mau Caminho that critically evaluated the path of the Bolshevik Revolution in light of libertarian ideas. 101. Around this time the distinction between Bolshevism and libertarian communism began to emerge in São Paulo, even though, as in Argentina, anarcho-Bolshevik groups and newspapers continued to be active through the 1920s. 102. But by 1922 the impossibility of an organic union with Russian communism and its Red International of Labor Unions had become clear to anarchists in the international workers' movement. 103. In Brazil the post-war period was one of hunger and misery, and strikes were rampant. Among them the most famous occurred at Leopoldina. It would later receive a published defense by Astrogildo Pereira titled Greve de Leopoldina. On March 22 the Federação Operária do Rio de Janeiro called for a general strike through a Voz do Povo. The government responded by arresting more than 100 anarchist militants in Rio, among them were Otávio Brandão and Fabio Luz, and about the same number in São Paulo, including Edgar Leyenrith and Helio Negro. Many foreigners were deported on the ship Demerara. 104. The Terceiro Congresso Operario convened in Rio de Janeiro between April 23 and 30, 1920, with 150 delegates from throughout the country in attendance. Anarchists like Leyenrith and João Pimenta annexed the Comissão Coordenadora to it. The dominant ideology in that Congress was anarcho-communism, as developed by Otávio Brandão. The Liga Operária de Construção Civil of São Paulo, represented by Dioclésio Fagudes and Teófilo Ferreira, proposed joining the Congress to the Third International. But Leyenrith objected, stating that the International was not a genuinely syndicalist organization. Astrogildo Pereira supported the objection, and then José Elias endorsed Pereira's stance. 105. Propaganda was disseminated throughout the country by many means. Speeches, discussions, and social theater were used, as well as books, pamphlets, and newspapers. Large rallies were held on May Day, 1920 in Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, Niterói, Curitiba, Porto Alegre, Aracaju, and other places. On that same day Florentino de Carvalho's paper A Obra was launched. And that same year anarchist literature was enriched with several new publications like Afonso Schmidt's O Evangelho dos Livros, Oiticica's Quemo es Salva, Everardo Dias's Jesus Cristo Era Anarquista, Brandão's Despota, and the anonymous collection of articles titled Cancioneiro Vermelho. 106. At the core of anarchist groups, an intellectual movement began in 1921 that would lead to the formation of the Brazilian Communist Party, holding a Marxist-Leninist orientation. Everardo Dias, Francisco Alexander, Álvaro Palmeira, and others formed the Grupo Claret, fashioned after Henri Barbusset's French group of the same name. It aimed to defend the Bolshevik Revolution against its many detractors. The same group of militants also formed the Comite de Coligação Social that would function as a political party for Brazil, much like the Communist Party did in Russia. Needless to say, the majority anarchist view was quite opposed to this. Syndicalist action had not diminished, and in 1921 a number of strikes were held. One by cooks in the merchant marine in Rio de Janeiro left several wounded and dead. Planning for the campaign to free Sacco and Vanzetti also began. Several libertarian newspapers appeared for the first time this year, in Ceará a Voz do Gráfico, in São Paulo the Daily A Vanguarda, under Leyenrith's editorship, and remember, in Rio de Janeiro a Razão and Renovação, edited by Marcos da Costa, and in Pernambuco Diário do Povo. Propaganda in speeches, meetings, and other non-written media was no less rich and prolific. Suffice it to recall, for example, the speeches by Oiticica on propaganda and education at the Centro Gallego, and by Fabio Luce on Russian literature for the Comite de Socorro aos Flagellados Russos in Rio de Janeiro. It would be impossible here to review all the activities of 1921 by different libertarian theatrical groups. A few examples are the Grupo 1 de Mayo, the Gremio Artistico Renovaco, and the Rationalist schools. The latter were founded by various workers' associations or anarchist groups and inspired by Francisco Ferrer, like the Escola Operaria 1 de Mayo. 107. Astrogildo Pereira, whom Dulles refers to as the intransigent libertarian of November 1920, the following year became attracted to Bolshevism. 108. During 1922 the core of Brazil's revolutionary left, that is, anarchists and Bolsheviks, defined their ideological positions. In a manifesto published in a plebe in São Paulo on March 18, 1922, a group of militants led by Leyenrith denounced the communism of state that Bolsheviks sought to impose in Russia, their authoritarian and centralist politics, and the dictatorship of the proletariat, while lending its endorsement to the International Anarchist Secretariat of Switzerland, formed by the Anarchist Congress in Berlin on September 1921. A large group from Rio de Janeiro headed by Carlos Dias joined Leyenrith's critique and laid even greater stress on the difference between libertarian communism and Marxist communism. 109. In mid-1921 an emissary from Lenin and the Russian government joined the anarchist daily in São Paulo, a Vanguardia, edited by Leyenrith and Ramazan Subairov. He introduced himself as a representative of a textile mill in Manchester. 110. His purpose was to get Leyenrith to form a Bolshevik party in Brazil and to put him in charge of it. But Leyenrith was not only director of the anarchist daily, but also one of the most combative militant workers and revolutionaries in the country. He was an activist journalist, tireless orator, the inspiration behind the general strike of 1917, and, with the publication of his book on Maximalism or Bolshevism co-authored with Helio Negro, did seem to be the person most likely to provide the basis and assume the leadership of a new Leninist party. We should not forget that during this period many militant workers looked on Malatesta as the Italian Lenin. 111. But Leyenrith had a very sharp critical spirit. He could not accept orders from the Soviet government or the 21 principles of the Third International without reservation. And so, in keeping with his long anarchist militancy, he rejected the offer. He did support the petition by Subairov to appoint Astrogildo Pereira, his friend and collaborator in a Vanguardia, as secretary-founder of the new party. A short time later Pereira arrived from Rio and was introduced to Subairov by Leyenrith. These men founded the Brazilian Communist Party in 1921 in a room at the Palace Hotel, 418, Florencio Abreu Street in São Paulo. Note that the members of the previous group to employ that name were actually anarchists. In any event, even in this Communist Party joined as it was to the Soviet government, to Lenin, and to the Third International, the majority of founding members came from anarchism and not the Socialist Party as in Chile and Argentina. They were convinced that Marxist-Leninism and libertarian communism were not contrary, mutually exclusive ideologies, but instead were moments in a single process that included a temporary but necessary dictatorship of the proletariat and would culminate in a classless society without private property or the state. In March 1922 Pereira wrote in his journal Movimento Comunista that communism and the state repel each other. 112. A similar situation can be observed in the Mexican Communist Party. 113. But it is clear that Pereira and his followers, as rank and file in party discipline, quickly accommodated themselves to the concept of democratic centralism, and postponed sine die the suppression of government and the state. 114. As early as March 1920 Florentino Carvalho reported in a plebe that Russian anarchists were fighting against the dictatorship of the proletariat. In a obra he opined that the Russian regime is fundamentally opposed to our principles and that a Bolshevik state in Brazil would be an absurdity. 115. According to José Luis Rubio, anarcho-syndicalists in Brazil, as in other Latin American countries, at first were quite enthusiastic with the Russian Revolution but then felt defrauded by the intransigent position of the Third International, the Red International of labor unions, and especially by the annihilation of anarchists in the U.S.S.R. 116 in 1922 delegates from various European and Latin American countries gathered in Berlin and founded the International Workers' Association, which subsequently saw a long period of decline. At the meeting convened in Turin in 1986, the Spanish CNT, French CNT, Bulgarian CNT, FA, NSF, USI, Dutch ASF, DAM, and a Chilean group in exile were represented, but no groups from Brazil. The Confederação Operária Brasileira did participate at the London meeting of the IWA, and a Brazilian delegation with observer status attended its meeting in Amsterdam. 117. The great public debate between anarchists and communists began in March 1922. Pereira published in O Movimento Comunista an article titled No Nos Assistimos como Debate. At the same time, Leyenrath published a manifesto in a plebe articulating the position of anarchists from São Paulo. 118 In 1923 anarchists succeeded in organizing the syndicates of Rio de Janeiro into a single federation, but communists quickly destroyed it. In 1928 anarchist syndicates had a total membership of some 3,000. Brazilian unions formed two great central organizations in 1929, the CGT, primarily communist and attached to the Red International, and the CNT, primarily anarcho-syndicalist and attached to ACAT. 119 In 1930 Getulio Vargas came to power in Brazil through a coup d'état. At that time, illegal communist unions had a membership of some 4,000, and anarcho-syndicalist groups, equally illegal, had some 2,000 members. 120 For the next 2 years Brazil experienced another strike wave, harshly repressed by the new government. Anarcho-syndicalists of the Federação Operária de São Paulo directed several of the strikes, the major one being a lengthy struggle in the textile industry. 121 Numerous anarchist and communist militants were imprisoned. 122 In 1932 the newspaper A Plebe once again appeared, for the first time since August 1927. In the interval anarchists in São Paulo continued their propaganda activity through pamphlets and flyers in which they denounced the exploitation of women and children in unhealthy work environments. Admittedly, there were few anarchists. They themselves conceded this point. But as Dulles points out, for anarchists social war is not a matter of mathematics. In 1934 communists founded the Aliança Nacional Libertária and attempted a coup d'état the following year. After its failure, the government imprisoned Prestes and Gregorio Bezerra in Recife, and carried out a general repression. 123 Vargas ordered that all syndicates register with the Department of Industry, Commerce and Labor and, in spite of the objections of anarchist and communist leaders, by 1935 almost all of them had done so. According to Alba, from that moment on it is fair to say that no other Latin American country exercised greater control and regulation of its unions than Brazil, with Argentina after Perón running a close second. 124 Vargas and his generals came close to the integralists, those Brazilian fascists whose motto God, Nation, Home would be reproduced by Governor Fresco from Argentina. Led by Plinio Salgado, a mediocre writer from São Paulo, the integralist movement boasted some 180,000 members in 1934 and 4,000 cells in 700 municipalities in 1937. 125 Vargas, just like Perón, was a fascist deep down, and in spite of his alleged pragmatism, held deeply corporativist convictions. And like Perón later on, Vargas was aware that workers were somewhat sympathetic to him and he wished to attract them. So he instituted means to secure social well-being and restrictions on industry. He was thus able to practice the art of securing money from the wealthy and ensuring support from the poor under the pretense of protecting them both. That political approach led to the organization of a corporativist state, the Estado Novo, in accordance with ideas then in vogue while fascism was rising. 126. Consequently, the Constitution of 1937 denied all workers' rights, and strikes were outlawed as dangerous to the supreme and sole subject of all rights, the state. 127 Nothing could be more contrary to anarcho-syndicalism, which began to decline and ceased to be an autonomous force in the workers' movement, much as in Argentina under Perón. Nonetheless, In the 1940s and up to the present, specific groups have continued to function whose work has focused on propaganda and the dissemination of anarchist ideas through newspapers, pamphlets, and books, as well as theater and at times the schools. These groups are still located mainly in São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. Some of the best-known militant workers and propagandists of the golden age of Brazilian anarchism, such as Leyenruth, were active in those groups, and with exemplary perseverance. Deliterati and propagandists. Although to a lesser extent than in Argentina and Uruguay, anarchist ideas found a receptive audience in Brazilian writers and poets of the early 20th century. Euclides da Cunha, the celebrated author of Os Certos, endorsed libertarian ideals for a period and even used the pseudonym Proudhon. The influence of anarchist ideologues is evident in his materialist explanation of social, historical, and political phenomena. 128 Lima Barreto, as his biographer Barbosa notes, though never a militant or revolutionary, did appeal to anarchist sentiments and ideas in his work. Barbosa also records that in his youth Barreto took part in discussions on positivist philosophy but refuted Comte's ideas, including those of his Brazilian follower Benjamin Constant Botelho, and later railed against Comte's ideological influence on Floriano Peixoto's dictatorship. 129 Barreto declared himself a pacifist during the First World War and endorsed the libertarian position. In Numa e a Ninfa he presents an unforgiving political satire. In Clara dos Anjos he attacks racism. He edited the magazine Florial, collaborated in A Voz do Trabalhador from Rio de Janeiro and also in the anti-clerical newspaper A Lanterna from São Paulo, using the pseudonym of Dr. Bogoloff. In addition to those works of his already mentioned, we should include Vida e Morte de M. Gonzaga de S.A., Os Brazundangas, Coisas do Reino de Jamban, Bogatilas, Feras e Mafuas, O Cemitério dos Vivos, and, above all, as proof of his libertarian ideas, Triste Fim de Policarpo Quaresma and Recordeco do Escrivao Isaias Caminha. David Vinas considers him a paradigm of the libertarian intellectual. 130 Even if not strictly speaking an anarchist, Graca Aranha also expressed a number of libertarian ideas and critiques. Some consider his book Cana, published in 1901, to be the first Brazilian social novel. But Graca Aranha's work, like that of Fabio Luce, suffers from an ideological scheme that gives it the appearance of an avant-la-lettre socialist realism. In any event, Curvelo de Mendonca's narrative approach resembles Tolstoy's, particularly in his novel Regeneraco. In considering the anarchist or quasi-anarchist social novel we should include Domingos Ribeiro Filho, who was an active journalist, collaborator in the magazine A Carta, and author of Cravo Vermelho, published in 1906, and the historian Rocha Pombo, who wrote for a plebe from São Paulo. In his beautiful book Filhos do Povo, Tito Battini narrates the story of a group of Italian potters based in the interior of São Paulo province who founded schools, spread libertarian ideals, and were magnificent examples of libertarian solidarity. Ranulfo Prata chronicled the exhausting labor of dock workers from Santos in his novel Navios Iluminados. It is safe to say that of those who cultivated the social novel in Brazil in the early years of the 20th century very few escaped the influence of anarchist ideas. Suffice it to recall Aleugio de Azevedo, author of O Cortico, Osvaldo de Andrade, author of Marco Zero, and Mario de Andrade, author of Primeiro de Maio, O Poco, Os Condenados, and A Escada. 131. Gregorio Nazi and Zeno Moreira de Queiroz Vasconcelos, known by his pseudonym Neno Vasco, was, Edgar Rodrigues writes, the great engine of anarchism in Brazil, gave it an unprecedented dissemination. 132 Vasco was born in Penafiel, Portugal in 1878, and embraced anarchism while a law student at Coimbra. He arrived in Brazil in 1901 and settled in São Paulo. His contact there with Italian anarchists engaged in active propaganda committed him to an impassioned militancy. He wrote 2 plays with obviously libertarian content, Pecado de Simonia and Agreve de Inquilinos. He later published the essays A Concepção Anarquista do Sindicalismo and A Porta de Europa. Dulles recounts that Vasco, also a linguist and orthographer, proposed a spelling reform of Portuguese with changes that were later adopted by the Brazilian Academy of Letters 133 between 1902 and 1911. He founded the journal Aurora and the newspapers O Amigo do Povo and A Terra Livre. The latter, edited by Manuel Moscoso and Edgar Leyenroth, was launched on December 30, 1905, first as a bi-weekly and then as a weekly. It was one of the best-known and most influential libertarian publications. Among its collaborators were Paulo Berthelot, Salvador Alacid, Mata Asunco, and other prominent journalists of the period. Vasco returned to his native land in 1910 and died in São Raimundo da Coronada in 1920. Fabio Lopes dos Santos Luz was born in Valença in the province of Bahia on July 31, 1864, went to secondary schools in Salvador, and pursued medical studies between 1883 and 1887 in the famous local faculty. He practiced medicine in Rio de Janeiro and was also a teacher, school inspector, journalist, and member of the Carioca Academy of Letters. At the same time, he was one of the greatest figures in Brazilian anarchism. 134 He was among the first in Brazil to write social novels, publishing O Ideólogo in 1903, Os Emancipados in 1906, Virgem-me in 1910, and Elias Barrio Chica Maria in 1915. He also wrote plays such as Gracchus a Deus, historical literary essays, such as Estudos de Literatura and A Paisagem no Canto, Na Novela e no Romance, and social criticism, like A Internacional Negra and A Tuberculose do Ponto de Vista Social, among others. His journalism appeared in Jornal do Comércio, O País, Jornal do Brasil, A Folha, A Manhã, Correio do Brasil, and especially in the anarchist newspapers A Plebe, O Amigo do Povo, and A Internacional. As an educator he promoted the creation of cajas escolares and fought furiously against the obsolete teaching methods that lingered from the days of slavery. The style of his novels may be described as the romance essay, in which sociological theories and political, economic, and religious theses prevail over narrative elements such as trauma and character development. It follows the style of Gracchus Aranya, which in turn comes from the Russian novelists. 135. José Oiticica, poet, literary critic, and dramatist, was born in Oliveira, Minas Gerais in 1882 and was an active anarchist militant from 1912 on. In 1913 he joined the workers' movement and took part in meetings and strikes until 1918 when, on account of that participation, he was confined to Alagoas. Dulles writes, when anarchists met to discuss tactics, propaganda, and doctrine, Oiticica had much to say. An indefatigable scholar, he was inclined to present lengthy expositions on the philosophy of anarchism. Oiticica sought to educate and uplift workers. 136 In 1916 he was named professor of Portuguese in Rio de Janeiro's distinguished Pedro II School. In 1919 he edited the newspaper Spartacus, with the assistance of Astrogildo Pereira, who as already noted would be the future founder of the Brazilian Communist Party. In 1924 during the dictatorship of Bernardes he was imprisoned in the island Flores, and while there wrote his work A Doutrina Anarquista ao Alcance de Todos. Later he was appointed lecturer of language and literature at the University of Hamburg, and on his return from Germany he and a group of anarchists including Maria Lacerda de Moura, founded the Liga Anti-Clerical, soon raided by Gacilio Vargas police. Oiticica has been accused of being paternalistic and anti-Semitic. 137 We should not forget that a certain amount of anti-Semitism is easily detected in the European left as a whole during the Dreyfus affair, and not even Bakunin and Proudhon, nor Blanqui and Marx, escaped the period untainted. Rodriguez writes, Oiticica was a courageous polemicist. Many felt the power of ideas from the professorate through his voice in newspapers and books. 138 He was editor of the newspaper Aco Diarda, left behind a series of books and pamphlets, among which we find Quem Nos Salva, Pedra que Roll, and published no fewer than 1,500 articles in the anarchist press. Avelino Foscolo, the anarchist from Minas Gerais who was also a pharmacist, dramatist, and journalist, is considered by the critic Fabio Lucas to be the first writer to introduce the social novel in Brazil. 139 His first social novel, O Mestico, published in 1903, was followed by Vulco and A Capital. In addition, he wrote such dramas as O Semeador. Also employing the style of the social novel and influenced by anarchist ideas was Lauro Palhano's O Gororoba, which recounts the life of a construction worker building railroad lines across the jungle. 140. Like Argentina and Uruguay, Brazil did not lack for libertarian poets in the early 20th century. Among them we count the physician and active militant Martins Fontes, who left us several collections of poetry such as Vulco Fantasticos, and the lawyer Ricardo Goncalves, author of a volume of verse titled Ips and the well-known poem Rebelião. Com gemidos agureiros. Number pava rosso lamento. Leifera perpassa o vento. Chicoteando o espinheiros. E a morte, caliginosa. De uma tristeza superna. E como a boca monstruosa. De uma monstruosa caverna. E quando comes a luta. Quando exploder a tormenta. A sociedade corrupta. Execrável e violenta. Iniqua, vil, criminosa. Há cair aos pedicos. Há devor estil hacos. Numa ruina espantosa. With moans foretelling. In a dreadful lament. Outside the wind passes by. Whipping the pines. And the dark death. Of a supernal sadness. Is like a monstrous mouth. Of a monstrous cave. And when the fight begins. When the storm erupts. The corrupt society. Despicable and violent. Unjust, vile, criminal. Shall fall to pieces. Shall shatter like fragments. In a frightening ruin. Goncalves committed suicide. On that occasion, Monteiro Lobato wrote. Ricardo killed himself. What can we say about it? The words that come to me are the same that would come to you, for we are and forever will be his brothers. The world seems smaller, wrangle, and I cry and cry. Everything is diminished with Ricardo's absence. Everything is older, more despicable, and ruinous. I have his portrait before me. That sad expression in his gaze is so anticipatory of the gunshot. Each time I look at him I feel my soul rolled into a ball. I feel a great pain inside. Ricardo, our marvelous Ricardito, dead, covered in dirt, rotting. Dead. Extinct. That light of supernatural goodness and intelligence is now extinguished. The biggest heart the world has ever seen has now ceased. 141. We should briefly mention the journalist and pedagogue Moser Kaminha. From the first decade of the 20th century he was attached to anarchist ideas, directed the newspaper O Regenerator in Fortaleza, promoted Esperanto and authored a number of pamphlets, including Caso Popular de Sociologia, published in 1945. Among the most active ideologists and propagandists were the physician Reinaldo F. Greyer, author of Cooperativa Sem Lucros and Eu Creo na Humanidade, and Carlos Boscolo, who wrote Verdades Sociais. There were a number of women in Brazil whose militancy was outstanding, as there were in Argentina, Uruguay, Bolivia, and other countries. The best known is perhaps Maria Lacerda de Moura, a teacher, speaker, and writer from Minas Gerais. She is the author of Fraternidade da Escola, Serviço Militar Obrigatório para a Mulher, and A Mulher e uma Degenerada, among other works. 142. Other anarchist writers or those positioned close to anarchism on account of their libertarian socialism are the following: Joaquim Ribeiro, author of Democracia Libertaria, Heron Pinto, who published an interesting account of police methods during the Vargas dictatorship titled Nos Subterrâneos do Estado Novo, Orcilio Nogueira, author of a work titled Virginidade Inútil e Antihigienica, Jacobo Pentedo, biographer of Martins Fontes, and Castro Alves, who wrote Espumas Flutuantes and Navio Negreiro. Plinio Salgado, leader of the movement for integralism, an admirer of Mussolini and presumed Brazilian Duce, wrote a life of Jesus interpreting him as a precursor to fascism. At the other extreme, Aníbal Vaz de Mello also published a work on Jesus titled Cristo, o Mayor dos Anarquistas, and Everardo Diaz published the pamphlet Jesus Cristo era Anarquista, later translated into Spanish. In 1920 the poet Silvio Figueroa published a sonnet titled Jesus Cristo in a voz do Pavo. Here are the opening lines. Grande Anarquista. O pálida figura de revelado que, entre gente insana, pusiste erguer, como una durandana, o ingente contra escritura e que, contractaste podrideo romana e do opulento a orgia esquerisa e imperação hast dia a universal ventura, a libertate e a redenco humana. 143. Great Anarchist. O pale figure of rebellion among insane people, you dared to raise, like a durandana, a massive cry against slavery and, in contrast to Roman rot and the opulent, disgusting and impure orgy, you dreamed of a day of universal happiness, and the freedom and redemption of humanity. There were more than a few anarchists, among them some of the most active and brilliant, that crossed over to the Bolsheviks and then brutally attacked the very movement they had served. Suffice it to mention Otavio Brandão and Astrogildo Pereira, author of Formicação do PCB, Aggrieved Leopoldina, and editor of several newspapers like A Guerra Social, Crónica Subversiva, O Germinal, Spartacus, Movimento Comunista, and others. Astrogildo Pereira was born in Rio Bonito, a province of São Paulo. He studied at the Jesuit school Colégio Anchieta Nova Friburgo and thought about becoming a monk. Later he studied at the Colégio Abilio de Niterói. He was a great admirer of the novelist Machado de Assis and was at the bedside of the dying author. 144. Unlike Pereira, Edgar Leyenrith remained a lifelong anarchist. He was editor of A Lanterna, the anti-clerical publication, and of A Vanguarda, the anarchist daily from Rio de Janeiro. He compiled an anthology of writings on anarchism published a few years before his death, and wrote several popular books and pamphlets of ideological analysis such as Anarquismo Rodeiro da Libertação Social and O que Maximalismo ou Bolchevismo with Helio Negro. The gaucho engineer Orlando Correa Lopez was school superintendent of Visconde de Maua. He was a combative libertarian. In 1913 he wrote the famous article Congresso ou Manicomio, published in A Época in Rio de Janeiro, in which he trashed the maneuvers of Hermes de Fonseca and his deputies against the rights of the working class. Among foreigners who promoted anarchist syndicalism were the Uruguayan Santos Antonio Vidal, the Peruvian Carlos Zibalo, and, above all, the Spaniard Primitivo Raimundo Suarez, better known by his pseudonym Florentino de Carvalho. The latter was born in Oviedo, Spain in 1871, and migrated with his parents to Brazil as a child. Beginning in 1902 he was active in the International in the port city of Santos. He was exiled to Portugal in 1910. He edited various anarchist newspapers such as Nova Era, A Plebe, O Libertario, and various other publications like A Obra, and he published several books, including De Escravidão a Liberdade in 1927 and A Guerra Civil in 1932. He died in 1947. Carvalho defended a conception of anarchism that is open and non-dogmatic. Anarchism is not a body of definitive and dogmatic doctrines but a libertarian and progressive premise that continually enriches itself with scientific elements and philosophical conceptions. But its essence is immutable. 145. Another Spaniard by birth was João Perdigão Gutierrez, originally from the Canary Islands. He was illiterate but came to acquire a solid cultural foundation through union and libertarian circles, and directed O Sindicalista, the official journal of the Federação Operária do Rio de Grande do Sul. The Spanish worker José Martins was an active militant in Brazil's anarchist movement and authored an extensive work, with a prologue by Oida Seca, called Historia das Riquezas do Clero Católico e Protestante. Finally, Everardo Dias, also a Spaniard, arrived in Brazil as a boy in 1887. He collaborated with Orest Ristori and Benjamin Mota in the anti-clerical struggle, was an editor of the biweekly O Livre Pensador, and author of several books, including Perpetuidade do Héroe de Mentira and A Luta Socialista Revolucionaria. 146. 8. Ecuador, Colombia, and Venezuela. A. Ecuador. The first attempt to organize workers in Ecuador began after the liberal revolution of 1895 and the government of Eloy Alfaro. It coincided with the beginning of industrialization, the rise of the bourgeoisie at the expense of the feudal landowners, and the emergence of lay culture. The reformist Partido Liberal Obrero was founded in 1906 and it opposed the pro-capitalist politics of the Partido Liberal Radical. At about the same time, on December 31, 1905, the Confederación Obrera del Ecuador was founded in Guayaquil, sharing the ideological orientation of the Partido Liberal Obrero. The Cuban anarchist Miguel Albuquerque became quite prominent in Ecuador at this time. He had gone there seeking assistance for the independence war in his country, but stayed as he became involved in Ecuadorian social and political struggles. He founded the Sociedad de Hijos del Trabajo in 1896. One anarchist group soon formed, perhaps, as Victor Albo believes, influenced by González Prada. The first strikes, including one by graphic workers in 1919 and the general strike of Guayaquil in 1922, were undoubtedly promoted by anarcho-syndicalists, as Agustín Cuevas writes in his book Ecuador, 1925–1975. The Centro de Estudios Sociales, founded in Guayaquil in 1910, held a libertarian orientation. 2. In 1920 anarchist militants founded the Centro Gremial Sindicalista. Its stated purpose was to liberate all the oppressed of the earth by bringing them into a libertarian syndicate that will replace the present system, and opposing all political and religious doctrines as destructive and prejudicial to the rights and aspirations of workers. 3. The Centro Gremial published the newspaper El Proletario. At the same time, the Sociedad Cosmopolita de Cacahueros Demostraciones put out El Cacahuero, the union's official publication promoting libertarian ideas. The newspaper Bandera Roja appeared in 1920 and displayed a mixture of anarcho-syndicalist and Spartacist ideas not totally unusual in Latin America. 4. Max Nettolo identified an undeveloped anarcho-syndicalist propaganda in a 1912 article published in La Prensa, a democratic daily in Quito. But the first truly libertarian newspaper, Redención, appeared in 1922 in Guayaquil. Several others followed, like Luz y Acción in 1929. According to Nettolo, in 1934 an article in the Barcelona paper La Revista Blanca referred to a new libertarian generation in Ecuador. 5 However, in the 1930s Marxist-Leninism began to gain ground among workers' groups and Ecuadorian intellectuals. Mariátegui held great influence with his journal A Moda. At the Primera Conferencia Latinoamericana de los Partidos Comunistas, convened in Buenos Aires on June 12, 1929, it was reported that in Ecuador the Partido Socialista was gradually becoming the Partido Comunista 6. The creation of a unified anti-fascist front and concentration of leftist political parties served the interests of Marxist-Leninists, who advanced at the expense of reformist socialists and libertarian groups. 7 In spite of that, anarchist action was not altogether annulled. Its influence has extended even into recent years among several workers' organizations, especially Federación de Guayas. Among writers in the early 20th century, more than a few identified themselves as anarchists, like Luis A. Martinez, who made clear his ideology in his book A la Costa, published in 1904. Vinas mentions Emilio Gallegos del Campo, with his brother Joaquim, founder of a journal that was among the most representative of Ecuadorian Rubenism, America Modernista, published in Guayaquil, and who from a libertarian viewpoint wrote 2 plays containing workers, strikes, clenched fists, and multiple allusions to auroras and idealist Russian princes, Crime and Social in 1905 and Honra de Obrero in 1911. 8. B. Colombia. Colombia was the only Latin American republic visited by 2 of the most important figures of 19th-century anarchism, Eliseo Reclus and Mikhail Bakunin. But neither traveled there with the aim of agitating or spreading propaganda. One of the most distinguished European geographers of his time, Reclus traveled to Colombia for strictly scientific purposes in 1855.9. That trip produced the book titled Voyage à la Sierra Nevada de Saint Martha, later published in Spanish as Mis Exploraciones en America. Additionally, as Muñoz notes, the first volume of Reclus Correspondencia, covering the period from 1850 to 1870, contains much information on Nueva Granada. 10. Bakunin, for his part, stayed only a few days in the Panamanian Isthmus in 1861, when that territory was part of the Republic of Colombia. After his fantastic escape from Siberia through Japan and the Pacific Ocean to the United States, on October 21 of that year he sailed from San Francisco to Panama. 15 days later, on November 6, after crossing the isthmus he sailed from Aspinwall, Panama to New York, and in a short time he traveled to London. 11 He did not pursue any conspiratorial or propaganda activity in Panama or New York, nor can we say that he left any seeds of anarchism there, as he was yet not an anarchist, strictly speaking. 12. In Colombia, as in nearly every Latin American country, there were some expressions of utopian socialism in the mid-19th century and collaborations with artisan struggles against the eroding effects of free trade. 13. Although there were no resistance societies or syndicates in Colombia prior to 1910, we are aware that beginning in the 20th century anarchist ideas had many sympathizers among students, the literati, artists, and workers. Militant anarcho-syndicalists organized the first workers' societies. They promoted the mass demonstration of May 15, 1916 that was violently repressed by police. They encouraged the strike among port workers in Cartagena in 1920.14. Along with Marxist socialists, they brought a high degree of militancy to many of the activities carried out by Colombian workers between 1910 and 1930, especially on the Atlantic coast, which by virtue of its geographic location was less isolated than the rest of the country. Militant anarchists took part in the Barranquilla strike of 1910, in the broad movement that developed in 1918 in Cartagena, Barranquilla, and Santa Marta, in the first strike against the United Fruit Company in the banana region of Santa Marta in 1918, in the railroad strike in Girardot and the laborers and artisans strike in Bogotá in 1919, in the strikes of 1924 and 1927 in Barrancabermeja, in the strike against the Tropical Oil Company, resulting in the firing of 1,200 workers and a declaration of war against the organizers, in the second strike in Santa Marta in 1928 that ended in a grand massacre, and in more limited activities as well. 15. Nettelo's inventory of anarchist publications in Colombia during the 1920s includes Organization in Santa Marta in 1925 and Via Libre in Barranquilla in 1926. He also records that after the Great Banana Strike at the end of 1928 in Magdalena and the massacre in Ciénaga, there was no longer any talk of anarchist activities in Colombia nor of any apolitical unionist struggles, whether because of the harshness of repressions or the presence of Bolsheviks. He also mentions the writer and professor Juan Francisco Moncalino, who published the anarchist paper Pluma Roja in Los Angeles starting in 1919. It is doubtful, however, that the writer Vargas Vila can be considered an anarchist. Nettelo opines that his political and social writings present an important document on domination and victimization in Latin America, although many of his literary characters like Carlyle, Hello, Leon Bloy, and others are not themselves anarchists, strictly speaking. Vargas Vila's tendencies toward anarchism, real or imagined, were the subject of much discussion in La Revista Blanca in 1924 and 1925.16. In fact, his poetic archetype seemed to have been D'Annunzio and his philosophical mentor Nietzsche, although he lacked the richness of the former and the depth of the latter. Rafael Barrett, undoubtedly an anarchist and critic of good taste, referred to some of Vargas Vila's work as there being nothing more boring, more false, more insignificant. And about his style Barrett says, Vargas Vila's construction suffers from a hypertrophy of violent and vacuous epithets and of dislocated antithesis. It gives the impression of the maniacal gestures of an alcoholic. He acknowledged, however, that in Vila's work every once in a while a bit of beauty peeks in. 17 In another essay titled Sobre Vargas Vila y el Decadentismo, after alluding to the emotions the verses of Baudelaire, Verlaine, and Rubén Darío awakened in him, Barrett writes, "Very well, Vargas Vila bores me, bothers me, and afflicts me." He likened the writer's work to an illegitimate transplant, a mass of plunder brought from afar and spoiled in the transport, producing an appalling sight of infection to good taste. 18 In fairness we should say that elevating art to the absolute, to erotic obsession, to a fantasy lying between the desperate and the salacious is not a literary feature common to anarchist writers of that period, even when there is sufficient reason to attract the odium theologicum of vernacular critics. 19. Nor can we seriously say that Guillermo Valencia was an anarchist writer. To be sure, as Vinas writes, his poem Anarchos, by appealing to the series of recourses of the libertarian orator, achieved an uncommon popular following. 20 It is true that this famous composition, the profundity and form of which recall Victor Hugo, according to Gómez Restrepo, has verses worthy of Giraldo's raucous muse. Son los siervos del pan, fecunda horda que lina el mundo de vencidos. Lama avidad lamer. Tormenta sorda que sobre el orben laquecido brahma. Y son sus hijos pálidas legions de espectros que en la noche de sus cuevas al ritmo de sus tristes corazones, viven sonando con auroras nuevas de un sol de amor en mística alborada, y, sin que llegui la mentada crisis, en medio de su miseranidad a los diguelen las ráfagas de tisis. They are the servants of bread, fruitful hoard that fills the world with the vanquished. A flame eager to be licked. A deaf storm that howls over the insane globe. And their children are pale legions of ghosts who, in the darkness of their caves to the rhythm of their sad hearts, live dreaming of fresh auroras of a sun of love in a mystic dawn, and, without the coming of a false crisis, in the midst of their miserable brood the rush of sickness beheads them. But the author of Anarchos, considered a major Colombian lyrist of the 20th century, produced many other celebrated works, for example, Moises, Homero, La Tristeza de Goethe, Alma Mater, Caballeros Teutones, in which libertarian genealogy made only a fleeting appearance and only as the brilliant guest of a patrician who tolerates its ideological exoticisms. 21 Valencia's poems are dedicated to politicians, landowners, and monsignors. How could it be otherwise from someone who was a diplomat, a functionary, and twice a presidential candidate? Anarchos is nothing more than a rhetorical exercise in the fashion of the day. See Venezuela. There were never any anarchist organizations, workers' societies, or newspapers in Venezuela. Nonetheless, at the unusually early date of 1810, in the bosom of the Junta Patriotica, and speaking against the orators who combated federalism and pointed to it as a form of anarchist dissent, Coto Paul declared, "Anarchy. It is liberty that unties the shackles of tyranny. Anarchy. When the gods of the weak mistrust and curse it dreadfully, I bow to it on my knees. Sirs. May anarchy guide us to Congress with that burning flame of the Furies in our hands, and may its smoke intoxicate those partisans of order and lead them to follow it through the streets and plazas yelling liberty." 22. Paul's words should not be interpreted as a mere outpouring of uncritical juvenile sentiment, or as pure rhetoric, as they sometimes have. They bring forth a precise conception of individual liberties against the state as articulated by various leftist figures of the French Revolution, such as Sylvain Marichal, who may have inspired Paul. We cannot say with certainty that because Paul yelled "Long live anarchy," he was an anarchist. After all, Proudhon would not be around for another couple of decades. But we should place him in tune with Godwin's ideas, at the threshold of anarchism. Proudhon's ideas were known in Venezuela from the days of Fermín Toro. Rafael María Baralt often cited the French anarchist, especially in the writings from his Spanish period. Moreover, Baralt knew him personally. At the same time, Toro and other writers of the period accepted the ideas of utopian socialists and constructed a mindset in which political federalism was joined to vague socialist aspirations. In 1847 Guillermo Iribarren proposed a kind of reformist socialism, perhaps inspired by Louis Blanc, and commissioned the translation of Wolowski's De l'Organisation du Travail. Fourier's ideas and those of other socialists were certainly present in the writings of Simon Rodriguez, especially in his pedagogical ones. Manuel Diaz Rodriguez says that Simon Rodriguez's contemporaries misunderstood him because he brought to the America of his time the European socialism of today. 23 The Frenchman Pierre Serriot, arriving in Venezuela after the failure of the Revolution of 1848 in France, published in La Victoria the Credo Igualitario, a newspaper inspired by Babeuf's communism. Ezequiel Zamora's friendship with José María García, and their discussions inside and outside university classrooms on the philosophical principles of equality, explains the youthful admiration the future head of the sovereign people held for Babeuf, whose achievements he aspired to emulate. 24 Later, in 1849, Zamora discussed with José Brandford and Luciano Requena the revolution of 1848 in France, the Social Republic, and especially Blanqui. 25 The social revolutionary who, in spite of his centrism, had some likeness to Bakunin. 26 Brito Figueroa writes, after 1851 Zamora broadened his political culture and came close to socialist utopian conceptions due to the relations he had established with the insurrectionists of June 1848 who had taken refuge in Venezuela. 27 Zamora learned of Proudhon's ideas through Brandford and the lawyer Francisco J. Iriarte, and the three discussed his theory of property. Brito Figueroa explains. Zamora held that in nature the earth belongs to no one, it is everyone's by use and custom, and that before the arrival of the Spaniards, the grandfathers of today's Goths, the earth was held in common, like the water, the air, and the sun. Brandford argued that it is certain that someone stole what did not belong to him but belongs to all, and in this way Proudhon was right to declare that property is theft. 28. In 1852, before Colombia's civil war, known as the Federal War, a volume titled Análisis del Socialismo y Exposición Clara, Metódica y Imparcial de los Principales Socialistas Antiguos y Modernos y con especialidad los de Saint Simon, Fourier, Owen, F. Leroux y Proudhon appeared in Caracas. It aimed to be a didactic and objective synthesis of modern socialist doctrines, and introduced Hispanic American peoples to the social philosophy being discussed in Europe and especially in France during the latter half of the 19th century. But forgetting its pedagogical aim, the work concluded, as Carrera Damas writes, with a fiery argument, almost a manifesto on behalf of the socialist cause. 29 It is important to underscore the fact that this publication gave the Venezuelan reader access for the first time to a relatively systematic presentation of the social philosophy of Proudhon, who is widely considered the first anarchist. The argument and exposition raised fears and adverse reactions among the propertied classes. Several journalistic versions of the book were produced. 3 years later Ramon Ramirez, an apologist for Western and Christian civilization, argued that socialism as presented in Proudhon's work destroys private property in a work titled El Cristianismo y la Libertad, Enseo sobre la Civilización Americana. 30. The ideas of Bakunin and Kropotkin arrived in Caracas after the Federal War in French and Spanish books that were read by intellectuals and, quite unusually, by workers. The poet and novelist from Caracas Miguel Eduardo Pardo was said by a contemporary critic to belong to the club of haters, that is, of those nonconformists with society that is their fate either to live or flee. 31 His novel Todo un Pueblo takes place in Caracas at the end of the 19th century and presents a discussion between two young intellectuals in which one affirmed that Jesus was not only a demagogue but also the first apostle of anarchism, that Ravicol, Valiant, and Pallas were saints and carried Jesus in their hearts, and that Ravicol was not an ordinary assassin who defiled cadavers, but an extraordinary being, perhaps greater than Jesus himself. 32 Allusions of this kind were not rare in Venezuelan literature of the period, and they demonstrate that by now cultured audiences had a certain interest in anarchist doctrines. In one turn of his zigzagging ideological trajectory Rufino Blanco stumbled upon Spanish anarchism, but it proved difficult to believe that he ever identified with it. Carlos Brandt, for his part, collaborated with the Estudios, Tiempos Modernos, and other organs of the Spanish libertarian press. 33. There was never an organized anarchist movement in Venezuela, as already noted, nor workers' societies organized around anarcho-syndicalist ideas. This may be explained, in part, by the lengthy dictatorship between 1899 and 1935. J. Fanny Simon wrote, "The dictatorship of Juan Vicente Gómez was hardly fertile soil for any kind of workers' unions, and certainly not for those controlled by anarchists. European immigration was meager, nothing comparable to what was then happening in the southern cone. Nonetheless," Vinas observes, "if we take into account the activity of anarchists in other countries under dictatorial rule, it is not hard to believe that anarcho-syndicalists played a role in the organization of unions that came to form the Unión Obrera Venezolana in 1923-34. In 1864 Valentín Espinal founded the first artisanal society in Caracas. 35 In addition to the agricultural peasant, who despite receiving a salary still labored in semi-feudal conditions, in the second half of the 19th century there arose a rural proletariat of muleteers and transport workers, a mining proletariat in Guayana, a dock workers proletariat and, after 1885, a relatively numerous sector of railroad workers. 36. Several refugees of the Paris Commune, among whom there were likely a few Proudhonian anarchists, arrived in Caracas and founded an underground Venezuelan section of the International, which continued to function at least until 1893 when it sent a communiqué signed by the workers Bruni Rossner, H. Willof, and A. Pien to the Congress in Zurich. 37 In contrast to what occurred in the Rio de la Plata region, the Venezuelan section was not able to reach the workers of the country, but remained limited to a small circle of French and Swiss workers and died along with them. The communiqué to the 1893 Congress indicates that at that point the section had a reformist character and adhered to the Second International. The Venezuelan primer Congreso Obrero also seems to have been reformist. It convened on October 28, 1896 in the Librería Obreros del Provence in Caracas, and affirmed the necessity of forming a workers' political party. In 1895 there were some 96 manufacturing industries in Caracas. 38 The promoters of that Congress, like Dr. Alberto González Bracino and the poet Leopoldo Torres Abandero, were not revolutionaries but freethinkers who were to some extent concerned with the social question. We can, however, assume that among them there were some anarchist workers of Spanish origin. During the rule of Juan Vicente Gómez, Spanish workers who had been militants with the CNT or in anarchist groups undoubtedly arrived in Venezuela, and some of them worked as bricklayers on the numerous construction projects the dictator ordered in Maracay. Meanwhile, the Asociación de Obreros y Artesanos and the Gremio de Tipógrafos were founded. These are the first manifestations of a unionist movement, although it is severely restricted by regulations and laws imposed by the dictatorship. 39 Several strikes erupted around this time. For example, the telegraphers at the Estación Central de Caracas in March 1919 called a strike that spread to all of Orient, Valencia, Barquisimeto, Trujillo, and Maracaibo, and led to the imprisonment of the principal organizers. 40 In the next 5 years, several guilds formed syndicates, with the telephone, tram system, and railroad workers among them. But like other syndicates, shoemakers, bakers, bricklayers, they are cautious not to reveal their purpose or suggest anything like a class struggle, camouflaging themselves as mutual aid societies under the worship of a particular saint, as was the colonial tradition. As Vital declared, this tactical cover facilitated syndicalist work during the dictatorship, and even made possible the organization of the first Venezuelan Workers' Central in 1919. But to understand how uneven were the development of workers' struggles and the organization of classes in Latin America, we need only bring to mind the syndicalist and anarchist movements in Mexico, Argentina, or Uruguay. In any event, strikes increased in Venezuela at this time. Typographers, tram workers, and cobblers organized rallies seeking higher wages. They were sometimes successful, but never without a struggle or violent political repercussions. On July 3, 1918, as Godino notes, the first industrial strike erupted in Venezuela, affecting not only workshops in Aero, but also transit workers of the British-owned Bolivar Railway Company Limited. Anarchists had an important role in this strike. Goddio writes. Along with Venezuelan militants, an Italian anarchist named Vincenzo Chiazzatti appeared, became one of the leaders, and organized, perhaps for the first time in Venezuela, a workers' group to repress strike breakers. A number of British workers participated in this group along with Venezuelans. The strikers were defeated, but they left their mark on the Venezuelan syndicalist movement. 41. Pierre Salinas argued that as a result of the repression unleashed in Spain in 1917, a number of Spanish anarchist workers arrived in Venezuela and disseminated their ideology there. And Quintero affirmed that those misguided but respectable anarcho-syndicalists and their ideas and tactics penetrated the bakers and railroad workers' guilds, and anarchist ideas were dominant in the underground oil workers' syndicate until 1931.42. These tendencies were reinforced by the presence of North American workers who were militants in the IWW. We might conjecture that had it not been for the unbending dictatorship of Gómez, so particularly protective of its own, and especially of foreign, interests, anarcho-syndicalism would have led the way to a central workers' organization in Venezuela following the conclusion of the First World War. The development of the oil industry in the 1920s further altered the composition of the Venezuelan working class in a society with more than a few feudal remnants. From abroad, specialized workers and technicians arrived. Peasants from throughout the country became oil laborers. In 1923 they numbered 5,000 and in 1929 more than 20,000. 43 In 1928 workers were quick to join a university student movement struggling for civil liberties and against the dictatorship, and they ramped up the number of strikes among bakers, dock and tram workers. Among the promoters of the university protest was Pío Tamayo, a Venezuelan writer with a long history of social struggle in Guatemala, Panama, Puerto Rico, and the United States, and whose Marxist ideology sprung from an initial inclination toward anarchism. Born in El Tokyo in 1889, Tamayo came to know a life of exile at an early age. In Costa Rica he directed the publication of ISPA, celebrated for its attacks against the dictator Gómez. 44 After his return he participated in the student movement of 1928, and during acts of protest held at the Teatro Municipal de Caracas, which included the coronation of a queen of students, read his postmodern poem Homenaje al Indio, and from that day on imprisoned in the Libertador de Porto Cabello Castle he languished until his death on October 15, 1935. Different political parties began to emerge after the death of Juan Vicente Gómez in 1935, who ruled for nearly 3 decades. Many of them were wide-ranging in their political orientation, although some pretended to be leftist and looked for their leaders among intellectuals of the petty bourgeoisie. Workers went directly into a struggle to remove all remnants of the Gómez machinery from the cabinet. And for a short while, the people came to power in various regions of the country. Workers and popular committees were formed. Though short-lived, a situation that may be called pre-revolutionary emerged and partly manifested itself in the formation of anti-Gómez civic guards. 45. In 1936 various unions formed, as well as the Asociación Nacional de Empleados and the Ligas Campesinas. But a weak class consciousness and the absence of militants representing a revolutionary syndicalism forestalled workers' direct action, and subordinated it to recently formed political parties to such a point that it became confused with the parties themselves. This subordination of unions to political parties, solidified in the 1940s and then again during the dictatorship of Pérez Jiménez in the 1950s, gave the Venezuelan workers' movement its characteristic handicap, and explains why even after 1935 there were no resistance societies of an anarcho-syndicalist or revolutionary syndicalist ideology. Rodolfo Quintero claims they failed to arise because the unions of an anarcho-syndicalist tendency, preoccupied with maintaining the particularity of the trades, did not make room for a unifying centralization of syndicates, federations, and confederations facilitating the total perception of the production process. 46 But on the contrary, anyone familiar with the history of the international workers' movement, it is enough to be familiar with the Spanish CNT or the Argentinian FORA, knows that at this time anarchists were not preoccupied with maintaining the particularity of the trades. Indeed, they had accepted a broad representation of industrial trades. If anyone had a total perception of the production process and acted in accord with that perception, it was the anarcho-syndicalists. The parceling of unions explains why those militant workers with a proclivity for anarchist ideology who could not accept the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat or the vertical organization of the Communist Party were instead active in parties like Acción Democrática, considered democratic socialist. Some of the most important worker leaders of that party during its early years, like Francisco Olivo, Pedro Bernardo Pérez Salinas, and Salom Mesa, were originally sympathetic to anarcho-syndicalism, nourished in good part by Spanish sources. 47 Their presence in Acción Democrática encouraged the warm reception that the party extended to many Spanish anarchists as they arrived in Venezuela after the triumph of Franco's fascism, and the genuine sympathy of some of the Spaniards for the party. More recently, some of the many libertarian militants exiled from the southern cone arrived in Venezuela, and engaged in various propaganda activities and diffusion of ideas, particularly in the university setting. 9. Panama and Central America. A. Panama. The construction of the Transisthmus Railroad from 1850 to 1855, the French planned to open a canal connecting the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans in 1880, and the canal's eventual construction by North Americans from 1904 to 1914 brought to Panama a mass of workers from Europe, Asia, and the Antilles. 1. From the viewpoint of the history of the workers' movement, those facts differentiate the Isthmus Republic, which gained its independence from Colombia in 1903, from its Central American neighbors. In the first construction phase under French control, some 20,000 workers arrived. The majority of them were from Spain, France, and Italy. In the second, North American, phase, some 40,000 workers arrived from Central America and especially from Jamaica and the Caribbean. Jorge Turner notes that these workers brought the seeds of class consciousness and anarcho-syndicalism to Panama. 2. Those who distinguished themselves most were libertarian workers from Spain, because of their organizational and combative capacities. 3. Already during the construction of the Transisthmus Railroad a number of strikes erupted seeking improvement in wages and working conditions, which were extraordinarily deplorable, causing sickness and death among workers. In 1895, during the French phase, strikes again erupted, some of them successful, and mostly led by European anarchists. The combative spirit anarchists brought to Panama's working class explains the fact that Article 5 of Law 72 prohibited entry to anarchists. 4. In 1905, during the North American phase, the governor of the Canal Zone, General George W. Davis, made a special effort to hinder all construction work by anarchist workers. Nonetheless, in 1907, 2,000 Spanish laborers struck for better wages, undoubtedly encouraged by anarchist co-nationals. There was no lack of violent episodes. At the fringes of the Federación Obrera, formed with the assistance of the liberal president Belisario Porras, anarchists organized among Panamanian workers, making a few converts, and in 1925 promoted a tenants' strike, just as Argentinian, Chilean, Brazilian, and Mexican anarchists had done. In 1924 a predominantly anarcho-syndicalist group founded the Sindicato General de Trabajadores, eventually gaining thousands of members. It was the first Panamanian Workers' Central. In the founding group were the Spaniards José María and Martín Blasques de Pedro, the Pole Sarah Gratz, and the Peruvian Esteban M. Pafletic, who later joined the Sandino forces. The Panamanians included anarchists and workers with various other ideologies, including the Marxists Eliseo Echeve and Domingo Turner, future founders of the Partido Comunista in 1930. Also participating was Diogenes de la Rosa, who would later be one of the leaders of the Partido Socialista, also founded in 1930. Among the workers who arrived from Europe in the early 20th century there were, curiously enough, a number of sterner individualists influenced by Nietzsche's philosophy who saw in syndicalism a potential enemy of their anarchist ideology. They formed several affinity groups that, according to Nettolo, numbered 20 in 1912. In 1911 the newspaper El Unico appeared in Cologne, self-identifying as an individualist publication. 6b. Costa Rica. In the first decade of the 20th century, a number of newspapers appeared in Costa Rica that to one degree or another expressed an anarchist ideology. Vladimir de la Cruz listed the following: La Aurora Social, Hoja Obrera, Orden Social, El Trabajo, El Amigo del Pueblo, Grito del Pueblo, La Lucha, El Derecho, and La Causa del Pueblo, whose style, de la Cruz writes, not only insinuated characteristics of libertarian discourse of the time, but also undeniably made reference to anarchist publications in other regions of Latin America, as well as to journals and weeklies published in Barcelona, and in the Spanish regions of Levante and Andalusia. 7. De la Cruz also discerned that the anarchist danger was already present in Costa Rica in the last few years of the 19th century, based on a warning given by Bishop Thiel in his sermon of December 25, 1892. Anarchist groups organized various demonstrations in San Jose after the 1909 assassination of Francisco Ferrer, just as they did in all other Latin American countries. Near the end of the same year, a Centro de Estudios Sociales Germinal was formed and adopted the red and black colors. Active in it were intellectuals like Omar Dengo, Joaquin Garcia Monge, Carmen Lira, and the worker leader Juan Rafael Lopez. 8 On January 15, 1911 the journal Renovation was launched. It had clear anarchist tendencies, and was led by the poet J. M. Zaledin. It published more than 70 issues, an unusual achievement. A while later in Santiago de Puriscal the French-language anarchist newspaper L'Émer appeared. Although not an anarchist paper, El Sol, published in Alajuela, frequently welcomed contributions with anarchist tendencies even until recent days. In San Jose around 1926 a group formed for the specific purpose of libertarian action. 9. We should recall that in 1914 Kropotkin wrote 2 letters to the Costa Rican chemist and anarchist Elias Jimenez Rojas explaining his position on the war that had just begun, a position that was not shared by the majority of anarchists and received the explicit rejection of figures like Malatesta, Rocker, Emma Goldman, Alexander Berkman, Sebastian Faure, Domla Nguyenhuis, Luigi Bertoni, and others. In those letters, Kropotkin elaborated on his anti-Prussian views. You understand that in similar circumstances every effort should be made to impede an imperial stranglehold on Europe. 10. The influence of anarcho-syndicalists on Costa Rican workers in the early 20th century is unquestionable. Rojas Bolanos writes. For example, in the 1905 strike by bakers seeking the 8-hour day several Spanish anarcho-syndicalists played leading roles, among them Juan Vera, who was exiled to Puerto Rico upon the success of anarchist action. And the national leaders of the strike movement were confined in the Alajuela prison. In 1913, under direction of the Centro de Estudios Sociales Germinal and several workers' unions, May Day was first celebrated in Costa Rica as the Día Internacional del Trabajo. Also, the Confederación General de Trabajadores was formed, exerting significant influence throughout the 1910s. 11. See El Salvador. The first Salvadorian syndicates to take up the workers' struggle and organize resistance societies were formed by anarchists, both national and foreign. The influence of Spanish, Mexican, and Panamanian anarcho-syndicalists is undeniable. Anarcho-syndicalist elements were predominant in the Unión Obrera Salvadoreña, founded in 1922, and in the Federación Regional de Trabajadores de El Salvador, founded in 1924 and led by Marxist militants after 1929.12. There was a Centro Sindical Libertario operating in the national capital, San Salvador, in 1930, it probably disappeared after the brutal repression of 1932. The very combative French anarchist Anselme Belagarrigue, who published El Anarquí Journal de l'Ordre in Paris in 1850, may have died in this country. but it is impossible to know whether Belagarrigue penned any articles or otherwise spread his ideas during his stay in El Salvador or his time as a teacher in Honduras. Nettolo mentions the literary journal Ritos, first published in San Salvador in 1908, as influenced by anarchist ideas. 13. De Guatemala. The publication Orientación Sindical began to appear in Guatemala after 1926. It called for direct union action outside political parties and sometimes in opposition to them. Communists promoted the founding of the Federación Regional Obrera de Guatemala and began publication of the newspaper Vanguardia Proletaria. But Spanish and Peruvian workers independently chose to join with Guatemalan workers and student groups to form the Comité Pro Acción Sindical, which embodied the ideas and purposes of anarcho-syndicalists. 14 The military dictatorship ended the Comité and all public manifestations of anarcho-syndicalism and revolutionary syndicalism in the country. 15. Honduras. In the last decade of the 19th century, mutual aid societies formed in Honduras, such as La Democracia, founded in 1890. During the first decade of the 20th century, workers in mines and banana farms began to organize with the purpose of social struggle and defense. In March 1909, workers at the North American-owned Rosario Mining Company struck and were brutally and bloodily repressed. 16 In July 1916, workers at the Cayamal Fruit Company also struck, and some 400 were jailed in the Castillo de Omoa. 17 Foreign anarcho-syndicalists almost certainly participated in these early strikes as well as in the organization of the first resistance societies among miners and banana farm workers, though assigning precise dates is not always easy. F. Nicaragua. The Federación Obrera Nicaraguans was founded in 1918 with the assistance of several workers' mutual societies like Sociedad Central de Obreros, Sociedad Unión Zapateros, Unión de Panaderos, Unión de Sastres in Leon, and others in Chinandega, Granada, and Managua. 18 Individuals from the traditional political parties, that is, conservative and liberal, had always been in charge of the mutualist and artisanal unions. Militant workers then formed the Grupo Socialista. In the May 24, 1924 issue of their newspaper El Socialista, they denounced manipulation by intellectuals who attempted to use the new Federación to gain political posts. The Grupo was made up of workers like Leonardo Velázquez, Alejandro González Aragon, Victor M. Valadares, and the poet Apolinio Palacio. 19 While they were militant and rebelled against political intrigues, like those by the poet Salomon de la Selva, we cannot infer from their anti-political position an anarchist or revolutionary syndicalist attitude. They were ultimately reformists or social democrats. Although Leon memorialized the Federación Obrera Nicaraguans on May Day with the battle cries "Long live the martyrs of labor," and "Long live the social revolution," it is important to recall that he first sought the approval of employers for their laborers to join in. 20 Salomon de la Selva did all he could to annex the Federación Obrera Nicaraguans to the Confederación Obrera Panamericana, organized by the American Federation of Labor. Professor Sofania Salvatierra, while critical of a relationship with Yankee unionism, never went beyond mutualist solidarity and liberal nationalism, and opposed all forms of revolutionary internationalism. 21. Thus we cannot say that there were anarcho-syndicalist worker associations in Nicaragua, although it is quite possible that foreign libertarians, Spaniards and Mexicans, among others, were active in the most important stevedore strikes in Corinto in 1919. And we cannot forget Sandino's great sympathy for Latin American anarchism. He felt much closer to it than to Marxist-Leninism, and even chose the anarchists' red and black colors for his own flag. 10 The Antilles and Cuba. A. Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico was a Spanish colony until 1898 and from that year on a colony of the United States. Anarchist ideas did not have as much resonance there as in Cuba. But we may reasonably assume that peninsular militants arrived in Puerto Rico in the 1880s and began the tasks of agitation and propaganda. It is certain that the first artisanal organizations to emerge in the liberal period between 1868 and 1873 were casinos, mutual aid societies, and production cooperatives that counted on the goodwill of authorities and even the auspices of the propertied class. 1. The monetary crisis of 1894 to 1895 and the subsequent devaluation that led to price increases triggered a series of strikes and mass protest movements. Spanish anarchists working in the island were quite likely active in these, for in 1898, when the island was already under North American control, they and some socialists founded the Federación Regional de los Trabajadores, modeled on the Federación Regional Española led by anarcho-syndicalist groups. Its program aimed to eliminate the exploitation of men and women, and to achieve the total emancipation of the proletariat. 2. Embracing internationalism, anarchists and socialists in the Federación condemned the nationalism of the propertied classes and sought an egalitarian society and a world without borders. They refused to get involved in colonial haggling and considered the social question as independent of the national question. 3. Their fight against emerging capitalism led them to adopt an anti-Yankee attitude, and North American became synonymous with capitalist as well as with governmental, political, and military force. This helps to explain a kind of mixing of libertarian ideas and nationalism found in other parts of the Caribbean as well. On June 18, 1899, the anarchist opposition to political parties, elections, and parliamentarism led many defenders of syndicalist autonomy to leave the Federación Regional. Rosendo Rivera Garcia, as its president, was open to the support of the Partido Republicano and to form a Federación Libre loyal to the principles of the First International. Yet, in September 1901, this group affiliated itself with the conservative and anti-socialist American Federation of Labor, a contradiction that its leaders, Ramon Romero Sosa and Santiago Iglesias, attempted to explain by alleging a necessity to survive in a hostile economic environment. 4. Anarchists continued their activities in Puerto Rico in spite of the fact that they were not able to achieve a dominant position in the workers' movement, as they had successfully done in other Latin American countries. Nettolo has mentioned the newspaper Voz Humana Incogs in 1905 and 1906.5. Vinas writes the following about anarchist literary production in Puerto Rico. If Manuel Zeno Gandia wanted to use his pen as a social coterie by writing the series of novels titled Crónicas de un Mundo Enfermo, particularly La Charca, 1894, and Garjuna, 1896, and if Mariano Abril sought to survey revolutionary tendencies of his time in El Socialismo Moderno, other writers like José Elias Levis with his Estercolro and Ramón Julia Marin with La Gleba traced the literary space that around 1900 not only surrounded but also sustained a specifically anarchist nucleus. It was a nucleus that was being gradually defined by the permanent influence of Spanish libertarianism. In the course of the Madrid Restoration, that nucleus refined its activities by denouncing the conservatives from Canovas del Castillo and the liberals from Sagasta, and after North American possession of the island it was characterized by the hard questioning of North American imperialism, a constant reality that moved Puerto Rican libertarians close to IWW militants. Luis Bonifaz can be considered one of the most active individuals given his libertarian sympathies, his camaraderie with the ideas of Rubén Darío, and his journalistic activities which culminated in the founding of La Campana, launched in 1898 and publishing articles by European collaborators like Malatesta, Terrada del Marmol, Sebastian Faure, and other anarchists who advanced major theoretical guidelines for that political movement. 6. B. Dominican Republic. There is no doubt that anarchist propaganda activities were underway in the Dominican Republic in the last 2 decades of the 19th century thanks to Spanish immigrant laborers. Mutualist associations of artisans emerged during that time, among them La Alianza Sabina in 1884 and the Sociedad Artesanal Hijos del Pueblo in 1890. The first union association seems to have been the Unión de Panaderos de Santo Domingo, founded in 1897. The first strikes also erupted during this period, led by bakers, cobblers, and bricklayers protesting in the Colón Park against their respective employers. And railroad workers constructing the Puerto Plata, Santiago line went on strike in 1896.7. It is very likely that anarchist workers promoted these first strikes, even in the absence of a syndicalist organization. On May 15, 1920 the Primer Congreso de Trabajadores Dominicanos convened in Santo Domingo, and from it emerged the Confederación Dominicana del Trabajo. It sought the 8-hour workday, the right to strike, a salary schedule, and profit sharing, and demanded an end to North American occupation. 8 The Federación Local del Trabajo de Santo Domingo was founded in the 1920s by 31 unions and the Union Regional de Obreros del Este. 9 In January 1946 a strike broke out that included all sugar plantations in La Romana and San Pedro de Macorís, with the participation of several Spanish anarchists who had arrived in recent years after the defeat of the Republic. They missed no opportunity to spread their ideas, and many of them would later travel to Mexico and other Latin American countries. Among them was Dr. Pedro Valentin, whom José Valladolid called a singular anarchist combining Bakunin and Saint Francis of Assisi. 10 years earlier, the German physician Dr. Goldberg, founder of an anarchist colony in Berlin, had arrived in the Dominican Republic. Fleeing the barbarities of National Socialism, he traveled first to Corsica and then settled with his family in a rural jungle region of the Republic. 12 See Martinique, Guadeloupe, and Haiti. A section of the International was already established in Martinique by 1895, with Proudhonians comprising the largest group within it. In a report by the General Council of the Lausanne Congress in 1867, we learn that by 1866 a branch of the International was at work on the island of Guadeloupe, though it had stopped paying dues. 13 Socialism appeared in Haiti in the 1930s in the midst of a nationalist, ideological, and political struggle against North American domination. 14 The Parti Communiste Haitien, founded in 1934, broke away from bourgeois nationalism and the old black nationalism of the 19th century, and was able to link anti-imperialism with the struggle between classes. 15 It is difficult to establish whether there were any anarchist groups either before or after that period, although the influence of French culture likely disseminated the ideas of Proudhon and the anarcho-syndicalists of the Confédération Générale du Travail. This country, which was the first colony to see the emancipation of slaves, 2 years after the first Black Slave Rebellion broke out on August 23, 1791, and the first Latin American country to gain independence, in 1804 had also suffered the longest and most constant dictatorships, culminating in our own time with Duvalierism, nothing short of an underdeveloped fascism. 16 Under such conditions a libertarian movement could hardly develop, even in a place that sustained among so many individuals strong sentiments of rebellion and hatred of tyranny. Cuba. The last of Spain's American colonies, Cuba was more closely aligned with the cultural and political life of the peninsula than any other Hispano-American country. The influence of Spanish utopian socialism was felt on the island in the first half of the 19th century, and the influence of anarchism in the second half. Rama writes, in all of Spanish-speaking America texts circulated during the 19th century attacking, criticizing, or excommunicating utopian socialism from the viewpoint of peninsular Catholicism, one of the bastions of clerical orthodoxy. 17 examples of such writings are the 1844 articles by the philosopher Jaime Boms published in the newspaper La Sociedad in Barcelona, and the famous 1850 Ensayo sobre el Catolicismo, El Liberalismo y el Socialismo by Donoso Cortés. Although publications such as these were reprinted and received substantial commentary in all of Latin America and particularly in Cuba, they could not hold back the rising tide of utopian socialism on the island. Ramón de la Sagra was born in Coruna in 1798 and arrived in Havana in 1823. He was a sociologist, agronomist, economist, geologist, botanist, mathematician, and statistician, whom Manuel Casas called a living encyclopedia. In Havana he taught mineralogy, served as director of the Jardín Botánico, founded the Annales de Ciencias, Agricultura, Comercio y Arts in 1827, and wrote a number of books on diverse subjects. After traveling through the United States and Europe, he was elected several times to the Spanish Parliament. He began his study of Proudhon in 1840, and after incessant literary activity put his science to the service of socialism. In his 1919 Un Ideologo de 1850, Azarin said of de la Sagra that he looked to science as an ideal for humanity, as a way of socializing it. 18 His interest in Cuba and Latin America was steadfast throughout his long life. Between 1844 and 1850, he published in Paris the monumental 13-volume work titled Historia Física, Política y Natural de la Isla de Cuba. He was the most original of Spanish utopian socialists. Manuel Núñez de Arenas opined that it was more apt to call him a social reformer. 19 And more recently Antonio Elorza said he was more of a utopian socialist than a socialist utopian. 20 In his work he acknowledged the influence of the Saint-Simonianism of Constantine Pecker. In 1848 de la Sagra collaborated with Proudhon, and in 1849 published El Banco del Pueblo, in which he explained the meaning and origin of that Proudhonian institution. Earlier, in 1845, he had founded a newspaper in Santiago de Compostela presenting certain ideas of Proudhon. 21 Nonetheless, it seems a bit inaccurate to consider him the first Spanish anarchist, as Nettolo does. 22 When one takes into account his rejection of the Workers' Association as the basis for social struggle, his search for a religious justification for future society. 23 And the fact that little by little, under the influence of Baron Collins, he tended towards neoconservative ideas. 2. The point that in 1858 he totally condemned Spanish socialism in the pages of the absolutist newspaper La Esperanza. 24. Tobacco workers held Cuba's first significant strike in Havana in 1866, and in that same year Saturnino Martinez launched La Aurora, the first proletarian newspaper in Cuba. 25 As early as the crisis of 1857 mutual aid societies had formed, particularly among workers in the tobacco industry and the slaughterhouses. By 1860 they were organized along class lines, and through the efforts of Saturnino Martinez the Asociación de Tabaqueros was formed in 1866.26. In a letter dated June 23, 1873, the Mallorquin worker Francisco Tomás wrote that the Federación Regional Española had no information on unions in Cuba, but by 1881 they were common. 27. Generally speaking, the first workers to organize into resistance societies and syndicates were Spaniards working in the tobacco industry. Their ideology was undoubtedly anarchist or had affinity to some form of revolutionary syndicalism. José Rivero Muniz notes that at this time socialist doctrine seemed secondary while priority was given to anarchist doctrines. He adds, "No one speaks about Marx or Engels, and even less of Owen, Fourier, and other precursors of socialism. Instead, the names of Bakunin, Malatesta, Kropotkin, Reclus, and Anselmo Lorenzo are not unknown among Cuban and Spanish workers in the tobacco factories, where their work is read and interpreted on a daily basis." 28. Annie Rottenstein says that Saturnino Martinez initiated those readings. Yet after the first anarchist groups formed around 1880, they waged a fight in the pages of the newspaper El Obrero against Martinez's reformism, a reformism that, in the words of Enrique Roig San Martin, tied workers to the feet of capital. 29 Roig San Martin launched the anarchist newspaper El Productor in Havana in 1887, at the same time as its namesake in Barcelona was first published, and continued publication after 1890 in Guanabaco. 30 Like Carlos Cafiero and other anarchists, Roig San Martin read and commented on Marx's Capital, but unlike Fabio Grobert he cannot be considered an anarchist on the way to Marxism. The Círculo de Trabajadores was founded in 1855, and 2 years later a Congreso Obrero local convened in Havana with 74 delegates in attendance from throughout the island. 31 Anarcho-syndicalist influence is quite clear. PLA writes, after lengthy and intense discussions, the Congress agreed to fight for the 8-hour workday through a general strike, to organize workers from each region of the island into sections by trade or profession, to form associations by sections, and to unite them into the Federación de Trabajadores de Cuba. Following anarchist principles, they agreed that each section would have the broadest possible autonomy. There was evidence of the growing maturity of the proletariat in its direct confrontation with racial discrimination, and the adoption of principles against that great evil. 32. The Catalan typographer Pedro Esteve arrived in Cuba in 1893, and in 1898 the prominent journalist Palmiro de Lidia. The former was one of the best-known Spanish-speaking militant anarchists in the United States, and in 1899 the latter began publishing the newspaper El Nuevo Ideal. In February 1900 Malatesta arrived in Cuba from his propaganda tour of the United States, by Lydia's invitation. On May 1, Malatesta gave a lecture in Havana titled Libertad y Civilización, and several days later, harassed by authorities of the Yankee intervention, sailed to New York and then on to London. Plasencia Moro writes. On May Day 1890 more than 3,000 workers marched from Campo de Marte to the skating ring in the center of Havana. More than 15 orators spoke on behalf of the 8-hour workday, and denounced the miserable and abusive conditions suffered by workers. The necessity of unity and solidarity among workers was repeatedly emphasized. Anarchist ideas were not lacking, particularly among the principal organizers. It is important to note that in the speeches racism was condemned and equality of rights for blacks and whites was declared. 33. Strikes proliferated in the 1890s, repression increased, El Productor was shuttered and its anarchist editors jailed. In 1892 police raided the Círculo de Trabajadores and closed the Junta Central de Trabajadores. In 1893 anarchists founded the Sociedad General de Trabajadores, and in 1896 led a great strike in the port of Havana. During the Second War for Independence, anarchist workers supported Máximo Gómez with more enthusiasm than any other group, as Victor Alba notes. Enrique Messonier, an anarchist with a long history of activism in Cuba, collected funds for the war. José Martí himself more than once showed his sympathy with anarchists and his affinity for the ideas they represented. Numerous anarchist newspapers were published in Cuba between 1890 and 1905, like El Socialismo, El Trabajo, Hijos del Mundo, La Alarma, Germinal, and more in Havana, El Productor in Guanabaco, and El Trabajo in Puerto Príncipe. Archivo Social was also founded in Havana in 1894, publishing a number of short literary and sociological pieces of a libertarian bent, along with La Defensa, a publication by tobacco rollers, most of whom were anarchists. 34 Later, between 1905 and 1914, El Libertario, La Batalla, and Via Libre were launched in Havana, and In Regla Rebelión was first published, taking the place of Seminario Anarquista. 35. It is important at this point to be clear about the contribution of various anarchists to the struggle for Cuban independence. In Guangara Libertaria, Frank Fernandez writes. Anarchists in exile joined Martí in forming leagues and clubs, and after the Accords of 1892 Martí himself made them the base for founding the Partido Revolucionario Cubano. This was not a political party in the sense of traditional electoral politics, but a revolutionary party, as its name declares, that would assemble the largest number of combatants to wage war in Cuba. Martí also formed another type of party influenced by close collaborators or as a concession to anarchists, who were humble men and workers. His vision was clear: organize active and honest elements to wage a courageous and brief war. Those elements did not represent the class or economic interests of any group, as had been the case in the Guerra de los 10 Años. Instead, they represented the poorest and most popular elements, the dispossessed, racially and socially marginalized and discriminated, blacks, laborers, peasants, and others. 36. Leaders in Martí's party were not the ones to provide necessary funds, it was rather the base itself that did so. Moreover, it was a decentralized party formed by diverse interests with a common goal, namely, the creation of a republic in which the colonial authoritarian spirit and bureaucratic structure were absent. Martí sought the participation of a wide range of groups of Cubans in exile, and among them were the anarchists. Relations between Martí and the anarchists were cordial, and anarchists joined the cause with great enthusiasm. On August 1892 Martí wrote to Serafín Bello that the letter from Messonier is quite worthy and he wishes to say some words about it. Meissonier, a prominent Cuban anarchist, informed Martí in this letter about events in the Congress of 1892. Later, in May 1894, Martí again referred to the anarchist Meissonier in the pages of Patria, published in exile. He said, "Cuba has orators and men for this period who are robust and vibrant like a stone, and like the sun, justice shines through them, they are cautious and deliberate as they edify. Enrique Meissonier is one of them." Later in a letter to him, Martí wrote, "My friend Meissonier, nothing confuses or distracts me, we shall establish a house of love." Martí referred to José Joaquim Izaguirre, founder of the anarchist club Enrique Roig San Martín, as one with the evangelist's fire who enthuses everyone. And in speaking about that anarchist club, he said, "In the club Enrique Roig the Cuban soul vibrates and groans in pain for man." Martí considered the anarchist Ramón Rivero y Rivero, among the founders of the PRC, as a friend and referred to him as having a pure heart, rich and fervent, and cautious reason. In 1894 exiled Cuban anarchists founded the Club Fermín Salvochea, named after the Andalusian anarchists sympathetic to Martí's cause of independence, and the newspapers El Esclavo in Tampa and El Despota in Brooklyn. A fact maliciously hidden by historians is that Pedro Esteve and Malatesta would often speak on behalf of independence in their oratory to Cuban workers in the United States. Other Cuban anarchists who participated in the PRC were Ramón Santana, Teodoro Pérez, Juan de Dios Barrios, Francisco María González, Ángel Pérez, Gualterio García, José Dolores Pollo, Pablo Russo, Pastor C. Gaeta, Luis M. Ruiz, García Purin, González Acosta, and Ambrosio Borges. Carlos Benigno Bailino, an anarchist at the time but later a Marxist, was also part of the Independence Party aligned with and friends of Martí. In 1889 he founded La Tribuna del Trabajo, whose articles were sometimes reprinted in Roig San Martín's El Productor. In a speech he gave on October 10, 1892 he tried to show how anarchism is compatible with the ideal of national independence, citing Dyer D. Lum, an anarchist, friend and confidant of Parsons, the German anarchist Justus H. Schwab, and Esteve. Moreover, he appealed to the activities of Bakunin and de Fanelli, both of whom fought for Polish independence. A few days later, on November 7, Martí reprinted the speech in Patria. In August 1893, when owners of tobacco industries in Tampa and Key West tried to lower wages, workers went on strike, led by anarchists. In collaboration with Spanish colonial authorities, owners brought scabs from Cuba. The PRC then hired Horatio Rubens, a friend of Martí, who successfully defended the strikers from the illegal actions of the owners. In August and September 1899 bricklayers waged the first general strike for the 8-hour workday, inspired and promoted mostly by anarchists. It was unsuccessful, and met with violent repression from the Yankee military government. Apprentices led another important strike, seeking to end discrimination against young Cuban men wishing to work in the tobacco industry. During the Second North American Intervention, between 1906 and 1909, there were 28 strikes. All of them were repressed and nearly all were unsuccessful. 37. In 1902 Abelardo Saavedra and Francisco Sola launched the newspaper Tierra, which in 1904 promoted a boycott of imported meat from Argentina, calling it a South American Russia where anarchists are persecuted and exiled. 38 Adrian del Valle 39 founded the newspaper El Nuevo Ideal in 1899, and also wrote an essay on Kropotkin, later published in Buenos Aires in 1925, which offered many important insights. According to Netelo. 40 Although living in Europe, the Cuban Terreta del Marmol was at this time one of the most prominent libertarian thinkers and proposed an anarchism without adjectives, above the disagreements among communists, collectivists and individualists that divided the international movement. In French he published Les Inquisiteurs d'Espagny in 1897.41. Tobacco workers from Tampa and Key West whose intellectual guides were Ramon Rivero y Rivero, Ambrosio Borges, José Rivas, and Enrique Messoni formed the Liga General de Trabajadores Cubanos in 1899 during the bricklayers' strike. They began to publish alerta and issued a declaration of principles proposing, among other things, the complete equality of Cuban and foreign workers on the island. 42. An anarchist with significant political influence in Cuba during the early 20th century was the Italian Orestes Ferrara. Named to the post of Secretary of the Civil Government in Santa Clara by General José Miguel Gómez, a position that led to a number of conflicts with North Americans and personally challenged many of their functionaries, from Lieutenant Cordell Hull to Proconsul Wood. In 1901 he served as interim governor of Santa Clara Province and, moved by the misery of the peasants and the abysmal inequality between laborers and landowners, workers and capitalists, he proposed a solution, albeit a provisional and partial one. "We must redeem Cuba by increasing wages, whatever the costs," he wrote in his Memorias. Consequently, I led a movement to do so. Landowners in Cienfuegos went along, while those from Sagua La Grande did not, and Ferrara then decided to turn to agitation. Fernandez writes. Thus, Ferrara the anarchist, interim governor of the province, colonel in the liberating army, backed by troops and the people, armed with ideas and rifles, becomes an agitator in the best of Bakunin style in defense of oppressed workers and hungry peasants, and against the wealthy Spanish store owners and industrialists, and foreign-owned railroads. Workers declared a strike and Ferrara joined them in solidarity. It created an abstract impressionistic portrait with profound contradictions and complications that is typical of an unjust society bequeathed by colonialism and maintained by an interventionist government. It displayed for us the social situation of the period. 43. Naturally, Proconsul Wood could not tolerate this situation and Ferrara, accused by the North Americans of being a professional agitator and anarchist, perhaps should have left Cuba. 44. Anarchists were among the very few with the courage to protest the Platt Amendment imposed on Cuba in 1901, speaking out through their newspapers Tierra and Alerta. But Estrada Palma and the functionaries of the nascent republic did not hesitate to violently repress strikes, workers' movements, and libertarian propaganda activities. In the above-mentioned strike by apprentices on November 24 and 25, 1902, rural guards left 2 dead and dozens wounded among the striking workers. At the same time, and for the first time in the history of Cuba, anarchists succeeded in organizing rural workers into the Federación Obrera Local de Villa Clara. In no time they organized strikes in the sugar industries, and soon enough they had their first martyrs, Casenas and Amado Montero in 1903, but not without shutting down the Caracas Sugar Central, the largest in the country. 3 strikers were killed a month later in the tobacco pickers' strike in Yaguaje, and the Cuban Hipólito Rojas and the Spaniard Antonio Sendin were strangled to death in the strike at the Narcissus Central. 45. Tobacco workers stayed on strike from February 20 to July 20, 1907 and demanded that their wages be paid in United States dollars, given the devaluation of the Spanish peseta. 46 that year and the next saw strikes by railroad workers, organized by anarchists of the Comite Federativo, and again by tobacco workers, among others. During the presidency of José Miguel Gómez between 1909 and 1913, strikes proliferated as the weight of North American capitalism was increasingly felt. Anarchists led the majority of those strikes, seeking higher wages, the 8-hour workday, and improved work conditions. In 1911 sewage workers went on strike and in 1912 sugar mill workers in Orient, and both were brutally repressed by Gerardo Machado, then Secretary of Government and future President. According to Plasencia Moro, the escalation in strike activity, the spread of struggles in the sugar industry, the development of a spirit of solidarity among workers, and the growing experience of the proletariat led to the strengthening of government repression and the use of anti-labor methods. Among the latter, the most outstanding were the expulsion of foreign workers and the use of scabs. 47. It was the same anti-labor methods employed in Argentina and Brazil. The conservative government of General Mario Garcia Menocal, like many other Latin American governments, took a demagogic form and aimed to break the combative spirit of workers, creating the Asociación Cubana para la Protección Legal del Trabajo, naming to its vice-presidential spot the reformist leader Pedro Roca, and convening a Congreso Obrero. Plasencia Moro wrote, "This Congress was opposed by anarcho-syndicalists, due to its official character." 48. When the First World War broke out, tobacco factories were shuttered, thousands of workers were left unemployed, and a committee formed by anarchists organized a hunger strike. At the same time, inflation hit 100%, wages barely rose in relation, basic goods became scarce, and on the pretext of a state of war the working class was more closely watched and severely repressed than before. 49. Strikes were waged in all parts of the country, with anarchists among the leaders. They were struggling for wages, for lower prices on basic goods, to stop the importation of workers receiving hunger wages from the neighboring Antilles, and against military conscription. Between 1917 and 1920 more than 220 strikes broke out. Again, Plasencia Moro. In 1917 anarcho-syndicalists predominated in workers' organizations, whose leaders supported that ideology. Alfredo Lopez, an anarchist leader of typographical workers, stood out as a fighter for the organization and unity of workers, and played an important role in the constitution of the Sindicato General de Obreros de la Industria Fabril. The Sindicato had broken away from the old and ineffective union structure that prevented close ties among workers in the same union and weakened them vis-a-vis management. Anarchists dominated the workers' movement during this period. But Alejandro Barrero, leader of cigar rollers and an active militant with Carlos Baleno in 1918, and José Pina Villeboa, leader of the Painters Union, gradually rose to prominence in the Agrupación Socialista de la Habana. 50. In February 1915 Fernando Iglesias organized sugar workers in Cruces to strike for the 8-hour workday and a 25% wage increase. It was unsuccessful due to Iglesias's incarceration. But soon enough other strikes erupted in sugar mills. In particular, one at the Soledad Central owned by the North American company Guantanamo Sugar demanded an end to vouchers as a form of pay. It was violently repressed by the Yankee consul employing bands of gangsters. Plasencia Moro again provides valuable commentary. Menocal sought to justify the repression through a campaign in the bourgeois press denouncing the presence of an anarchist conspiracy against public peace. Thus he was able to explain in 1915 the imprisonment and deportation of Spanish workers accused of being anarchists. At the same time, the anarchist press was outlawed, and police and army intensified the persecution and repression of workers' activities. 51. Alfredo Lopez, previously mentioned, was a member of the Asociación de Tipógrafos de la Habana, one of the most active unions. Frank Fernandez says the following about him. He was a man of proletarian extraction, born in the early 1890s in Camagüey. From his youth he was an organizer and militant for the anarcho-syndicalist cause, a true leader of the Cuban working class, remembered today as a precursor of the libertarian syndicalism of the 20th century. In 1919 he was persecuted by Menocal's repression when labor unrest in Havana reached a crisis. 52. Lopez and other Cuban anarchists supported the October Revolution 53 as did many Latin American anarchists. But after the suppression of workers' councils and the installation of democratic centralism, after Kronstadt and the killing of Makhno's Ukrainian guerrillas, they came to recognize that revolution had nothing to do with libertarian socialism. Tobacco rollers from Havana and Pina del Rio convened a Congreso Obrero Nacional with 120 delegates in attendance between April 14 and 16, 1920. Among other accomplishments, this Congress resolved to hold a meeting for the purpose of forming a national workers' federation. That meeting took place on November 26, 1920 with 18 syndicates participating. A preliminary draft of regulations presented by the Federación Obrera Local was approved and sent to all syndicates in the country for discussion and eventual approval. On April 29, 1922 the Federación Obrera de la Habana was formed, comprising 21 unions. Its first Secretary-General was the anarchist Alfredo López, and its first Secretary of Finances the anarchist Alejandro Barrero. In December of 1924, Alfredo López convened a meeting to promote the efforts to found the Confederación Nacional Obrera de Cuba. Later a successor assembly met in Cienfuegos in February 1925, with 105 delegates representing 75 unions. Among these delegates were Alfredo López, Barrero, Penique, Antes, Garcia, V. Rodriguez, Rafael Serra, Manuel Deza, Emilio Rodriguez, J. Villasuso, M. Landrove, and José Rivero Muniz, all or most of them anarchists. It was agreed that in accordance with the principles of anarcho-syndicalism the future Confederación would not be a political party or participate in electoral contests. 54 Alba claims that anarcho-syndicalists controlled the Confederación Nacional Obrera de Cuba from 1929 to 1935. 55 By 1930, however, near the end of Machado's government, communists were already in control of the Confederación, though not of the FA. At the preliminary assembly in Cienfuegos there were a number of syndicates that were influenced by anarcho-syndicalism but were really reformist, like the Hermandad Ferroviaria, and a few that tended towards Marxism. Still, anarcho-syndicalists were in the majority among the representatives from all trades in Cuba that convened between August 2 and 7, 1925 at the Victoria de Camagüey Club to determine the definitive constitution of the Confederación Nacional Obrera. There were 160 delegates representing 82 unions. Later 46 more would be added for a total of 128 organizations. Among the anarchists whose militancy stood out, in addition to Alfredo López, the following deserve mention: Pascual Núñez, Bienvenido Rego, Nicanor Tomás, José M. Gavin, Domingo Rosado Rojas, Florentino Pascual, Luis Trujillo, Paulino Díaz, Venancio Rodriguez, Rafael Serra, Enrique Varona, and a delegate representing anarchist working women, Juana Maria Acosta. This Third Congress with delegates representing more than 200,000 workers from throughout the island approved a series of accords, adopted a declaration of principles, rejected electoral and political struggle, and confirmed Alfredo López as Secretary-General of the Confederación Nacional Obrera de Cuba, officially established in Camagüey on August 6, 1925. 56 The maturity of the Cuban working class movement was reflected in the anti-political positions adopted by this Congress. 10 days after the founding of the Confederación Nacional Obrera de Cuba, a shaky assembly comprising 17 delegates convened to found the Partido Comunista de Cuba. Its founding members were, as Fabio Grobert put it, Marxists at heart. But because they had shared an anarchist ideology for many years, they still manifested that critical nonconformity that distinguishes anarchists from Marxists, and which Marx himself had considered the most valuable quality in a socialist. Thus it was not until 1936 that the Partido Comunista was able to adopt a program. 57. The government of Gerardo Machado took office in 1925. Like many other governments in Latin America, Machado's was characterized by repression of workers and defense of North American interests. The Confederación Nacional, the Federación Obrera de la Habana, and their anarcho-syndicalist leaders were fiercely persecuted. Enrique Varona and Alfredo López, two of the most active and combative militants, were assassinated, many others were imprisoned or fled the island. Marxists exploited this situation by grabbing up various posts in the Confederación, and some 5 years later, through the efforts of Rubén Martínez Villena and others, they exerted a significant influence on workers' organizations, but without totally displacing the anarcho-syndicalists. As a consequence of the economic crisis, in 1931 Cuba experienced very high unemployment and significant social stress affecting all social classes, particularly the working class. Strikes broke out. On January 29, 1931 one of the bastions of anarcho-syndicalism, the Sindicato de Viveristas declared a strike protesting the exhausting workday imposed by their bosses and resorted to direct action as the unique weapon of proletarian struggle. 58 The strike, supported by FA, lasted more than 7 months, and was the first one to challenge Machado's threat that no strike would last more than 24 hours. 59. On March 5, 1930, in Santiago de Cuba, a fistfight broke out between students and young anarchists, ending with the torture and death of one of them, Alfredo Rodriguez, a young Spaniard. Fidel Miro, a member of the libertarian group that met at the Café La Naviola and later active in the Joventudes Libertarias de Barcelona, was able to escape to Jamaica. 60 An important strike was declared on July 30, 1931 by the Gremio de Conductores y Motoristas de la Havana Electric when the company sought to reduce salaries. The struggle paralyzed urban transportation for 1.5 months. Anarcho-syndicalists led the strike, and many of them were imprisoned, including Ramón Pérez Anglada, Manuel Fonteboa, and Graciano López. 61 A spontaneous and leaderless local strike at the end of July 1933 that turned into a general strike marked the beginning of the end of Machado's dictatorship. Allying with the dictator, communists tried to end the strike on August 7, while anarchists encouraged and participated in it from the start. In collaboration with Colonel Caballero, the military governor, communists put up flyers throughout the city appealing to workers to return to their jobs. Fortunately, the appeal failed, and so too did the meeting they convened on August 9 at the Artística Gallega for the purpose of explaining their counter-revolutionary position. Working underground, anarchists of the Federaciones Habaneras denounced these efforts by communists in a primer manifesto. By August 12, communist efforts had totally failed. The editorial collective of Guangara Libertaria wrote. Rewriting this history years later and charging them with adventurism, communists excommunicated César Villar and his gang. But it is doubtful that at this dramatic moment Villar and his gang could have acted on their own without the consent of the Central Committee, as was and is the communists' sacred rule. Even if most historians ignore or try to silence it, the valor and resolve of the anarchists was one of the most important factors of that revolutionary day of August 12, 1933-62. Confronted by opposition from political parties, from students, workers, and the people, Machado found himself obliged to resign. Sumner Welles, the North American envoy and personal representative of President Roosevelt, assumed the power of Grand Elector and appointed Carlos Manuel Céspedes president of Cuba. His presidency lasted 21 days. The Directorio Estudiantil, the radicals of the ABC, army sergeants headed by Fulgencio Batista, and Sergio Carbo's newspaper La Semana all rejected the decision by the Yankee arbitrator. On September 4, Céspedes found himself forced to leave. In his place a government referred to as the Pentarquia was installed, comprising 5 members, including Dr. Grau San Martin. One of the first actions by that government was to denounce the Platt Amendment. 63. On August 28, 1933 the Federación de Grupos Anarquistas de Cuba published a manifesto addressed to all workers in the country, reaffirming its radical opposition to Machado, and condemning the attitude of communists in recent events, especially in the general strike against the dictatorship. It accused leaders of the Partido Comunista and the Congreso Nacional de Obreros Cubanos of complicity with the Butcher of Las Villas, as Machado was known. They had committed themselves to the dictator in exchange for concessions, e.g., recognition of the Partido Comunista and the Defensa Obrera Internacional, and encouraged strikers to return to work, re-establishing mass transportation. César Villar, Vicente Álvarez Rubio, Joaquín Fa, Francisco González, Jesus Vázquez, and Pedro Burgess y Ordoquy were singled out. In spite of the fact that the Comite Central with some vested interest nervously harangued the mass of striking workers to return to work, the authoritarian and repulsive speeches by Villar, Ordoquy, and other workers were rejected and happily disregarded. 64 At the December 1933 Fourth Congress of the Confederación Nacional Obrera, communists prevailed over anarcho-syndicalists and a Trotskyist minority. They also appointed César Villar Secretary-General and affiliated with the Internacional Sindical and the Confederación Sindical Latinoamericana. On March 1935, Cuban anarchists participated in the general strike held against the new dictatorship of Batista and Mendieta. The Partido Comunista and the Confederación Nacional Obrera, under the former's control, opposed the action. The strike was crushed by armed forces, a state of war was declared, unions were shuttered, university autonomy was cancelled, and thousands of educators and workers were jailed. When fascist militants rose up in Spain against the Republic, many Cuban anarchists joined the fighting ranks of the CNTFAI, together with comrades from Argentina, Uruguay, and Mexico. In January 1939, the Partido Comunista founded the Confederación de Trabajadores de Cuba and assigned its presidency to Lázaro Pina. Undoubtedly there were anarcho-syndicalists in it. Even though communists were in control from its inception, anarcho-syndicalists were still in the majority in several unions, such as the Food Workers Union from Santiago. Anarchists organized in the Movimiento Libertario Cubano fought alongside other socialists and Democrats against the dictatorship of Fulgencio Batista 65 and elaborated a program of self-managed agrarian reform, total municipal autonomy, and industrialization through workers' associations. In June 1960, under the new Castro regime, the Agrupación Sindicalista Libertaria warned of the danger that the revolution would head in the wrong direction, and affirmed that it belonged to no one in particular but to the people in general. Moreover, giving clear articulation to the anarchist position against the Marxist-Leninism of the new government, it declared, "We shall support, as we have until now, all revolutionary means that resolve the ancient evils that we face, but we shall also fight tirelessly against the authoritarian tendencies present at the very core of the Revolution 66. 11 Mexico. A. The 19th century. Utopias were already known in Mexico during the colonial period. Suffice it to mention Vasco de Quiroga's two utopian communities founded in the 1530s outside of Mexico City and Michoacan in his attempts to realize Thomas More's Utopia. 1 In an unpublished manuscript Constitución Orgánica para el Régimen de Mexico, Dr. Francisco Severo Maldonado, a priest from the Tepic region, conceived of a utopia that aspired to economic equality, suppressed all monopoly, and guaranteed all families a plot of land and employment. To the priest and Senator José María Alpudra tried to start a socialist-style community of Freemasons in 1825.31 Nepomuceno Adorno, a Leibnizian philosopher and author of Los Males de Mexico y sus Remedios Practicables, in 1858, and La Armonía del Universo y la Ciencia de la Teodicia, in 1862, combined an optimistic metaphysics with conceptions of utopian socialism. 4. We can also look to the priest Miguel Hidalgo, who proposed to abolish, even if by gentle and gradual means, what he called in almost Proudhonian terms the horrible right of territorial property, perpetual, hereditary, and exclusive. 5 Even Benito Juárez, who later would not hesitate to harshly reprimand anarchist agrarian movements, may be said to have had the mark of Saint Simon. 6 In 1828 Robert Owen, the famous English socialist. 7 Approached Vicente Rocafuerte, a Mexican diplomat in England, and requested approval from the Mexican government to start a socialist colony in Texas. According to Garcia Cause, his petition consisted of a compendium of his essays on the formation of human character, published in 1813. It is not a repetition of that work, strictly speaking, but a fresh presentation of the same argument. His materialism and some ideas he derives from Godwin and the French Enlightenment are the immediate antecedents for his theory of the character of man, and together they present the possibility a new human being in a rational and just society. 8. Melchor Ocampo, whose influence on Juarez led him to a complete evolution and an emancipation from received ideas. 9 During his exile in New Orleans read not only Fourier but also Proudhon, and translated a chapter from his Philosophy of Poverty in 1860.10. Plotino C. Rodocanati, a Proudhonian and Fourierist, was a little-known figure who was mistakenly believed to have disguised himself as a Mexican physician and had the silly idea to change his name, to present himself as Greek, and to spread Spinozian ideas. 11 He was indeed born in Athens on October 14, 1828 into an aristocratic family. After his father was killed in the War for National Independence against Turkey, his mother, an Austrian, took him with her to Vienna. There he began medical studies during a boom period of romantic idealism and homeopathy. In 1848 he traveled to Budapest to join Hungary's War of Independence. With the rebellion suppressed, he went on to Berlin where he took an interest in philosophy. Like so many other university students of that time, he admired Hegel, and might have followed lectures by Schelling. Some similarities in the lives of Bakunin and Rhodakinati are worth noting. Both were of aristocratic backgrounds, were interested in philosophy and admired Hegel, and committed themselves to the struggles for independence by people subjected to an imperial yoke. Also, both traveled to Paris and were profoundly influenced by the thought of Proudhon. But there is no indication that they were at all personally acquainted with each other. In 1848 Rhodakinati was in Budapest, and Bakunin was in Leipzig and then Prague, conspiring with the Czech patriots against the Austrian Empire. Bakunin was arrested in May 1849 in Saxony for his involvement in the Dresden uprising and sent to the Saints Peter and Paul fortress in St. Petersburg, then to Schlüsselburg and Siberia, finally escaping to North America in 1861. Rhodakinati on the other hand resided in Paris for several years and then a few months in Spain. 12 He had heard from some friends in Paris that Mexican President Ignacio Comonfort sought to encourage the establishment of foreign agricultural colonies in Mexico. Consequently, Rhodakinati planned to travel there with the hope of putting the ideas of Fourier and Proudhon into practice. But Comonfort was toppled and the young Rhodakinati had to delay his trip, finally arriving in Mexico in February 1861.13. A few months after his arrival, Rhodakinati published a pamphlet titled Cartilla Socialista o C. El Catecismo Elemental de la Escuela de Carlos Fourier, El Filantrio, marking the beginning of a quarter-century of intense theoretical and practical activity on behalf of libertarian socialism in Mexico, where there is no doubt that he was the first anarchist ideologist. In 1877 an anonymous biographer wrote in El Socialista. By conviction a philosopher, he adopted the profession of medicine. But as a partisan to progress, he joined the homeopathic school, for wherever a new truth or discovery was made, he was there. He was fluent in 7 languages and in philosophy as well, and he sought an honorable livelihood, without fee, and with all his effort he healed the sick, and taught those who retained him as educator. He harmed no one, did good for others, and those who knew him recognized his high moral standards. 14. In 1886 he left the terrain of social struggles in Mexico. His name was never again mentioned. It is very likely that he returned to Europe, either to Greece, his homeland, or France, his intellectual home, and died there. Rhodakinati's thought may be grouped into 3 areas: philosophical, religious, and social, sharing as their foundation a metaphysical conception based on Spinoza's pantheism that Rhodakinati preferred to call pantheosophy. Spinoza was one of principal figures of German idealism between Fichte and Hegel. It is not surprising that Rhodakinati would be deeply influenced by his thought, given the philosophical environment in German universities during the period when he studied in Vienna. Spinoza's rationalist, if not geometric, method guarantees a break with traditional theology and all positivist religion, and his conception of Deus of Natura as the sole infinite substance integrated into infinite attributes frees the imagination, giving it wings for a romantic flight without limits or borders. Rhodakinati does argue for the necessity of religion and the superiority of Christianity over all other religions. For him the essence of Christianity is charity, that is, love for all, as it is taught in the Gospels. And that essence is the moral foundation of socialism and revolution as well. Pure Christianity, he wrote, is the religion that will regenerate the world when people finally come to understand the power of its basic principles, liberty, equality, and fraternity. 15 But it is Christianity without dogma, like St. Simon's, and without priesthood, liturgy, or hierarchical organization, the model for which he finds in the life of Jesus and his earliest followers. Primitive Christianity is authentic Christianity. But it has been entirely degraded by the Catholic and Protestant churches, and has nothing to do with so many sects that call themselves Christian. For Rhodakinati, the Christian religion is not only compatible with the rationalist and monist metaphysics of Spinoza and the libertarian socialism of Proudhon, but is indeed the hinge between them. He is, in short, a libertarian socialist basically influenced by Fourier and Proudhon. Victor Considerant, a French Fourierist, tried to aid the liberation of Mexican peasants during Maximilian's imperial government in 1865.16. He was the author of La Destinée Sociale, published in 1834, and Le Socialisme devant la Vieux Monde, published in 1848, and was a member of the National Assembly, editor of several Fourierist newspapers like La Phalange and La Démocratie Pacifique, and the founder of a colony called La Réunion in Texas. It had as little success as those of Owen or Cabet. During the French military occupation of Mexico he wrote 4 letters to Marshal Bazaine, head of the military. Without trying to sell him on the advantages of Fourierism, he did attempt to persuade the Marshal to eliminate the system of servitude in rural Mexico, something that the latter did, in fact, seriously try. 17. But Rhodakinati went further than Considerant, who dedicated himself to parliamentary politics in his last years. He combined the idea of an agricultural community with Proudhon's critique of private property and the state. When in contact with the reality of rural peasants and the problematic of the working classes in Mexico, he incorporated a number of ideas from Bakunin. From the point of view of his social ideas he can be classified as a libertarian socialist or an anarcho-socialist, with Christianity as the moral base of the doctrine, as religion, for him, is reducible to a humanistic ethics. In any event, Garcia Causs's reference to him as a Christian socialist fits him no better than it does Saint Simon. Like Kropotkin and other anarchist theoreticians, Rhodakinati thinks of socialism as the logical conclusion of the French Revolution, the fullest expression of the motto liberty, equality, fraternity. For Rhodakinati, the French Revolution is the formula for today's socialism: liberty, equality, fraternity, to which we now add unity. 18. That is why he said, after the French Revolution all revolutions in the world are French. 19. Property is the origin of all evil and the great enemy of the unity of mankind. The immediate objective of socialism is the extinction of poverty, the distribution and increase of the commonwealth, the abolition of prostitution, and the conservation of all of our faculties, including the intellectual, physical, and moral ones, and its ultimate objective is the transformation of humanity through science, beauty, and virtue. 20. Cosmopolitanism was one of the essential elements of Rhodakinati's thought. We are cosmopolitans by nature, citizens of all nations, and contemporaries to all the ages. The greatest and most heroic human actions belong equally to all. Wherever the regenerative idea emerges, the greatest problems of democracy are examined, and freedom is established, there we immediately attach ourselves, and recognize as our adopted nation any country in which the sacred rights of humanity are preserved. 21. Ubi libertas ibi patria, where there is liberty, there is homeland. Our country is the entire world and all men are our brothers. 22. Proudhon's critique of the state and of government is present in Rhodakinati's conception of socialism. In A People Renewed by Socialism, he wrote, all government is synonymous with slavery and with the most monstrous inequality because free men do not need tutors or guardians, but friends and collaborators in their future happiness. 23. For Rhodakinati, the abolition of the state, which some consider impossible and others a dangerous source of evil and disorder, opens new doors. The abolition of all government in the nations, which frightens you and you consider impossible and absurd, though you have never tried it, will usher in a totally new world of institutions, in which the peoples of the world will live in happiness. 24. Like Bakunin, Rhodakinati insisted that socialism will emerge from a class struggle, a struggle between the poor and the rich. At first his Fourierist background kept him away from the idea of a violent revolution. Bit by bit, however, he seemed to accept it, following the path of his young Mexican Bakuninist friends, and came to acknowledge the necessity of a social revolution in which many heroic victims will be sacrificed on the sacred altar to restore the justice denied to the people. 25. After his attempt to start a socialist agricultural colony and the publication of his Cartilla Socialista, Rodocanati dedicated himself to intense journalistic and organizational efforts for the dissemination of socialist ideas. In 1863 he initiated the first Grupo de Estudiantes Socialistas, in which the influence of Bakunin's ideas was clear. In the 1860s and 70s the first ideologists and leaders of Mexican libertarian socialism emerged from that group: Santiago Villanueva, who tried to organize the workers' movement, Hermenegildo Villavicencio, and, above all, Francisco Zalacosta, leader of rural masses. 26 This nucleus served as a base for a more important anarchist group, La Social, which was at once dedicated to propaganda and action, and also a free school. Its members not only created the first mutual aid society and re-established the inactive Sociedad Mutual del Ramo de Sastrería, but also took workers associated with both groups beyond mutual aid to an active systematic defense of their class interests against entrepreneurs and bosses. Thus the mutual aid societies became resistance societies. In June 1865 anarchists from La Social promoted the first industrial strike in Mexico against 2 textile mills. 27 Emperor Maximilian's soldiers quickly repressed it. The occupation of the country by a foreign power, governance by a sovereign totally alien to the people, the country burdened by a fatuous and extravagant court, and, most of all, the harsh economic conditions imposed on workers and artisans encouraged the spread of anarchist ideas in Mexico City. Also in 1865 Rodocanati established the Escuela del Rayo y del Socialismo in Chalco, and in November he met with his disciple, Zalacosta. Julio Chavez would later emerge from the Escuela as an important leader of the peasant rebellion prior to Emiliano Zapata and a strong anarcho-communist. "I am a socialist," he is reported to have said, "because I am an enemy of all governments, and a communist because my brothers want to work the fields together." 28 Followed by a group of friends who shared his ideals, he began a process of land expropriation. Many peasants who saw in this a return to the ancient indigenous regime of common property, the Calpulli, soon joined him. His activities ranged from the Chalco-Texcoco region, where he began, to all the states of Puebla and Morelia. The federal army finally moved against him. Defeated and imprisoned, he was executed in 1869 by order of President Juarez. Dying, he cried out, "Long live socialism!" A few months earlier he had released a manifesto calling for armed struggle. According to Hart, the importance of the manifesto in the development of agrarian ideology is not only to have introduced the European socialist concept of the class struggle to the Mexican movement, but also to have situated the injustices suffered by peasants in a historical context, and to have identified those responsible. He proposed to replace the sovereignty of the national government, which he looked on as the corrupt collaborator of the landowning class, with the venerated principle of communal autonomy, an ideal common to many agrarian revolutions. 29. It is the classic anarchist thesis of a free commune in a confederation with other communes, without government or state. Other disciples of Rodocanati, like Villavicencio and Villanueva, undertook the work of organizing artisans and workers in the urban context. Their initial Proudhonian character soon enough turned Bakuninist. And immediately after the fall of the empire they had to fight not only against employers and the old conservative politicians, but also reformers like Romero and Quino, who supported Juarez's liberal government. In July 1868 they promoted an industrial strike in the textile mills in Tlalpan. It was the first one to achieve its objective. In 1869 they established the Círculo Proletario, in 1870 the Gran Círculo de Obreros de Mexico, and in 1871 the newspaper El Socialista, which sometimes expressed ideas that were clearly anarchist. This activity soon spread to the interior of the country, influenced by libertarian ideology. It was at that time, Hart writes, that the red and black was adopted as the official symbol of the Mexican workers' movement. 30. During the 1870s, Mexican anarchists encouraged cooperativism and collectivism, supported a struggle in the workers' and artisans' organizations against moderate elements that counted on support from the government, and promoted the syndicalist struggle through the proletarian press, for example, El Socialista, El Hijo del Trabajo, El Obrero Internacional, and others. They disseminated libertarian ideology and began the organization of workers at the national level. 31 The Congreso General Obrero de la República Mexicana convened in March 1876. Its manifesto revealed an expansion of libertarian ideology in Mexico, according to Hart, in which anarchists were successful in having women accepted as delegates for the first time. Valadez reported on two opposing groups in that Congress: first the socialists, like Mata Rivera, Laria, and then the anarchists, like Rodacanati and members of La Social, along with those who, though not anarchists, were opposed to government intervention in working class issues, like Ricardo V. Velati, Rivera Cambas, Serrault, and others. 32. Unfortunately, the Mexican workers' movement soon found itself torn apart by partisan and electoral politics. Some groups supported the presidential campaign of Lerdo de Tejeda, while others went for José María Iglesias or Porfirio Díaz. Needless to say, anarchists rejected any involvement in the electoral process and saw in the various candidates nothing but greed and desire for power. Meanwhile, the increasingly harsh conditions of the working class in the city and the growing proletarianization heightened the prestige of anarchist socialism. Through his newspaper La Internacional, Zalacosta was busy promoting a 12-point program, including the idea of a universal social republic, autonomous municipal government, women's rights, workers' associations, abolition of wages, and equality in property. 33. While José María González, a disciple of Villanueva, proposed the creation of agricultural communities, based on free association and a plan partly influenced by Prohonian ideas. 34. Zalacosta, a Bakuninist, was convinced that socialism could not be realized in either the city or country without direct action. Consequently, in 1877 he led a peasant insurrection in Sierra Gorda and Plains de la Barranca. His followers fought the federal troops until 1880. And even though he was defeated and imprisoned in Querétaro in 1881, the peasant rebellion did not die with him. In the meantime, his friend, Colonel Alberto Santa Fe, proposed the Ley del Pueblo, a document showing clear influence of Bakunin's ideas, though not an anarchist manifesto as such. The Ley del Pueblo's four fundamental points, as summarized in El Hijo del Trabajo, were: distribution of lands, promotion of national industry, suppression of the army, and free and compulsory education. According to Colonel Santa Fe, only the distribution of lands would bring the independence of Mexico. In those days, Garcia Cos writes, the peasants in Coahuila, state of Mexico, Michoacán, and Hidalgo forcibly recovered the lands that had been robbed by landowners. The daily newspaper La Libertad called it an unconscionable communism. 35. General Negrete supplied arms to Santa Fe's revolutionary program. He had already supported Chavez Lopez in 1869 and Zalacosta in 1879. Santa Fe's exemplary resistance to Porfirio Díaz's dictatorial government went beyond democratic opposition and electoral politics. He sought nothing less than the transfer of political sovereignty to the autonomous municipality, and of land to peasant collectives. The resistance lasted until the 1890s. Nonetheless, using first bribery and then repression, Díaz was able to control or suppress almost the entire workers' movement in both urban and rural contexts in the last 2 decades of the 19th century. During that period, the great mass of peasants saw meager wages, while industrial workers and miners were better paid. According to Cardoso and Hermosillo, after 1898 labor wages began to decline steadily, and even when there was some improvement, in 1910 wages were at their lowest levels ever seen. 36. B. The Liberal Party and Magonism. The start of the 20th century witnessed a rebirth of the workers' movement and anarchism in Mexico. The arrival of new groups of Spanish immigrants is partly to thank, as well as contact with North American anarcho-syndicalists. But the decisive factor was the ideological evolution of the great Partido Liberal Mexicano. Initially this was an anti-clerical and anti-dictatorial party, but its programmatic basis did not exclude a concern with agrarian reform. At some point, it ceased being liberal and became libertarian. This qualitative change accompanied the ideological evolution of Ricardo Flores Magón, and marks the triumph of his radical position over the moderate one of Camilo Arriaga. In Peru, Manuel González Prada was experiencing a similar evolution from radical liberalism to libertarian socialism. But when he declared himself an anarchist, he also abandoned the Union Nacional he had founded, and its members proved unable to follow him. By contrast, Magón stayed with the Partido Liberal, and tried to retain its original name even when it became clear to him that he was no longer a liberal but had become a libertarian, and the organization could no longer really call itself a party but was more properly a revolutionary organization. On February 5, 1901, the first Congreso Liberal convened in San Luis Potosí. Among the resolutions adopted, it is important to note those that refer to the means to combat the influence of the clergy, and the guarantees that ensure the rights of all citizens. 37 At this time, the socialist and libertarian viewpoints seemed far off in the distance. But it will be a matter of only a few years. During the Congress, Magón, the main promoter of these viewpoints, was already attacking Díaz's dictatorship and denouncing the exploitation of Mexican workers. Magón was born in San Antonio Ixoquitlan, state of Oaxaca, on September 16, 1873. On his father's side, he was a descendant of Indians, and on his mother's side of mestizos. A Spanish great-grandfather from Cartagena perhaps explains his less than indigenous features. 38 He began the study of law in Mexico City during hard economic times, but did not complete his degree. As early as his student years at the Escuela Nacional Preparatoria he was involved in political struggles, took part in anti-government rallies, and in 1892, before his 20th birthday, became acquainted with the prisons of the dictatorship. In 1893 he joined the editorial staff of El Democrata, an anti-Díaz publication that was soon shut down. On August 7, 1900 he founded Regeneration. It would become the most important publication of the Mexican left in the 20th century. Santillan says that its language frightened both Díaz and the scientists. 39 From May 1901 to April 1902, Magón was imprisoned in Belén, but publication of Regeneration continued. Again, Santillan. It appears that during this time Ricardo read the works of Kropotkin, Malatesta, and Gorky, and those readings helped to clarify several uncertain points and to strengthen his faith. There are a number of testimonies of an early adoption of libertarian ideas. But for several years the struggle against the dictatorship left the anarchist tendency simply to incubate in his heart. 40. Magón had secured those anarchist readings from the personal library of the wealthy liberal landowner Camilo Arriaga 41, who on January 29, 1902 was also incarcerated for an entire year along with the leaders of the Club Liberal de San Luis Potosí. In the meantime, Magón was publishing El Hijo del Ahuizote in the capital, a satirical anti-Díaz publication for which he was again imprisoned in April 1903. When he gained his liberty in 1904 he moved on to Texas, and in San Antonio renewed publication of his famous paper Regeneration, bringing together all sectors of the radical opposition to Díaz's dictatorship. Proof of this is the fact that the Partido Liberal Mexicano was founded in 1905, after the reissue of Regeneration. That year the paper had a circulation of 20,000 and by the next year it had grown to 30,000. The Junta Organizadora of the Partido appointed Magón as president, Juan Sarabia as vice president, and Antonio Villarreal as secretary. Even when the newspaper was being introduced in Mexico and had as its objective the struggle by any means against the dictatorship of Porfirio Díaz, 42 being internationalists, they did not fail to engage themselves with the North American left, and particularly with the IWW. According to James Cockcroft, the support the North American left extended to the Partido Liberal Mexicano became even stronger in subsequent years. They were natural allies. 43. Persecution by Yankee police and Pinkerton thugs forced Magan to move even further north to St. Louis. There he renewed publication of his newspaper in February 1906. The POM platform drafted in June of the same year was not limited to demanding a single-term presidency, abolition of compulsory military service and military tribunals during peacetime, free, secular, and mandatory education, and limitations on clerical privileges. It also included the 8-hour workday, minimum wage, holidays and weekends, prohibition of child labor, and the appropriation of non-productive lands. 44 Cockcroft notes. If the program of the POM was the first one to present publicly and nationally the main ideas of the Mexican Revolution, it was also the only public document that went beyond the Constitution of 1917 in some of its progressive aspects. In spite of the fact that the authors of the program deliberately softened their declaration so as not to alienate certain elements of the upper class that, though conservative, were sympathetic to the cause, the framers of the Constitution, by way of its Jacobin majority, intentionally radicalized their propositions to satisfy the demands of the peasantry and the working class, which, having waged armed rebellion, were still in a posture of war. As a pioneering document, the program of the POM has no equal. 45. Meanwhile in Mexico, Francisco I. Madero began organizing the Partido Democrata with the aim, according to Magan, of weakening support for the POM. Its program was entirely political and lacked any explicit concern with social problems, particularly agrarian reform. 46 Madero was an upper-class intellectual, a free marketeer and Democrat, generally indifferent to the problems of the Mexican masses, an enthusiast of Allan Kardec, and an assiduous reader of the Revue Spirite. He sought to replace Porfirio Diaz's administration with a democratic regime elected through free and fair elections, with laws prohibiting all presidential re-election. 47 But it would be very difficult to consider him a revolutionary. 48. On October 12, 1905 Magan, his brother Enrique, and Juan Sarabia were detained and charged with defaming the Mexican government. Consequently, the offices of Regeneration were raided, its printing press and furniture confiscated, and its postal permit suspended. Publication was renewed a few months later when they were released. In February 1906, it was again published from St. Louis. But Magan was forced to flee to Canada. The United States government was complicit in the Diaz dictatorship, which it saw as a guarantee against the revolutionary tide, and it thus became increasingly hostile to exiled liberals. 49. Between 1906 and 1908 the POM either directly or indirectly promoted a series of strikes and popular uprisings in different regions of the country. The first strike took place on June 1, 1906 in Cananea in the Copper Company of William C. Greene, a subsidiary of the sadly celebrated Anaconda. A group of readers of Regeneration and sympathizers of Magan's ideas Esteban Baca Calderón, Francisco M. Ibarra, Manuel M. D. Yegas, and others started the Union Liberal Humanidad in Cananea, which grew to have some 100 members. The lawyer Lázaro Gutiérrez de Lara, for his part, organized the Club Liberal de Cananea. Like the Union Liberal Humanidad, it soon joined the POM in St. Louis. 50. Mexican miners from Cananea were being paid barely subsistence wages, and faced shameless discrimination in their own land, while foreign workers received twice their wages in US dollars. Led by Calderón, liberals organized a miners' union for the first time. In May 31 a strike unexpectedly erupted in the Oversight mine. Miners demanded higher wages, the 8-hour workday, dismissal of various foremen, a workforce comprising 75% Mexican workers, and equality of treatment and opportunity for them. William C. Greene, president of the company, rejected all demands, and tried to convince the miners that his treatment was fair and the wages he paid them excellent. Meantime, Porfirio Diaz thought it reckless to raise wages for Mexican workers. 51. Later, a peaceful miners' demonstration was attacked by gunshots from several Yankee employees. The miners then set against the company's employees and a spontaneous rebellion broke out. Police and thugs massacred a multitude of demonstrators using dum-dum bullets, prohibited even in war by all international agreements. 52 The rebellion spread, and the workers, supported by the people of Cananea, appeared to triumph for a moment. But rural Mexican forces under orders of Colonel Coster Lisky together with more than 500 North American Rangers and police officers under the command of Captain Thomas Rinning drowned the rebellion in blood. The massacre left more than 200 dead, 20,000 jailed, and an indeterminate number wounded. Dieguez, Calderon, and Ibarra avoided execution but were condemned to 15 years in the San Juan de Ulua prison. 53 Porfirio Diaz was cognizant of the revolutionary character of the strike in Cananea, and he knew very well that Magan and the liberals of St. Louis had provided the inspiration. 54 Strikes of crucial importance by textile workers of Rio Blanco in Veracruz were held in 1906 and 1907. The main leader was the worker José Nira, a worthy successor to Villanueva and Zala Costa, a friend of Camilo Arriggia, and a follower of Magan's ideas since 1903. It is important to keep in mind that after mining, the textile industry was the most important economic activity in Mexico in the 20th century. 55 French capitalists owned the textile mills in Orizaba and Rio Blanco, and British workers held the most important administrative and technical positions. An engineer was paid 41 pesos and 75 cents weekly, while a worker received a meager 35 cents per day, a female worker 25 cents, and a child 10 cents for a workday varying from 12 to 14 hours. Nira and a group of Magonists like Porfirio Menezes and José Olivares responded to the urgent need to organize workers to defend their rights. These men sought to start a true resistance society, but others like the Protestant pastor José Rumia were more moderate in that they did not want to go beyond a mutual aid society. Ultimately the moderates prevailed. Once the Gran Círculo de Obreros Libres de Rio Blanco was founded, its presidency went to Rumia and Nira was elected vice president. But Rumia and Manuel Avila's moderation did not serve for much. Management began to harass the leadership and some of them were forced to leave the Rio Blanco region. 56 At a meeting held in Nogales on May 5, workers decided to start a newspaper that would be the voice for the rights and aspirations of the working class. In spite of objections by some moderates, the name of the paper would be Revolución Social, with Nira at the editorial helm. Avila died suspiciously, and in the days following his death, Nira assumed the presidency of the Gran Círculo. His acceptance speech ended with the following words: "When we run into difficulties with management, we shall strike. And if the strike is not successful, we shall turn to dynamite and revolution." He was able to have a resolution passed that the Gran Círculo would maintain secret relations with the Junta Revolucionaria residing in St. Louis, of which Magan is president, and act on behalf of all workers in the country by any means necessary against the abuses of capitalism and the Diaz dictatorship. 57 Diaz and his government could not tolerate the few victories won by Nira and his Magonist comrades against entrepreneurs. So orders were given to apprehend them, but they evaded arrest by fleeing to Puebla. An intense repression against Magonist leaders then followed, and it was not long before the workers' movement in the Rio Blanco region decayed under the schemes of the collaborator Morales. However, Morales was not able to accept the decision Diaz offered him in January 1907 without open protest from workers. To all accounts, the settlement favored the interests of bosses and ordered workers to be better team players. On Monday, January 7, as the whistle sounded in Rio Blanco, a group of workers walked towards the mill not with the intention of resuming their labor but of setting the mill ablaze with bosses and scabs in it. They threw rocks through windows and were met with an armed response by Lieutenant Arroyo and his troops. But workers were not intimidated. They initiated, Hernandez Padilla says, not a strike but the workers' rebellion in Rio Blanco, as it is still called today. 58 workers raided and set the company store on fire, freed prisoners at the local jail, and cut electrical wires. Then they set out for Nogales. In Orizaba they armed themselves by breaking into pawn shops and took command of the railroad station. General Rosalino Martinez arrived at midnight in Santa Rosa with orders to execute the rebels without trial, and the next day, Governor Colonel Prospero Cawansi arrived with the 24th Infantry Regiment from Puebla to help landowners and subdue the bandits. 59. A systematic search of workers' homes began on January 8. Hernandez Padilla writes, "Men, women, and children were pulled from their homes and executed in the barracks. Those able to flee were later captured and killed. Meanwhile, management at the Rio Blanco mill raised their champagne-filled glasses and in unison honored General Martinez with a toast. They celebrated the massacre. 60. On the January 9, as workers entered the mill at Santa Rosa, Colonel Francisco Ruiz pulled 3 individuals from their work: Rafael Moreno Alvarado, President of the Gran Circulo, Manuel Juarez, Vice President, and Sefrano Navarro, Secretary. All 3 were executed, the first in front of his store which had already been looted and burnt, the second on the corner of the ruins of El Modelo, and the third among the rubble of El Phoenix in Nogales. 61. Herzog writes, El Impartial of Mexico City, a daily paper underwritten by the dictatorship, published an editorial on the bloody events that was filled with praises for General Diaz. The title of the editorial was "That's How to Govern." 62. The uprisings in Cananea and Rio Blanco, undoubtedly inspired by Magin's anarcho-syndicalist ideas, were not the only ones during this period. A peasant rebellion broke out in Acayucan in 1906, promoted by Hilario C. Salas. Mancizeder observes, the armed uprising led by the Partido Liberal Mexicano spread to the municipalities of Tuxtlas, Minatitlan, and the state of Tabasco. But once again cruelties and defeats put down the peasant insurgency. 63 Magonists led other peasant uprisings in 1908. A highly dedicated group rebelled in Viscas the night of June 24, even when they knew their revolutionary plans had been reported to government officials. The libertarian poet and journalist Praxedis G. Guerrero 64, whom his friend Magin called the landowning peasant and the capitalist worker, recounts the following events. The comrades met at midnight, each was assigned a post, and they got to work. Police tried to resist and gunfire was exchanged, wounding 1 person on each side, and leaving 1 gendarme dead. The jail was then emptied, the liberal program proclaimed, and the dictatorship declared null. There was a request for horses and they took the few funds they found in the public offices. The revolution had taken control of the entire town without a single violent act against neutral families or individuals. 65. Another Magonist revolutionary group under the leadership of José M. Rangel and Basilio Ramirez attacked the town of Las Vacas on June 26, 1908. The fight lasted over 5 hours. Guerrero describes it thus. Everywhere one looked there were acts of heroism among the volunteers for liberty. Each man was a hero, each hero a portrait animated by the spirit of a great epic. A young man, blond like the Scandinavians, ran from one to another danger, his clothes tattered and blood-stained. He had been shot in the shoulder, the leg under the knee, the thigh, and his bag. The shock knocked him down. But the bullet encountered the strength of a libertarian in its path and jumped, leaving intact the life of this valiant young man who returned to his feet and resumed the fight. Mancizeder, commenting on this passage, adds, acts of heroism like the one described were abundant. 66. On July 1 another anarchist group exiled in El Paso raided the town of Palomas near the border, with the goal of facilitating a later invasion and the movement of revolutionary troops into the interior of Mexico. Guerrero writes, with a fistful of bullets and a few bombs that were quickly assembled with less than effective materials, this small group was formed during a period of violent repression, and set itself against an enemy equipped with more than sufficient elements to resist it. The raid failed. Francisco Manrique, a friend of Guerrero, was killed. Magin and Guerrero were just able to cross the border. 67 Another Magonist insurrection broke out in Valladolid, Yucatan, and was also defeated by the government's enormous numerical superiority in men and guns. Ramirez Bonilla, Albertos, and Cancom were summarily executed there. Their justice was not, Guerrero says, a devious and underhanded lawyer, but a uniformed beast. 68. In 1906, while in Canada, Magan planned a general rebellion throughout Mexican territory, under the leadership of the POM. Diaz's government, informed of the revolutionary plan through its network of spies, was able to abort it without great effort. One of the spies from the infamous Pinkerton Agency described Magan, leader of the movement at the time, in a report to Enrique C. Creel, governor of Chihuahua. He is a very intelligent journalist, a hard worker, active, and disciplined. He is never drunk. He is also a good typist, well respected by all who know him, a resolute and energetic character fascinated by the cause he pursues, and possessing all the brutal and dangerous fanaticism of the anarchists. 69. With their revolutionary plan defeated, but encouraged by North American anarchists and socialists, Magan and his followers planned another rebellion for 1908. But it was frustrated for the same reasons. Cockcroft writes, in 1906 as well as in 1908 the Mexican government learned of the planned insurrection by the POM, and with the assistance of the United States was able to crush it. 70. On August 23, 1907 Magan, Sarabia and Villarreal were again jailed for a period of 3 years. All the resources available for their defense were in vain as the powerful of Mexico and the United States were determined to imprison them and keep them from agitating and promoting uprisings against Diaz. 71 Their appeal to President Theodore Roosevelt went unanswered. The Supreme Court denied their request for conditional liberty. Meanwhile, the North American journalist John K. Turner, a friend of POM, published individual chapters of his book Mexico Barbaro in a magazine. It was a passionate but accurate testimony of the social and political situation that the Magonists were fighting, and not, as Cosio Villegas recklessly says, a demagogic exaggeration. 72. After serving their sentence, Magan and his followers left prison in August 1910. They immediately went to Los Angeles and there were received by a large rally organized by the Partido Socialista. Publication of Regeneration was renewed. The old German anarchist Alfred Sanftelben, Turner's spouse, and later W.C. Owen edited its English-language section. Years later, Owen wrote the following in Freedom. The English-language section of Regeneration had a circulation of some 27,000 papers when I took the place of John Kenneth Turner as editor, and the paper should have been making money. But all the money was spent on propaganda. We had between 600 and 700 newspapers in our exchange list. Our hope was a unified opinion in Mexico, Central and South America against the invasion by plutocrats, and a sentiment sufficiently strong in North America to undo the constant threat of intervention. 73. Such objectives required the constant vigilance of the Latin American left. 74 To get a sense of the direction of propaganda by Regeneration, it is crucial to keep in mind that in the United States there was then a robust socialist movement, numerous European anarchists, and a workers' central, the IWW, whose revolutionary syndicalism was close or identical to anarcho-syndicalism. At the same time, Mexican workers in the southern United States were taking part in the revolution that was developing in their native country with assistance from the IWW and other organizations attached to the POM. 75. By this time there was no doubt about the anarchist ideology of Ricardo Flores Magan and his followers. So it was no surprise when he failed to join the anti-dictatorial campaign of 1910 led by Madero. The goals of representative democracy, anti-re-electionism, and political liberty could not begin to satisfy his aspirations. For him these were all lies, for the working masses achieved nothing by being able to elect their legislators. The true goal of the revolution was to achieve the social and economic emancipation of the proletariat, and to put both land and the means of production in the hands of workers' communities. In the January 28, 1911 issue of Regeneration, Magan wrote, "Governments are the representatives of capital and therefore have to oppress the proletariat. For once and for all, know this, no Congress will approve the program of the POM because we, the dispossessed, are not the ones who will be seated in Congress, but our masters, and our masters will be careful not even to let us breath. Our masters will angrily reject the liberal program of July 1, 1906 because it proposes to expropriate their lands, and they will mock proletarian aspirations. Anarchists do not take seats in Congress, only the bourgeoisie. 76. It is obvious that such openly anarchist ideas were incompatible with Madero's moderate program. But as Cockcroft rightly notes, Madero's revolution, later renewed and guided slightly left by Carranza, is the one writers seem to have in mind when they refer to the Mexican Revolution as a bourgeois revolution. For the POM, however, and to a lesser degree for Zapata and his peasant army, who had adopted the POM's motto Tierra y Libertad, the Mexican Revolution was a revolution of urban and rural workers against the bourgeoisie. 77. Hence it was a social and not purely political revolution, it was moreover, a libertarian revolution. 78. Magan persistently rejected offers from President Madero, made via the ex-Maganists Sarabia, just as he had rejected earlier offers from Porfirio Diaz. The manifesto published by the junta of the POM on September 23, 1911 reaffirmed Magan's anarchist ideology. 79 Already in February 25 he had written an article for Regeneration titled Francisco I Madero es un traitor a la causa de la libertad that provoked a deep chasm between the two wings of the anti-Diaz movement. 80 When the POM troops that rebelled with Madero's but without making common cause with them lost strategic positions in Chihuahua and had to retreat, they turned their attention to Baja California. This sparsely populated territory of the Mexican Republic was the property of North American, British, and French businesses. Magonists decided to seize control of it and establish a libertarian society there, serving as a model for America and the world. On January 29, 1911, a small contingency under the command of José María Leiva and Simón Berthold took control of Mexicali, on February 21 of Los Algodones, on March 12 of Tecate, and finally, on May 9 of Tijuana. North American landowners and newspaper owners in California with good reason took alarm and in no time trumped up the absurd legend of Magonist military adventurism. Some conservative Mexicans and more than a few supporters of Madero accused Flores Magón of seeking Baja California's secession in order to incorporate it to the United States, something the Californian magnates surely would have liked. In a Regeneration article of June 16, 1911 addressing himself to patriots, Magón asked, "Does Baja California belong to Mexico? It does not belong to it but to the United States, England, and France. It is under the control of Cudahy, Otis, and other North American millionaires. The entire western coast of Baja belongs to a powerful British pearling company, and the region in which the town of Santa Rosalia is located belongs to a wealthy French company. And what do Mexicans own of Baja? Nothing. And what will the Partido Liberal Mexicano give them? Everything. So, dear patriots, what are you doing when you say that we are selling our country to the United States? Respond. We have no country because all of Mexico is owned by foreign millionaires who enslave our brothers. You have no country, and simply put you do not have even a place to die. And when the Partido Liberal Mexicano wants to establish for you a true country without tyrants or exploiters, you object, bluster, and insult. When you hinder the work of the POM you impede our own people from throwing all bourgeoisie out of the country and taking possession of their properties. 81. His invasion of Baja California had nothing to do with Madero's maneuvers in Chihuahua. His goal was not political change, as Madero's followers pretended, even less to incorporate the territory into the United States, as proclaimed by so many misinformed journalists and politicians of bad faith. On the contrary, Magón's goal was nothing other than a classless and stateless libertarian society that would provide the archetype and point of departure for the Mexican and world revolution. The Magón brothers, Silva Herzog observes, waged an armed struggle in accord with the principle of international anarchism, with the aim of establishing an ideological base for Mexico's economic, social, and political reorganization. 82 North American capitalists then began an aggressive propaganda campaign against Magonists through their newspapers, like the Los Angeles Times, Los Angeles Examiner, and San Francisco Chronicle, and developed a plan to annex Baja California by first separating it from Mexico, as had been done in Texas. Leftist groups, above all the IWW, so far as they were able, assisted Magin's movement and invasion. In a manifesto that appeared in all the North American socialist press and was addressed to the dear and valiant comrades of the Mexican Revolution, the great novelist Jack London wrote, "We socialists, anarchists, hobos, chicken thieves, outlaws and undesirable citizens of the United States are with you heart and soul in your efforts to overthrow slavery and autocracy in Mexico. You will notice that we are not respectable. Neither are you. No revolutionary can possibly be respectable in these days of the reign of property. All the names you are being called, we have been called. And when graft and greed begin to call names, honest men, brave men, patriotic men, and martyrs can expect nothing else than to be called chicken thieves and outlaws. So be it. But I for one wish there were more chicken thieves and outlaws of the sort that formed the gallant band that took Mexicali. I subscribe myself a chicken thief and revolutionist." 83. A group of Italian anarchists from Chicago as well as several IWW militants joined the ranks of the Magonists. One of them, the proletarian songwriter Joe Hill, wrote, "While the red flag fluttered in Baja California, hard as I tried I could not find any important people in the rebel ranks. I only found common and everyday working people, and in great number. It's about time that each rebel comes to realize that important people and the working class have nothing in common. Let us then sing the song that says, the workers' flag is a deep red, and to hell with the important people." 84. The revolutionary project in Baja California failed not as a result of adventurers and gangsters like Dick Ferris, motivated by the interest of North American magnates, but because of its defeat in the field of battle to Madero, the leader of the bourgeois democracy, who was supported by the North American government and eager capitalists from Los Angeles. What remained of the Magonist army was defeated by Celso Vegas in a long, hard fight under the command of Jack Mosby. 85. Moreover, as Ricardo Flores Magón himself declared then, Madero has joined his forces to Diaz's federal army and executed a number of Magonists on the pretext that they were bandits. Madero has begun a war of extermination against our combatants. 86. By mid-1911 the Magonist movement in Baja California was finished. But that was not the end. Detained along with 3 of his associates on June 14, 1911 and accused of violating U.S. neutrality laws, Magón was tried in Los Angeles and condemned to McNeil Island Prison, in the state of Washington, where he remained until 1914. The manifesto of the POM identifies private property as the root of all social injustice. It reads, "Abolishing the principle of private property annihilates all political, economic, social, religious, and moral institutions comprising the environment in which the free initiative and association of human beings are choked. Without that principle there is no reason for government, which itself is necessary to repress the dispossessed from their rebellion against the rich, or for the Church, which pursues the same goal by preaching humility and submission, and promising the poor a reward in the afterlife." The manifesto continues. Capital, authority, clergy. That's the bleak trinity that turns this beautiful earth into a paradise for those who through the power of their claws, cunning, violence, and crime have monopolized the products of the sweat, blood, tears, and sacrifice of thousands of generations of workers, making a living hell for those who with their arms and intelligence toil the earth, run the machines, build the homes, transport the goods, and in this way leaving humanity divided into 2 classes of diametrically opposed interests: the capitalist class and the working class, the class that possesses the earth, the production machine, and the means of transporting wealth, and the class that counts on nothing more than its arms and intelligence to secure a living. It goes on to say that between one and the other class there can be no friendship or harmony, Their interests are mutually exclusive and necessarily in conflict. One aims to retain the present state of affairs, and the other to destroy this iniquitous system. The POM recognizes that all men have equal right to the enjoyment of all advantages of civilization, that work is indispensable for subsistence, that no one but children, the aged and infirm are exempt from it, and that government and clergy are the pillars of capital. Expropriation must be carried out by blood and fire during this great movement. With a language that is undoubtedly Kropotkin's and mirrors the programs of revolutionary action from the Federación Obrera Regional Argentina, the Confederación Nacional del Trabajo, or the Federación Anarquista Ibérica, the POM described in detail the process that will follow the expropriation of lands. The inhabitants of every region in which such an act of supreme justice is carried out have only to agree to a place of easy access for storing all the goods found in stores, warehouses, and granaries, where women and men of goodwill may then conduct a detailed inventory of all that has been gathered and calculate their shelf life, taking into account the needs and the number of inhabitants who have to make use of them from the moment of expropriation until the first harvest of the new system, and in the other industries until the first goods are produced. Once the inventory is complete, workers from different industries will come to a brotherly understanding to regulate production so that during this movement no one will lack essential goods, and only those who do not wish to work will die of hunger, with the exemption of the children, the handicapped, and the elderly, who will have the right to full enjoyment of goods. Everything that is produced will be sent to the general warehouses of the community, and everyone will have the right to take everything according to their needs with no other requirements than to provide the password showing employment at one or another industry. 87. In February 1916 Flores Magón was again deprived of his liberty. This time he was jailed under the Espionage Act for writing several articles against Carranza. The government of the liberal Woodrow Wilson kept him in jail until July, when a group of exiled anarchists led by Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman joined in solidarity to pay for his bond. These and many other Europeans taking refuge in the United States showed an understanding of and sympathy for Flores Magón and the Magonist movement that was totally lacking in Jean Grave and certain other collaborators of Les Temps Nouveaux, who instead attacked them and even went so far as to claim that the Mexican Revolution exists only in the imagination of the editors of Regeneration. Kropotkin refuted such attacks on April 27, 1912. Emma Goldman, the Russian revolutionary and editor of the anarchist publication Mother Earth, always supported Regeneration and the POM, offering them her moral and material support, and without any of the prejudice that often carried racial overtones. 89 The same can be said of another anarchist, Valterine de Clare, 90, daughter of a Belgian and born in the U.S., who made the following observation about the Magonists. They are involved in a struggle to the death, precisely what anarchists claim to believe. Compared to our publications, the pages of every issue of Regeneration are impregnated with a genuine anarchism, a combative anarchism that takes measures to destroy the basis of this damned system. 91. Meanwhile, Flores Magón did not cease from his campaign against those whom he saw as departing from the Mexican revolutionary process. He attacked Carranza and his government while calling on Zapata to move the agrarian revolution forward and return land to peasant communities. On June 13, 1914 he wrote the following for Regeneration. No, we do not have to be content with the distributions of land. We have to take it all so that we can make it common, not individual property, and to achieve that goal members of the Partido Liberal Mexicano not only fight in libertarian groups organized for this war, but also spread throughout the entire country, promoting in both rural and urban settings the salvific principles contained in the Manifesto of September 23, 1911, principles that advocate for the permanent removal of authority, capital, and clergy. 92. From his internationalist perspective, Flores Magón criticized the entry of the United States into the First World War, and more strongly than Kropotkin and other famous European anarchists. For him that war had no other cause than protecting the supremacy of North American plutocracy in the world. On September 19, 1915 he gave a speech titled La Patria Burguesa y La Patria Universal, later included in the book Tribuna Roja, in which he wrote, The capitalist system will die from self-inflicted wounds, and a shocked humanity will witness a formidable suicide. It was not workers who dragged nations into a conflict against each other, but the German bourgeoisie, motivated by its desire to dominate markets. The German bourgeoisie has achieved tremendous progress in industry and commerce, making its rival the British bourgeoisie quite jealous. That is what is at the bottom of this conflict that is called a European war, jealousies between merchants, hostilities among traffickers, and the quarrels of adventurers. The honor of a people, a race, or country is not litigated in the fields of Europe, instead it is the pocketbook of each that is in dispute in this fight between wild beasts. It is not the wounded national honor or an outraged flag that has brought on this war, but the control of money that was first produced by the sweat of the people in fields, in factories, in mines, in all the different places of exploitation, and that now wants the same exploited people to protect it and keep it safe in the pockets of those who robbed it. And the poor are killing each other in the European fields for the benefit of the rich, who want you to believe it is a war for the benefit of the nation. Tell me, what nation do the poor have? What nation do those who labor for mere subsistence with their arms have? A nation should be like a loving mother who equally protects all her children. What protection do the poor have in their respective countries? None. The poor person is a slave in all nations, is equally wretched in all of them, and is a martyr under all governments. 93. Several months later Wilson, whom Floresmagan had called a political dwarf, an amusing farce, and a little toy of the bourgeoisie, declared the United States at war. Floresmagan responded by publishing a manifesto that called people to rebel against this war by oppressors, and to turn it into a war against the oppressors themselves, that is, into a social revolution. 94. The predictable result of this revolutionary proposal was once again imprisonment. He was sentenced to 20 years and sent to McNeil Island Prison once more. Later he was transferred to Fort Leavenworth in Kansas, where his precarious health continued to deteriorate. On March 22 he wrote the following to Ellen White, a North American friend. Any doctor will tell you that diabetes is an incurable illness. Sugar can temporarily disappear from one's urine in this strange disease, but the condition will persist. Is it true that low blood pressure, my current anemic condition, cannot be attributed to my diabetes, as my present physician informed me on September 13, 1920? And what about the rheumatism that continually makes me suffer, and this eternal freeze in which healing cannot occur? As you can tell, not only am I losing my sight, I am also afflicted by a number of other conditions. 95. Floresmagan was firmly opposed to the constitutionalist government of Venustiano Carranza and accused him of being a strike-breaker, an assassin, and a wolf in sheep's clothing in the August 26, 1916 issue of Regeneration. 96. In spite of all this, the Chamber of Deputies offered him a pension that, as one would expect, Floresmagan rejected. In a letter to Nicholas T. Bernal on September 20, 1920, after expressing his happiness for the fraternal breath of Mexican workers, he conveyed gratitude for the generous sentiment that moved the Chamber of Deputies to provide a pension to me, and then added, I do not believe in the state, I support the abolition of international borders, I fight for the universal brotherhood of man, I consider the state an institution created by capitalism to ensure the exploitation and subjugation of the masses. Consequently, all money obtained by the state represents the sweat, the anguish, and sacrifice of workers. If this money came directly from workers, I would gladly and even proudly accept it because they are my brothers. But when it comes through the intervention of the state after being compelled from the people, the money would only burn my hands and fill my heart with remorse. 97. Kropotkin adopted a very similar attitude towards Lenin and the Bolshevik government when they offered him an academic position. 98. During this same period, the North American government made it clear to Floresmagan that it would consider his release from prison if he publicly repented and petitioned for a pardon. But it goes without saying that this incorruptible fighter could not accept such conditions. 99. In another letter to Bernal dated August 3, 1921, he remarked on the required repentance, saying that sarcasm touches the limits of tragedy. With the indignation of the just against agents of a state so often corrupted and corrupting, he exclaimed, "Repentance! I have not exploited the sweat, anguish, fatigue, and labor of others, I have not oppressed a single soul, I have nothing to repent for. My life has been lived without my having acquired any wealth, power, or glory, when I could have gotten these three things very easily. But I do not regret it. Wealth, power, and glory are only won by trampling others' rights. My conscience is at peace, for it knows that under my convict's garb beats an honest heart. I could be released if only I sign a petition for pardon repenting of what I have done, as the Department of Justice suggests I do. I could then join my poor, abandoned family, I could then attend to my failing eyesight that casts shadows around me and brings bitterness into my heart. But I think that the joy of being out of this hell that seems to have swallowed me forever would ruthlessly be stifled by the remonstrance of an indignant conscience that would shout to me, 'Shame! Shame! Shame!' For it is my honor as a fighter for freedom, my honor as a champion of the poor and dispossessed, invigorated in a 30-year struggle for justice for all that is in danger here. Thus, I do not surrender the ideal, come what may. 100. Ricardo Flores Magón was found dead in his cell at Fort Leavenworth on November 20, 1922. A few hours earlier he had spoken with his comrade and friend Liberto Rivera. Suspicions that he was assassinated are very likely true. 101 But even if he was not assassinated, the North American government was certainly responsible for his premature death. 102 Mexican workers were later able to repatriate his remains, which today rest in the Rotunda de Hombres Ilustres. 103 In the course of the anti-Diaz revolution, alongside the Partido Liberal, or better yet, alongside the left wing of that party and its undoubtedly anarcho-communist ideology, which with good reason we have called Magonist, there emerged a second popular movement, a movement of landless peasants centered in the state of Morales and led by Emiliano Zapata. From the strategic and ideological viewpoints, this movement may be considered an extension of the rural revolutionary movements of the 1870s. As these were inspired by ideas from Bakunin and other anarchists of the time, it is important that we mention them here. A spontaneous and almost intuitive revolutionary, Zapata had no real ideology at first other than that of the Calpulli, which runs deep in the collective unconscious of the indigenous population. Later, nonetheless, he raised the anarchist motto Tierra y Libertad on his flag, which was originally Magonist and first used by Praxedis Guerrero. Soto y Gama, secretary of the Zapatista army, served as a conduit for the libertarian ideas of Flores Magón, and may have been the author of the famous Plan de Ayala. According to Blaisdell, even if Zapata never considered himself an anarchist, he did popularize Flores Magón's revolutionary plan and fought to bring it into practice. 104 John Womack underscores the initial moderation of Zapata's program, but does not fail to recognize that the intransigence of landowners forced him to embrace the revolutionary agrarianism of Soto y Gama and Flores Magón. 105 Based on information from Nicholas Bernal, José Muñoz Cota reports that Zapata received a messenger from Flores Magón, who sent the suggestion to use the motto Tierra y Libertad. 106 Pietro Ferwa cites a letter from Flores Magón in which the latter explains that the only group akin to ours is Zapata's, and concludes that between both revolutionaries with or without messenger, there was real communication. 107 George Woodcock compares Zapata to Makhno and adds, "The philosophy of the Zapatista movement, with its egalitarianism and desire to recreate a natural order, with its insistence that the people should control the land in village communities, with its mistrust of the police and its contempt for personal gain, looks very much like the rural anarchism that emerged in Andalusia under quite similar circumstances." 108 And in Latin America, Zapata can be compared with the Venezuelan Ezequiel Zamora, whose frustrated revolutionary career is analogous to Zapata's in a number of important points. In any event, Flores Magón could see a clear difference between Zapata and other revolutionary caudillos like Pancho Villa. In the July 11, 1914 issue of Regeneration, he wrote the following: "We all know the sincerity of Emiliano Zapata as a revolutionary. He practices expropriation for the benefit of all, while Villa is a dog for the bourgeoisie, and executes the proletarian who takes a piece of bread to ease his hunger. Zapata understands that worker control of lands is the firm basis on which the liberty of the proletariat rests, and consequent on his ideas he is not opposed to inhabitants of those regions in which his army operates taking control of the lands and working them for themselves, while in that region under control of Villa workers cannot count even on enough dirt to cover their bodies when dead. It is absurd to speak of a union between Villa and Zapata. The latter is an honorable and sincere revolutionary who wrests riches from the hands of the bourgeoisie and delivers them to their true owners, the poor. 109. Indeed, other than in some conditional alliance against Carranza, Zapata and Villa had nothing in common, and in a letter dated August 21, 1914 Zapata stated that national peace depends on observance of all the clauses of the proposed Plan de Ayala 110. It is worth mentioning the effect the Mexican Revolution had in other Latin American countries, for example, in the Rio de la Plata region. In September 1911, Dr. Juan Criega, then editor of La Protesta in Buenos Aires, traveled to Los Angeles for the sole purpose of joining the Magonistas. 111 The anarchist poet Alberto Giraldo dedicated almost the entire July 11, 1912 issue of his publication Ideas y Figuras to discussing and celebrating the revolutionary accomplishments in Mexico. 112 In Montevideo libertarian publications, particularly Idea Libre, Tiempos Nuevos, and El Anarquista, provided extensive coverage of those accomplishments. Rafael Barrett wrote an article titled Mexico in which he denounced, not only have Yankees positioned large capital in Mexico, but they have also imported Mexican manual labor at an infamously low wage to the southern states. 113 For their part, Marxists like the Uruguayan Evaristo Buzas Urrutia, following the lead of Juan B. Justo, founder of the Partido Socialista Argentino, attacked the extreme anarchism of Mexican liberals. 114. See the workers' movement and anarcho-syndicalism. While Flores Magón was fighting in the north and Zapata in the south, a workers' movement was reemerging in Mexico City. It was in large part the result of Spanish immigrants who, having arrived in the early 20th century, set out to promote and spread anarchist ideals. One of the most outstanding of them was the Catalan Amadeo Fairs. He was an educated man and a good orator, who, Hart writes, during the last months of the Diaz regime, began the seemingly hopeless task of organizing an independent anarcho-syndicalist Mexican labor movement, free of all government influence, by arranging small secret meetings of workers from the typographic industry in Mexico City. 115. Fairs was more of a firm believer in education and organizational solidarity than in violence. He was insistent on the value of frugality, of work and mutual aid, and on the necessity of a rational education that would make the worker and the anarchist a responsible being and a titan of goodwill. 116 A few days before the resignation of Porfirio Diaz, with the collaboration of Diaz Soto y Gama, Fairs and several anarchist workers started the Confederación Tipográfica de Mexico, destined to become the point of departure for the organization of Mexico's working class. Two important anarchist leaders emerged from it, José López Duné and Rafael Quintero. They were joined by other intellectual workers who would later play important roles in the activities of La Casa del Obrero Mundial, Federico de la Colina, Enrique H. Arce, Fernando Redardi, Lorenzo Macias, Pedro Ortega, and Alfredo Pérez. 117. On October 8, 1911 Fairs began publication of El Tipógrafo Mexicano, an organ of the Confederación with an anarcho-syndicalist focus. In its objective of mobilizing the urban working class it was, Hart writes, the predecessor to newspapers of the 1970s like El Socialista, El Hijo del Trabajo, and El Obrero Internacional. 118 Anarchist typographers contributed to the formation of numerous unions like the Unión de Canteras Mexicanos, which published La Voz del Oprimido. Many of these unions' leadership joined the anarchist Society Luz, and were among the founders of La Casa del Obrero. Spontaneous strikes erupted during the interim administration of de la Barra, such as one by tramway workers in July 1911. 119 Subsequently, Typographers promoted several strikes in the capital and the interior of the country, in spite of the moderation of Fairs, Lopez Dunay, and other leaders who considered them tactically harmful. In 1914 the Confederación, now called Artes Gráficas, joined La Casa. 120. On June 22, 1912 the Colombian teacher and journalist Juan Francisco Moncalino arrived in Mexico from Cuba. There he founded a workers' group in which we find Jacinto Huitrón, Luis Méndez, Ciro Z. Esquivel, Pío Quinta-Roldan, and Eloy Armenta. He also founded Grupo Luz and its newspaper by the same name, and sought to start a rationalist school following the model of Francisco Ferrer. 121 The unions of graphic workers and stonemasons, along with those of tailors and train conductors, and the Grupo Luz made up, as Huitrón says, the keystone of La Casa del Obrero, which later would become a powerful national syndicalist movement. 122 Those four unions and the Grupo Luz had met on September 22, 1912 and founded La Casa del Obrero, giving it an anarcho-syndicalist orientation. By 1913, La Casa had to reject proposals by Junco Rojo and Alberto Frisón that it direct its activities towards electoral politics. According to Huitrón, syndicalism was understood then as the working class movement that sought to achieve complete rights in the factory and workshop, and to show that the emancipation of work is based on the personal and direct effort of workers. 123 Marxist socialism, having proposed a reformist and legalist approach and excluded anarchists from the Second International, was rejected in accordance with the principles of anarchist syndicalism, as was all collaboration with political parties. Bourgeois or proletariat. 124. La Casa del Obrero offered courses and lectures, organized a popular library in which classical anarchist texts were abundant, and in place of the defunct newspaper Luz began to publish a bi-weekly titled Lucha on January 11, 1913. It also continued to participate in worker-owner conflicts and to support all strikes that erupted in Mexico City, including the boycott of the Café Inglés called by the Unión de Dependientes de Restaurantes on January 27, 1913. May Day was observed for the first time in Mexico that year with assistance from many workers' unions and mutual aid societies, bringing together some 20,000 workers in the old Palacio Municipal to hear a speech by Soto y Gama. It was then that the word Mundial was added to the banner of La Casa del Obrero, and the red flag changed to the red and black. 125 The martyrdom of the Chicago anarchists was also remembered on that day in Mérida, Monterrey, and Rio Blanco. Other unions joined La Casa. Direct action took several forms. Tailors organized a boycott of the Palacio de Hierro, and textile workers called strikes in factories in Colmena, Miraflores, and other places. The Huerta dictatorship did not ignore the activities of La Casa, particularly when its members began to criticize it for usurpation and militarism. It deported several foreign activists, jailed many Mexicans, some of whom were then kidnapped and murdered, and closed the headquarters of the vigorous Proletarian Association. On August 1913, the Confederación de Artes Gráficas joined La Casa del Obrero Mundial and began to publish El Sindicalista, under the editorship of Rosendo Salazar and José López Dunay. Anarcho-syndicalism was firmly established in La Casa's organizational structure, while at the same time its members set out to clarify their goals and purposes. Partial strikes had limited purposes: wage increases, the 8-hour workday, but each one of them served as a rehearsal for the general strike that would end capitalism and the state, and bring about the industrial republic. Nonetheless, there was no lack of philosophical differences. Some adopted a positivist attitude and maintained, like Augustin Aragon, the inevitability of a new libertarian order emerging out of the natural law of human progress. Others, however, like the tireless fighter Diaz Soto y Gama, professed a kind of Christian but firmly anti-clerical anarchism analogous to Rodocanati's. 126 The difficult situation in which La Casa del Obrero Mundial found itself made impossible the continued publication of El Sindicalista, but did open the way for another kind of propaganda tactic, a popular group of orators known as the Tribuna Roja. Beginning in late 1913, these speakers reached masses of illiterate workers and yielded large numbers of new members. In May 1914, publication of Emancipation Obrero began. But in no time Huerta's brutal dictatorship violently repressed the paper, raided La Casa, and destroyed its library. 127. Huerta's government represented an attempt to return to Diaz's regime. General Venustiano Carranza, who defeated Huerta, wanted to continue the work of Madero. His greatest concern was to modernize the institutions of the country, end the caudillo system, and show the world an organized and democratic Mexico. Although he had no real sympathies for anarchism, he found himself having to seek the support of La Casa and its affiliated unions, not only because opposing them would have made the consolidation of his government and development of his plans difficult, but also because, besieged by Villa in the north and Zapata in the south, he needed to recruit as many workers as possible into the ranks of the Constitutional Army. Álvaro Obregón, Carranza's minister, showed an attitude favorable to many of La Casa's hopes and received the welcome of its members. He followed up that welcome by offering the Jesuit College Santa Brigida for use as their headquarters. This understanding between anarchists and the new government seemed contradictory in the light of libertarian doctrine, but old and proven militants justified it on grounds of special historical circumstances, and contested the claim that acceptance of certain gifts from the government entailed some compromise with it. La Casa del Obrero began an intense proselytizing campaign in the interior of the country. Other casas were founded in Guadalajara and Monterrey. Hart writes, La Casa moved toward a more refined and elaborate national structure composed of affiliated groups. Throughout the country a local Casa del Obrero operated independently of, and affiliated with, the Mexico City Casa at the national. At both the national and the local level they remained self-governing. Any action taken in concert with the national Casa occurred at the local and regional Casa's discretion. They also affiliated with the National Casa for armed defense through local workers' militias and armories. 128. By the end of 1914, while La Casa was making every effort to raise class consciousness among its affiliates and to spread anarcho-syndicalist ideals, founding the paper Tinta Roja under the editorship of Arce, Salazar, and La Colina, discussions began about the necessity of giving the constitutionalists military support against Villa and Zapata. There was some ideological confusion among anarchists, also. Non-anarchist leaders like the electrical worker Luis N. Morones had some influence in this conversation. While an anarchist syndicate may find itself forced by historical circumstances to provide military support to a democratic government as would happen 20 years later in Spain, it can do so only against a more reactionary power. Even assuming that such was the case with Villa, who had more in common with the clergy and the banks than the anarchists, it was certainly not so with Zapata. Nonetheless, the numerous measures favorable to workers that the Carranza government had taken since 1914, as well as a certain aversion to peasant guerrillas who often carried banners of the Virgin of Guadalupe, encouraged many Casa members to take a collaborationist position. They saw the workerist, lay government of Carranza, with its labor law proposals and seemingly sophisticated agrarian reform plan, as the lesser of two evils. Zapatistas entered the capital city on November 24, 1914 and withdrew in January 1915. Zapata thus showed that he was not interested in the presidency, as Villa would have wanted him to be. Nonetheless, in La Casa there was much talk that both caudillos were enemies. So, when Obregón's troops returned to the capital, the way was already prepared for La Casa to accept a pact with the government, and even to offer its collaboration in military activities. The pact was signed in Veracruz on February 17, 1915. In it members of La Casa del Obrero Mundial committed themselves to engage in active propaganda to win the sympathies of all workers of the Republic for the constitutionalist revolution, and to form red battalions in Carranza's army. 129. Recent investigations, however, have determined that the majority of anarcho-syndicalist militants were never in agreement with this pact and, moreover, because of its nature or historical determination, the working class was never really allied to the constitutionalist project. 130. In any event, those who signed the pact should have defended themselves from the challenges issued by representatives of anarcho-syndicalist orthodoxy. We are also accused of meddling in politics and misrepresenting our syndicalist creed. To show that this assertion is false, it suffices to say that in a short time we have been able to establish syndicalism from one end of the Republic to the other. 131. What is certain is that among many members of La Casa, starting from about 1914, anarcho-syndicalist ideology seems to have been contaminated with a radical nationalism. 132. Such contamination later made possible the direct or indirect subordination of the majority of syndicalist organizations to a workerist state, and to the realization of a populist politics that, since Carranza and Obregón and then through Calles and Cárdenas, persists to the present day. 133. The pact between La Casa and the Constitutionalists produced results that were favorable to both sides. With government support, the organization was able to increase its proselytizing activities among workers in Oaxaca and Orizaba, and to start affiliates in Jalapa, San Luis Potosí, Zacatecas, Pachuca, Tampico, Tabasco, Morelia, Uruapan, Zamora, Mérida, and other places. 134. The Constitutionalists substantially reinforced their army with the incorporation of some 10,000 workers, the Red Battalions, and cornered Villa in Chihuahua. La Casa kept growing in 1915 with the addition of numerous unions, published a new and combative newspaper, Ariat, and finally realized Moncalino's project of a rationalist school. But inflation and high unemployment in 1915 led to great discontent among workers, who responded by demanding higher wages and price controls. In the summer, teachers and drivers affiliated with La Casa declared a strike, so too did bakers in late July, oil workers at the British company El Aguila in October, followed by textile workers, and in December carpenters, button makers, and barbers. Battles broke out between workers and scabs at the foreign-owned El Oro mines. Hart writes, the anarcho-syndicalist leaders of La Casa openly challenged both capitalists and government and were confident in their course of action. No era in the history of Mexican labor has witnessed the militancy and belligerence that La Casa demonstrated in the last 6 months of 1915 and the first 8 months of 1916. The pressure and turbulence were building up towards the general strike of 1916.135. In January 1916 the Red Battalions were decommissioned. But after leaving the barracks, workers found themselves jobless, joining an already high number of unemployed in the capital. Unemployment, high prices, low wages, and the devaluation of the peso forced La Casa into a combative posture. A number of strikes and protests erupted in the first months of 1916. On February 4, the government shut down La Casa's offices and jailed a number of militants, among them Jacinto Huitrón. General Pablo González referred to syndicalist actions as the dictatorship of the proletariat. 136. A Congreso Obrero Nacional convened in Veracruz between March 6 and 17, 1916, with delegates from 73 unions. That Congress created the Confederación del Trabajo de la Región Mexicana, ideologically defined by the principles of anarcho-syndicalism, including the class struggle, socialization of the means of production, and rejection of all political activity. Its goal was not to conquer power but to abolish it as a force independent of the will of workers. 137. In May 22 a general strike was called in Mexico City to protest the imprisonment of La Casa's leadership and to achieve a number of emergency economic measures to ease the very difficult situation confronting the working class. The strike was an immediate success but set a nefarious precedent for the revolutionary spirit of anarcho-syndicalists. Due to its ease, many young militants from La Casa came to believe that improvements could be achieved through a popular and benevolent state. Among those who signed the agreements with the Carranza government was Luis Morones, future leader of the Confederación Regional Obrera Mexicana, and of the Partido Obrero Socialista, which changed the recognized mode of struggle from direct to multiple action. 138. A second general strike erupted on July 31. Workers had been driven to a state of profound pauperization by an agreement between government and capitalists that fixed the value of the peso, used to pay wages, at 2 cents. Carranza ordered mounted police to attack workers' assemblies, closed the local casas, arrested the leaders who came to meet with him, accusing them of being traitors to the nation, and declared martial law. The government was thus able to break the strike, and even Obregon, the minister most sympathetic to the workers, distanced himself from the conflict. The strike committee, headed by Barragán Hernández, decided to suspend all action and the defeat was definitive. One of the committee's leaders, the electrician Velasco, was condemned to death, although the sentence would be later commuted and he was freed in February 1918.139. The closure of La Casa del Obrero Mundial and the failure of the general strike of August 1916 were heavy but not mortal blows to the Mexican anarchist movement. In mid-1917 the Group Luz and its newspaper were renewed. Other groups emerged in the capital: Jóvenes Socialistas Rojos, Los Autonomos, Solidaridad, and in the interior of the country, Casas del Obrero Mundial in Guadalajara, Tampico, and Saltillo, Cultura Racional y Rebeldia in Aguascalientes, Germinal, Vida Libre, and Fuerza y Cerebro in Tampico, Hermanos Rojos in Villa Cecilia, Albaroja in Ciudad Victoria, Francisco Ferrer Guardia in Nuevo Laredo, Acción Consciente in Monterrey, Acracia and Ni Dios Ni Amo in Ciudad Juárez, Acción Cultural Sindicalista in Zacatecas, Ciencia y Libertad and Luz y Fuerza in Toluca, Emancipation in Saltillo, Hermandad Acreta in Orizaba, and Grupo Cultural Libertario in León. 140 In October 1917 anarchists were defeated at the Segundo Congreso Obrero Nacional by the reformist and pro-government group of Luis Morones. Later at the Tercer Congreso Obrero, Moreno founded CROM. It retained at best only a few anarchist symbols, and quickly aligned itself with Samuel Gomper's famous pro-management American Federation of Labor. 141 The anarchist López Duné referred to a group called Acción, formed by Morones and his Carrancistas friends, as the Cowhide Apostolate. 142 Another Mexican worker, speaking of the pact between the new CROM and the AFL, asked, "Is it the American Federation of Labor that sends us its delegates or the government of the White House?" 143. In September 1919 a Congreso Socialista convened in Mexico City and founded the Partido Nacional Socialista, which quickly changed its name to the Partido Comunista and joined the Third International. 144 Among its founders were several foreigners like the Hindu Manbendranath Roy and the North American Lynn A. Gale, as well as a Mexican, José Allen, who turned out to be an agent of the Yankee government. 145 On December 21, the group Acción started the Partido Laborista Mexicano, which quickly offered its support to the presidential candidacy of Álvaro Obregón. The Russian Revolution had a certain influence on anarcho-syndicalist groups. On March 1, 1918 the worker Vicente de Policano celebrated it in the pages of the anarchist publication Bandera Roja. Obrero Murad Hacia el Oriente. Ved como el pasado se derrumbe. Oid como suena lentamente. La hora de redención omnipotent. En que los muertos se alzan de la tumba. Workers look to the east. See how the past crumbles. Listen slowly to how it sounds. The hour of omnipotent redemption. When the dead rise from their tombs. 146. The impact, however, was not as great as it was in other Latin American countries and the information available perhaps was more confused. On May 21, 1920 President Carranza died in the highlands of Puebla, while fleeing to Veracruz. Obregón, who succeeded him, while he supported the CROM reformists, did not adopt a hostile attitude towards anarcho-syndicalists, as Carranza had since 1916. During the interim administration of Adolfo de la Huerta, a number of strikes erupted, beginning in June 1920 and mobilizing more than 22,000 workers. Textile workers in La Hormiga and San Antonio Abad, Federal District, miners in Villardena, Mina Vieja, and Dolores in Chihuahua, foundry workers in Monterrey, rural peons in La Laguna, oil workers in El Aguila, and others staged conflicts with their bosses for a variety of reasons. 147 The fact that de la Huerta, and after him Oregon, Calles, and other Mexican presidents, thought of themselves as socialists and intervened in strikes and other labor conflicts between workers and bosses. Generally deciding on behalf of workers was not a good thing for anarcho-syndicalists. In July 1920 the number of strikes increased to affect some 65,000 workers, metallurgists in Torreon, miners in Chihuahua and Durango, textile workers in Valle de Mexico, oil workers in Tamaulipas, railroad workers in Yucatan, dock workers in Veracruz, and still more in spite of Crom's reformist attempts to stop them. The Federación Comunista del Proletariado Mexicano was founded on August 11, 1920, with both Marxist-Leninist and anarchist members. But its ideology advocating of free communism or libertarianism and its evidently federalist organization came more easily to the anarchists. 148 Between February 15 and 22, FCPM sponsored a congress in the capital city with the aim of creating a workers' revolutionary regional that would oppose CROM, already joined to the AFL and supported by the Mexican government. To do so they founded the Confederación General de Trabajadores, with the participation of some 50 unions. In its constitution the CGT accepted a libertarian communism, the rationalist system for the instruction of workers, the class struggle, and direct action, which implies the exclusion of all political activity as fundamental principles necessary for the complete emancipation of workers and peasants. 149 Julio Godillo considered the weakening of political action proof of CGT's ultra-leftist sectarianism. 150 The truth is, as Fernando Cordova says, that the anarcho-syndicalist founders of the CGT were the first to criticize the Constitution of 1917, the social institutions, Gomper's imperialist tactics, the recruitment of workers to fill parliamentary seats, and, in a simple word, the failure of the Mexican Revolution. 151. In the tradition of the anarchism of the first decade of the century, CGT vigorously denounced North American imperialism, attacked Morones, whom anarchists considered as Mexico's Mussolini, 152 and repudiated the alliance with Gompers and the AFL. It was also openly critical of recent deportations of foreign anarchists and socialists like José Rubio, Natalia Michilova, Michael Paley, and Sebastián San Vicente, a Basque anarchist from Guernica, founding member of the CGT, and a victim of the socialist Obregón. 153 Proclamations by CGT, whose formation was assisted with an Iberian push from Buenaventura Durruti, were signed with the motto Health and Libertarian Communism, and even when it came to accept the issue of the dictatorship of the proletariat it never endorsed the Leninist interpretation of this concept but rather that of Rosa Luxemburg and of those called councilists. But a confrontation between the Partido Comunista Mexicano and the majority of anarcho-syndicalists could not be avoided. Anarchists could not feel at ease in the Third International, promoted by the same Russian government that persecuted and exterminated anarchists. 154 At its first Congress in September 1921 CGT withdrew from the Third International, while communists loyal to Moscow walked out. A specifically anarcho-syndicalist group, called Centro Sindicalista Libertario, was then formed at that Congress in the hopes of serving the CGT the same role played by FAI for the Spanish CGT. 155 Luis Areza, who had left CROM for the CGT, served as editor of Ferbo Rojo, organ of the new anarcho-syndicalist Central. 156. Since that first Congress, the CGT showed its concern for workers throughout the American continent. And in spite of ignoring and denying all representative legitimacy to the so-called Confederación Panamericana del Trabajo, the CGT worked energetically for the Confederación Obrera Revolucionaria de toda America, for which a meeting would be called with representatives from communists, syndicalists, and anarchists from the entire American continent. At the same time, it declared that the Mexican proletariat recognizes its brothers in the world proletariat and their struggles. 157. In March 1921 the CGT supported the great strike called by the Confederación de Sociedades Gremiales Ferrocarrileras against North American companies. Obregón and his minister Calles were at first opposed to the strike, but in the end they recognized the CGT, conceded to their demands, and gave priority to their members over scabs. 158 In 1922 the anti-political position of the CGT leadership was once more put to the test. On January 14 the CGT's Consejo Confederal challenged attempts by the Partido Comunista to control CGT's functions and reiterated its position that it could not have any commitments or relations of any kind with any political party. 4 months later, on May 13, the Consejo Local of Mexico City, convened by Huitrón and Montoya, after a long discussion into the night, expelled Salazar and Escobedo, members of the Consejo Confederal, for having aligned themselves with the presidential candidacy of Adolfo de la Huerta. 159 In a telegraph to President Obregón in October of the same year, CGT clarified its position on government and the state. Of course we are convinced of the fundamental truth that there is not today, nor can there ever be good governments. The very word government means abuse. Without going far into proletarian protests and without having to repeat on this occasion what the most cultured and disinterested men have written through the ages concerning the organic and sociological foundation of governments, can you tell us sincerely, Mr. Obregón, what good the executive under your command has done for us? We do not seek help, Citizen Obregón. Leave us at peace to continue our struggle, without compromises or humiliations. And a little later, it added, the CGT is not a political organization, it is rebellious, anti-statist, and libertarian. 160. On May Day 1922 the commemoration of the Chicago martyrs turned into an act of protest in front of the North American consulate demanding the release of Liberto Rivera and Ricardo Flores Magón, both being held at Fort Leavenworth. But this peaceful act was broken by street violence provoked by the reactionary Caballeros de Colón, who murdered a marcher's son as the CGT crowds passed by its headquarters. 161 And the bourgeoisie knew how to use other weapons against the CGT, like misinformation and calumny. In August the newspaper El Universal Gráfico announced the dissolution of the Workers' Central, the embezzlement of funds by its directors, the demoralization of its members, and expressed the desire to see CGT disappear because it was an anarchist organization. 162. As in Buenos Aires and Santiago de Chile, in Mexico City anarchists promoted a tenants' strike on March 17, 1922, giving way to the organization of the Sindicato Inquilinario. While the Partido Comunista Mexicano took the initiative, several anarchists affiliated with the CGT, like Valadez, were its sole. 163 Veracruz anarchists organized a tenants' strike as early as January, among them was the tailor Heron Proel, an old militant from the Partido Liberal Mexicano. 164 In September a strike was called at the textile mill in San Ildefonso, after the failure of management to make good on an agreement to increase wages. In October workers at the same mill joined CGT and gave the bosses 7 days to settle the matter. When they failed to do so, the anarcho-syndicalist CGT called a general strike. It proved successful. But on October 20 a rally to protest the kidnapping of the secretary of the Federación de Hilanderos de Santa Teresa was battered in San Angel by mounted gendarmerie, and 2 workers were killed. The CGT blamed Celestino Gasca, who had once been a CASA member and was then military governor of the Federal District. 165. The Second Congress of the CGT convened between November 4 and 12, 1922, and decided to concentrate its organizational efforts in the industrial setting, as it offered the best chance for successful strikes. 166 In addition to Furbo Rojo, other anarcho-syndicalist publications appeared, Tierra Libre and Sagittario in Villa Cecilia, El Rebelde in Jalapa, and La Humanidad and Nuestros Ideals. In January 1923 a strike broke out among transit workers in response to a threat of termination en masse. In February CGT militants confronted mounted riot police in the streets of Mexico City. 13 militants were wounded and more than 100 detained at the Inspección General de Policía. 167 In March anarchists from Mexico City marched in protest of the assassination of the Spanish CNT member Salvador Segui, who was shot by gangsters hired by his employers, and in April they protested the prison sentences of Sacco and Vanzetti in Boston. 168. A series of letters and telegrams were exchanged during this period between Obregon and CGT's leaders. Even if this exchange cannot be classified as always cordial, it is nonetheless true that Obregon was the only head of a Latin American country who directly dialogued with anarcho-syndicalists, with the exception of Batlle in Uruguay. In June 1923, CGT resisted a lockout called by employers in Orizaba and Veracruz. 169 That same month, during a strike at the textile mills, 21 unions from Puebla joined the CGT, and within a few weeks the CGT led the new members to occupy all textile mills as the only means to resolve the issue of unemployment. Meanwhile, a number of groups, like Luz y Vida, Esfuerzo Libertario, Juventud Comunista Anarchica, Tierra Libre, and others, were busy forming the Alianza Local Mexicana Anarquista in Mexico City. In September, CGT joined the then recently formed International Workingmen's Association in Berlin, and in December convened its Third Congress. 170. New libertarian newspapers appeared in 1923, El Sindicalista, Alma Obrera, and Nuestra Palabra in Zacatecas, and Germinal and Tribuna Roja in San Luis Potosí. 171 In 1924 the CGT celebrated Labor Day at its headquarters in the Plaza Vizcanas and continued to receive new members from the interior, like the Grupo Libertario de Mujeres de Nuevo León, the feminist group Emancipation of Margaritas, from Villa Acuñas, the Agricultores Unidas del Bravo and the Organizaciones Libertarias de Tampico, the Federación Anarquista of San Juan Potosí, and the Sindicato de Obreros Molineros. In August and September the CGT participated in the strike waged by the Federación del Ramo Textil and mobilized some 15,000 workers. In October CGT members organized a meeting in solidarity with striking teachers and oil workers, while the Federación Textil held a rally in front of the factory in San Antonio Abad demanding liberty for the militant anarchist Enrique Rangel, imprisoned in Tuxpan, Veracruz. More anarchist publications appeared that year, Alba Anarchica in Monterrey, Humanidad and Ferbo Rojo in Guadalajara, and Nueva Solidaridad Obrera. 172. General Plutarco Elias Calles assumed the presidency at the end of 1924. His support for CROM was in direct proportion to his aversion to the CGT. He was at once less anti-imperialist and more anti-anarchist than Obregon was. It is safe to say that only the Catholic clergy aroused his ire more than militant libertarians. 173 On November 19, 1924 CROM held its 6th Congress in Ciudad Juárez, determined to defend the interests of the Mexican proletariat and its relations with the socialist government over which Comrade Calles presides. 174 In December Calles appointed Morones Secretary of Industry, Commerce, and Labor and enacted important labor legislation that openly favored CROM and undermined CGT. In 1925 CGT had to confront a combined CROM/government attack in the federal district that threatened its very existence. 175. Between May 4 and 10, 1925 a 4th Congress was convened that decided to fight for the 8-hour workday as a temporary remedy for unemployment, and to support the peasant movement and the Zapatista deputy Diaz Soto y Gama in his radical agrarian reform project. 176 But 1925 was above all the year of the great oil strike in El Aguila, of conflict between CROM and Calles's government over control of the workers' movement in Chihuahua, Jalisco, and Tamaulipas, of miners' strikes in El Bolio and Nueva Rosita, of the CROM offensive against red bakers in the federal district, of confrontations between CROM leadership and its peasant base, which carried out a general strike on its own, and of the great institutional offensive against the red textile workers of the Valle de Mexico. 177. In these workers' struggles persistent, violent, sometimes paramilitary, the anarcho-syndicalist CGT showed its very best. It was between 1922 and 1925, Rodriguez says, that CGT achieved its greatest strength and dissemination, concentrating its energies on social conflicts. 178 In 1926 CGT comprised 108 syndicates, 23 unions, 13 groups, 9 federations, and 4 agrarian communities for a total of 157 affiliated societies. 179. In July 1926 CGT held its fifth Congress and, echoing 4 of 2 decades earlier, made a clear profession of its anarcho-syndicalist ideology. From that moment on it demonstrated a special interest in the problems of the countryside, joining the agrarian leagues, and later that year convening a peasants' congress in Guadalajara. 180 In 1927 CGT supported a general strike in Mexico City in solidarity with the railroad workers, and through the oil workers' syndicate in Tampico promoted another one that for no reason other than its leaders were anarcho-syndicalists Calles tried to put down with guns. 181 In 1928 CGT supported a large strike by the textile workers of Rio Blanco and one by telephone workers from Ericsson. CROM began a rapid decline due to the conflict between Obregón and Morones, whose presidential ambitions forced the latter to resign his position as Secretary of Industry, Commerce, and Labor, and kept his supporters Gasco and Moneda from high government office. Contrary to what one might imagine, CROM's decline did not mean CGT's revitalization. It was instead the beginning of its own demise. With CROM's loss of official favor, CGT found itself increasingly ignored by the government and its functionaries. A new conflict with President Calles ended by destroying both Morones and CROM. In 1929 some CROM syndicates joined CGT, pushing its membership from 60,000 to 80,000. 182 But at the same time many in its leadership began to take a CROM-style attitude and to think that direct action, anarchism, and revolutionary syndicalism were unrealistic. 183 When in 1931 the government of the engineer and General Pascual Ortiz Rubio introduced a new labor code, many CGT leaders, like Luis Araiza and Ciro Mendoza, welcomed it, while others, like Jacinto Huitrón and Enrique Rangel, refused any relation with the state. In 1934, Marjorie Ruth Clark wrote, "In a few years CGT became more conservative. It has continued to call itself anarchist, but in truth it is nothing more than trade unionism, lightly nuanced syndicalism." 184. Something quite similar had occurred in Argentina with the Fora 9 and the Union Sindical Americana. Nonetheless, as in Argentina anarchism did not totally disappear in Mexico, even though its influence declined in both countries after the 1930s. The Federación Anarco-Comunista Argentina had its complement in the Federación Anarquista Mexicana, and Jacinto Huitrón was among its most active organizers and leaders until his death. Just as FACA published Acción Libertaria, so too FAM published a second run of Regeneration. The arrival of many Spanish members of CNT and FAI after 1939 led to the formation of new groups that published the newspaper Tierra y Libertad, and to a series of libertarian works, including the outstanding Enciclopedia Anarquista. Other small nuclei worked, and continue to work, in the syndicalist terrain or in active propaganda, among them the Grupo Cultural Ricardo Flores Magón. Appendix A, Chronology. 1861. Plotino C. Rodocanati arrives in Mexico and publishes his Cartilla Socialista. Bakunin spends 2 weeks in Panama. José Antonio Paz becomes president of Venezuela, Benito Juárez of Mexico, and Gabriel García Moreno of Ecuador. Buenos Aires defeats the Confederación Argentina in the Battle of Pavón. Spain again occupies the Dominican Republic. F. Varela publishes Nocturnas, and Bernabe de Maria La America Libre. 1862. Rodocanati begins organizing workers and students in Mexico City. Bartolomé Mitre becomes president of Argentina, Miguel de San Román of Peru, and Francisco Solano López of Paraguay. Alberto Blest Gana publishes Martín Rivas, and Antonio Díaz los Treinta y Tres Orientales Libertadores. 1863. Rodocanati founds the Grupo de Estudiantes Socialistas in Mexico City. Maximilian I is proclaimed Emperor of Mexico. Triumph of federal armies in Venezuelan Civil War, the Treaty of Coche is signed and Juan Crisostomo Falcón becomes president. A Spanish fleet blockades the Peruvian port city of Callao. José Hernández publishes Vida del Chaco, and Juan de Arona Ruinas. 1864. Rodocanati publishes his Neopontismo and continues organizational and propaganda efforts. Mariano Melgarejo proclaims himself president of Bolivia. A Spanish fleet captures the Chincha Islands of Peru. A Congress of American States convenes in Lima, Peru. Venezuela adopts a new federal constitution and the name Estados Unidos de Venezuela. In Mexico, Republicans fight Maximilian I and the French occupying forces. Uruguayan city of Paysandú is under siege by Brazilian forces. Joaquim Machado de Assis publishes Chrysalides. 1865. La Social is founded in Mexico and a section of the International Workingmen's Association in Martinique. Rodocanati founds Escuela del Rayo y del Socialismo in Chalco, where Francisco Zalacosta and Julio Chavez are students. The War of the Triple Alliance is fought against Paraguay. Peru signs treaty with Spain recognizing Peruvian independence. Geronimo Carrion becomes president of Ecuador and José María Cabral of the Dominican Republic. Juana Manuela Corradi publishes Sueños y Realidades. 1866. A section of the International is functioning in Guadeloupe. The Spanish-Peruvian War is fought. Francisco Solano López is defeated in Tuyuti. In Havana, Saturnino Martinez founds the newspaper La Aurora, showing a Prudhonian influence. Estanislao del Campo publishes his satirical poem Fausto, and Francisco Xacha La Unión Seva a los Nubes. 1867. Rodocanati leaves Chalco and returns to Mexico City. Maximilian I is executed in Querétaro. Juárez enters the Mexican capital. Santos Acosta becomes president of Colombia and Mariano Prado of Peru. In Haiti, Sylvain Salvain overthrows Fabregat Frad. Jorge Isaacs publishes Maria, and José H. Uriarte El Ángel de los Pobres. 1868. Anarchists promote a strike at the textile mills of Tlalpan. Juárez again becomes president of Mexico, Fernando Guzmán of Nicaragua, Domingo Sarmiento of Argentina, and José Balta of Peru. Blue Revolution is fought in Venezuela. In Cuba, the 10 Years' War begins. The city of Asunción, Paraguay falls to the armies of the Triple Alliance. In Puerto Rico, the rebellion known as the Grito de Lares breaks out and the government of Francisco Ramírez assumes power. Pedro Acagui publishes Amor y Virtud, and Juan María Gutiérrez Noticias Históricas sobre el origen y desarrollo de la ENS. N. ANSA Pública y Superior en Buenos Aires. 1869. Mexican anarchists found the Círculo Proletario. García Moreno again assumes the office of President of Ecuador. Juárez confronts an insurrection. I. M. Altamirano publishes Clemencia. Publication of La Prensa begins in Buenos Aires. Julio Chavez publishes Manifiesto a todos los oprimidos y pobres de Mexico y del Universo, and 4 months later is executed. 1870. In Mexico, anarchists found the Gran Círculo de Obreros. Francisco Solano López dies. The War of the Triple Alliance concludes. Nisig Sajid becomes president of Haiti and Antonio Guzmán Blanco of Venezuela. Free and compulsory education begins in Venezuela. Dictatorship of Melgarejo in Bolivia ends. The Partido Republicano forms in Brazil. Lucio V. Mansilla publishes Una excursión a los Indios Ranchos. In Buenos Aires the daily La Nación begins publication, and in Rio de Janeiro La República. 1871. In Buenos Aires, refugees from the Paris Commune begin to arrive, among them Gobeli. The Mexican workers' movement adopts the red and black flag. In Montevideo, the Association Rural is founded. In Chile, church privileges are eliminated. Yellow fever breaks out in Buenos Aires. In Brazil, the Lei do Ventre Livre is established, granting freedom to the children of slaves. Federico Errázuriz Zanartu becomes president of Chile, José Vicente Cuadra of Nicaragua, and, once again, Juárez of Mexico. Andrés Lamas, Vicente Fidel López, and Juan María Gutiérrez Revista del Río de la Plata begins publication. The latter publishes Juan Cruz Varela. In Mexico, anarchists of La Social begin publication of the newspaper El Socialista. 1872. An Uruguayan section of the International Workingmen's Association is founded, with anarchists the largest group. An Argentinian section is also founded. In it a French group is mainly Marxist, and Italian and Spanish groups anarchist. José Pardo becomes president of Peru and Sebastián Lerdo de Tejeda of Mexico. Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Costa Rica form the Unión Centroamericana. José Hernández publishes Martín Fierro, Hilario Escasubi Santos Vega, Ricardo Palma Tradiciones Peruanas, and José María Estrada La Política Liberal bajo la Tirania de Rosas. 1873. The Spanish worker Francisco Tomás reports that the Federación Regional Española has received no news from the Cuban sections. The Prudhonian botanist José Escobedo Gebert publishes Enumeratio Pantarum Spont Nascencium Agro Montevidense. The Jacobin dictatorship of Justo Rufino Barrios ends. Slavery is abolished in Puerto Rico. José Martí publishes Revista Universal and his book La República Española ante la Revolución Cubana in Mexico. 1874. Nicolás Avellaneda becomes president of Argentina and Michel Domingue of Haiti. A new constitution is adopted in Venezuela. El Cranioscopio, Periódico Frenologico y Científico is published in Mexico. J. P. Varela publishes La Educación del Pueblo. In Mexico, the anarchist newspapers El Obrero Internacional and La Comuna appear. 1875. The Uruguayan section of the International Workingmen's Association convenes its first meeting, and under the leadership of Francisco Galceran some members publish an anarchist manifesto. Tomás Estrada Palma becomes president of the Provisional Government of Cuba and Pedro J. Chamorro of Guatemala. Nicolás de Pirola fails to oust Peruvian President Pardo. Tobias Barreto publishes Estudios de Filosofía y Crítica, and Antonio Díaz el Frank y el Chiripa. 1876. The Federación Regional de la República Oriental del Uruguay is founded. In Mexico, the Congreso General Obrero convenes. Many anarchists participate. Bakuninists make up the largest group in the Argentinian section of the International Workingmen's Association. In Mexico, the newspapers El Hijo del Trabajo and La Internacional appear. Civil war ends in Mexico and Porfirio Díaz assumes power. Lorenzo Latorre, Uruguayan Minister of War, takes control of the country. Hilarión Daza becomes president of Bolivia, Aníbal Pinto of Chile, and Pierre Boisrond Canal of Haiti. Bartolomé Mitre publishes Historia del Belgrado, J. C. Bustamante el Veterano Oriental, Juan Montalvo el Regenerador, and J. P. Varela de la Legislación Escolar. 1877. In Mexico, Zayla Costa begins a peasants' rebellion inspired by libertarian ideas. Again anarchists promote strikes in the textile mills of Tlalpan. Rodocanati's translation of Proudhon's Idea General de la Revolución en el siglo XIX appears. Francisco Linares Alcantara becomes president of Venezuela. Uruguay adopts the Ley de Educación Laica y Obligatoria. In Paraguay, Colegio Nacional is founded. Olegario Andrade publishes Nido de C. O. Endores, Martín Coronado La Rosa Blanca, Orozman Moratorio Una Mujer con Pantalones, and Rui Barbosa O Papa y O Concilio. 1878. In Mexico, Zayla Costa presents a plan to expropriate large estates and to suppress the central government. The Uruguayan section of the International Workingmen's Association begins publication of the newspaper El Internacional. Alberto Santa Fe's La Ley del Pueblo is published. In Puebla, La Revolución Social appears. In Cuba, the 10 Years' War ends. Julian Trujillo becomes president of Colombia, Ignacio de Veintemilla of Ecuador, and Candido Barrero of Paraguay. Eduardo Wilde publishes Tiempo Perdido, Ricardo Gutierrez, Poesía, J.B. Alberti Peregrinación del Luz del Día, E. Gordon El Hijo de la Miseria, and Manuel de Jesus Galvan Enriquillo. 1879. Colonel Alberto Santa Fe is arrested after the failure of an uprising in the Valle de San Martin, Peru. Antonio Guzmán Blanco initiates the first of his 5-year plans in Venezuela. General Julio Roca launches a military campaign to establish Argentine dominance over Patagonia called Conquista del Desierto. La Guerra Chiquita, the Small or Little War, is fought in Cuba. War of the Pacific is fought by Chile against Bolivia and Peru. Nicolas Pirola becomes president of Peru, Joaquim Zabala of Nicaragua, and Lycia Salomon of Haiti. El Descamisado, the first anarchist newspaper in Argentina, appears in Buenos Aires. Eduardo Gutierrez publishes Juan Morera, Fermín Ferreira y Artigas donde los dan los toman, José Hernández La Vuelta de Martín Fierro, Juan Zorrilla de San Martín La Leyenda Patria, and J. L. Maricumanda. 1880. Hector Mattei, Italian libertarian journalist, arrives in Buenos Aires. Julio Roca becomes president of Argentina, Justo Rufino Barrios of Guatemala, Bernardino Caballero of Paraguay, and Rafael Núñez of Colombia. The Ley de Instrucción Pública is adopted in Colombia. The popular revolt known as the Revolta do Vintém breaks out in Rio de Janeiro. Buenos Aires is declared the federal capital of the República Argentina. Rodocanati publishes Garantismo Social. El Obrero, a newspaper with anarchist bent, begins publication in Cuba. Florentino Ameghino publishes La Antig. U. Edad del Hombre en el Plata, Enrique José Varona Conferencias Filosóficas, and Juan Montalvo Las Catalanarias. 1881. Zalacosta is defeated by federal troops in Querétaro. The Swiss-inspired Helvetic Constitution is adopted in Venezuela. Chile occupies Lima and President Calderón is imprisoned and removed to Chile. Domingo Santa Maria becomes president of Chile. Alugio Azevedo publishes O Mulatto, Joaquim Machado de Assis Memorias Póstumas de Bras Cubas, W. Bermudez Una Broma de César, Prudencio Vázquez y Vega, Críticas de la Moral Evolucionista, and Eugenio Cambaceres Potpourri. 1882. Máximo Santos becomes president of Uruguay, Ulysses Huros of the Dominican Republic, and Prospero Fernández Orimano of Costa Rica. La Plata becomes capital of the province of Buenos Aires. The weekly publication La Revolución Social appears in Montevideo. Juan Montalvo publishes Siete Tratadores, José Martí Ismaelillo, José Medina Los Aborigines de Chile, and Paul Grusic Ensayo Histórico sobre Tucumán. 1883. In Montevideo, on March 18 the group of anarchists celebrate the anniversary of the Paris Commune. José Otalora becomes president of Colombia. Uruguay adopts the Ley de Matrimonio Civil. Chile annexes Tacna, Arica, and Tarapacá through the Treaty of Ancon. João Capistrano de Abreu publishes O Descobrimento do Brasil, D.F. Sarmiento Conflicto y Armonía de las Razas en América, R. Silva Artículos de Costumbres, Manuel Gutiérrez Najera Cuentos Fragiles, Julio Calcano Cuentos Fantásticos, and Enrique José Varona Estudios Literarios y Filosóficos. 1884. Joaquim Crespo becomes president of Venezuela, Porfirio Díaz, again, of Mexico, and Rafael Núñez, again, of Colombia. Chile annexes Atacama and its coast. La Lucha Obrera appears, organ of the Federación Internacional de Trabajadores del Uruguay. C. M. Ramirez publishes Artigas, Francisco Gavidia Versos, Diego Barros Arana Historia General de Chile, Olavo by Locke Poesías, Lucio V. Lopez La Gran Aldea, A. de Oliveira Mario Dales, Paul Grosic Fruto Vedado, Samuel Blixen Los Dos Primores, Miguel Cain Juvenilia, and Antonio Argeric Inocentes o Culpables. 1885. Errico Malatesta arrives in Buenos Aires and begins publication of La Cuestión Social. In Havana, the Círculo de Trabajadores is founded. Yankee troops occupy the city of Colón, Panama. Uruguay returns spoils of war to Paraguay. In Peru, Miguel Iglesias renounces the presidency. War in Central America, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica against Guatemala. Fiscal crisis in Venezuela, budget reductions. In Montevideo, the anarcho-collectivist weekly La Federación de Trabajadores appears. Ruben Dario publishes Epístolas y Poemas, José Martí Amistad Funesta, Eugenio Cambaceres Sin Rumbo, Diogenes de Caud La Atlantida, Miguel Cain Charles Literarias, Calixto Oyo la Teoría Literaria, Rafael Obligado Poesías, Juan de Arona Sonetos y Quispazos, José Lastaria Antino y Hagano, and W. D. Hudson La Tierra Purpurea. 1886. Malatesta searches for gold in Patagonia to finance the social revolution. Guzmán Blanco again becomes president of Venezuela, the period known as the Gobierno de la Aclamación begins. Patricio Escobar becomes president of Paraguay, José Manuel Balmaceda of Chile, Miguel Juárez Celman of Argentina, Andrés Caceres of Peru, and Rafael Núñez, again, of Colombia. The latter promotes the Constitution of 1886 forming a single, unified state. Salvador Díaz Miron publishes Poesías Escogidas, Juan Montalvo El Espectador, and José Podesta debuts Juan Morera in Buenos Aires. In Montevideo, the daily El Dia is launched. 1887. The Partido Colorado is founded in Paraguay and the Partido Demócrata in Chile. Free and compulsory education initiated in Mexico. In Havana, Roig San Martin begins publication of El Producto and the first Congreso Obrero local convenes. Hector Matei publishes the anarcho-communist weekly El Socialista and Malatesta organizes the Sociedad Cosmopolita de Obreros Panaderos. Emilio Rabeza publishes La Bola, Ruben Dario Abrajos, Isidoro de Maria Montevideo Antiguo, Bartolomé Mitre Historia de San Martín, and Ricardo Palma Poesia. 1888. The Círculo Socialista Internacional, founded by Spanish and Italian anarchists, operates in Buenos Aires. Slavery is abolished in Brazil. J. P. Rojas Paul becomes president of Venezuela, Juan Bautista Sacasa of Nicaragua, and Francois Denis Legitime of Haiti. Ruben Dario publishes Azul, Zorla de San Martín Tabaret, Eugenio Maria Hostas Moral Social, Silvio Romero Historia de la Literatura Brasileira, Acevedo Diaz Ismael, Belmiro de Almeida Arufos, San Incano Colombia hace 60 años, Ignacio Manuel Altamirano El Zarco, and Leopoldo Diaz Sonetos. 1889. Malatesta returns to Europe. In Brazil, Pedro II is overthrown. In Paraguay, the Universidad de Asunción is founded. Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala unite. Florval Hippolyte becomes president of Haiti. Ricardo Jaime Freire publishes Castalia Barbara, Vicente F. Lopez Historia de la República Argentina, Manuel T. Podesta Irresponsible, C. Mato de Turner Aves Sin Nido, Pic en Febre El Sargento Felipe, Justo Sierra Mexico Social y Político, J. S. de Caud sobre la Literatura en el Paraguay, José Martí La Edad de Oro, José Verissimo Estudios Brasileiros. 1890. In the province of Parana, Brazil Giovanni Rossi founds the anarchist colony Sicilia. In Iquique, Chilean anarchists promote a strike among maritime workers that ends in slaughter. Eduardo Palacios becomes president of Venezuela, Juan G. González of Paraguay, Morales Bermudez of Peru, Herrera y Obes of Uruguay, C. Pellegrini of Argentina. In Venezuela, universities are founded in Zulia and Carabobo. In Argentina, the Union Cívica Radical is founded. In Montevideo, P. Amilcar publishes La Voz del Trabajador. In Buenos Aires, El Persiguido, anarcho-communist paper, begins publication. R. V. Romero Garcia publishes Peonia, A. Azevedo o Corte. C. O. L. López Méndez Mosaico de Política y Literatura, Acevedo Díaz Nativa, J. Calcano El Haro de Turbaco, Carlos Roxlo en La Sombra, and Lucio V. Mansilla entre nos. 1891. In Chile, José Manuel Balmaceda commits suicide and Pedro Montt becomes president. In Caracas, El Cojo Ilustrado is published. Republican Constitution adopted in Brazil. Liberal revolt aborted in Paraguay. In Havana, the libertarian newspaper El Trabajo is published. J. Muñoz Tibar publishes El Personalismo y el Legalismo, M. García Miro Recuerdos Literarios, Carlos María Ocantos Quilito, Julian Martel La Bolsa, Machado de Assis Quincas Borba, José Martí Versos Sencillos, and A. Rojas Orígenes Venezolanos. 1892. Federalist Revolution in the Rio Grande do Sul region. Legalist Revolution in Venezuela, Joaquín Crespo becomes president of Venezuela. Liberal Revolution in Honduras, Bonilla becomes president. In Rio de Janeiro, the first Workers' Congress in Brazil convenes, and anarchists form a majority among delegates. In Paraguay, the group Los Hijos del Chaco publishes a libertarian manifesto. José Martí founds the newspaper Patria. In São Paulo, Galicia v. Bianchi begins publication. E. Blanco publishes José Félix Ribas, Adolfo Saldia's Historia de la Confederación Argentina, Julian del Casal Neve, and J. Gil Fortal Idilio. 1893. In Cuba, Pedro Esteve arrives, a prominent anarchist and Catalan typesetter, and Cuban anarchists found the Sociedad General de Trabajadores. The Partido Reformista is formed in Cuba. Admiral Custodio de Mello, allied to Federalists from the Rio Grande do Sul, orders ships under his command to attack Rio de Janeiro. In Nicaragua, Liberal Party General José Santos Zelaya deposes Juan Bautista Sacasa and becomes president. José Yves Limantour becomes Minister of Finance in Mexico. Venezuela adopts a new constitution. The utopian communist settlement La Nueva Australia is founded in Paraguay. Giovanni Rossi publishes his book Sicilia, Comunidad Anarchica Experimental. In Buenos Aires, the anarchist newspapers La Liberté and La Riscasa are published. In Santiago de Chile, El Oprimido, in Montevideo, El Derecho de la Vida, and in São Paulo, El Asino Humano. R. J. Cuervo publishes Diccionario de Construcción y Régimen de la Lengua Castellana, Joaquín V. González Mis Montanas, El Level de Gota Historia Contemporánea de Venezuela Política y Milita, Julian del Casal Bustos y Rimas, J. L. Flores Horas, Elias Regules Las Vivas de Juan Cito, J. de Cruz y Sosa Brocles, G. Pican Febre Fidelia, Alejandro Audibert Los Límites de la Antigua Provincial del Paraguay. 1894. José Prudent de Moray becomes President of Brazil, Manuel Bonilla of Honduras, Joaquín Crespo of Venezuela, Juan Bautista Igazquiza of Paraguay, Juan Ediarte Borra of Uruguay, and Remigio Morales Bermudez of Peru. Tacna and Arica are incorporated into Chile. Border problems between Venezuela and British Guyana. El Oprimido is published in Luján, Argentina, in São Paulo El Avenire, in Havana, Archivo Social, and in Puerto Príncipe, Cuba, El Trabajo. Manuel González Prada's Páginas Libres is published in Paris. Lucio V. Mansilla publishes Retratos y Recuerdos, J. A. Silva Nocturno, Carlos Reales Biba, and Orozman Moratorio La Flor del Pago. 1895. Eloy Alfaro becomes president of Ecuador, Nicolas Pirola of Peru. The Second War for Independence is fought in Cuba and José Martí dies. J.E. Uriberu succeeds Sayes Pina as president of Argentina. Peace treaty signed between Rio Grande do Sul and the federal government. In Buenos Aires, the Libertarian Journal. El Ciclón is published, and in Rosario La Libre Iniciativa. C. Guido Spano publishes Eco Llanos, Leopoldo Díaz Bajorrelieves, Enrique Bernardo Núñez Sol Interior, J. M. Núñez Ponte Estudios acerca de la esclavitud en Venezuela, Juan Montalvo Capítulos que se olvidaron a Cervantes, J. S. Chicano Ira Santos, Manuel Zeno Gandia La Charca, and José María Vargas Villaflor de Fango. 1896. In Lima, the First Workers' Congress convenes, with anarchists in attendance. Vilbrun Guillaume Sam becomes president of Haiti, Federico Errázuriz of Chile, and Manuel Vitorino is provisional head of Brazil. Yaqui rebellion erupts in Sonora, Mexico. Leandro Alem, leader of the Union Cívica Radical, commits suicide. In Cuba, Antonio Maceo dies in battle. The Instituto Paraguayo is founded. In Buenos Aires, the Partido Socialista begins operations. In Buenos Aires, the anarchist paper Ni Dios Ni Amo is published. In Rosario, La Verdad and La Federación Obrera appear, and in Montevideo El Socialista. Francisco G. de Cosmas publishes La Dominación Española y la Patria Mexicana, Rubén Darío Prozas Profanas en los Raros, Ricardo Palma Neologismos y Americanismos, and Rui Barbosa Cartas de Inglaterra. 1897. In Rio do Sul, the Liga Operaria Internacional is founded. The Cuban anarchist Teresa del Marmol publishes his book Les Inquisiteurs d'Espagny in Paris. José Manuel Hernández, known as El Macho Hernández, and Aparicio Saravia, both nationalists, lead insurrections in Venezuela and Uruguay, respectively. Spain cedes autonomy to Puerto Rico. Iriarte Borda is assassinated in Uruguay. An Italian fleet threatens Colombia demanding payment of a debt. In Buenos Aires, La Protesta Humana, the most important Latin American anarchist publication, as well as Germinal, Ciencia Social, La Revolución Social, and, in Montevideo, La Verdad appear. Joaquim Nabucco publishes Un Estatista del Imperio, Fray Macho Memorias de un Vigilante, Emiterio Valverde y Telas Apuntaciones Históricas de la Filosofía en Mexico, Paul Grusic del Plata al Niagara, Martín Coronado Justicias de Antino, Leopoldo Lugones Las Montanas de Oro, José Enrique Rodo La Vida Nueva, James Freire Castalia Barbara. 1898. Manuel Ferraz Campos Sales becomes president of Brazil, Ignacio Andrade of Venezuela, General Julio Argentino Roca of Argentina, and Manuel Antonio San Clemente of Colombia. Spanish-American War ends. Palmiro de Lidia arrives in Cuba. Pietro Gori, the Italian criminologist, arrives in Buenos Aires and founds the journal Criminologia Moderna at the same time that he begins his intense anarchist propaganda. In Rio de Janeiro, O Despota appears, and in Sao Paulo Il Risveglio. In Buenos Aires, Alberto Giraldo publishes El Sol. Iglan Lafarga translates August Haman's Psicologia del Socialista Anarquista. Escobedo Quesada publishes La Época de Rosas, Alfredo Dujo El Hijo Legítimo, Amando Nervo Perlas Negras, J. O'Leary El Alma de la Raza, Manuel Diaz Rodriguez de Mis Romerias. 1899. In Havana, bricklayers hold a general strike demanding the 8-hour day, and the Liga General de Trabajadores Cubanos is founded. In Venezuela, the civil war known as the Revolución Restauradora is fought, and Cipriano Castro becomes president. Yankees rule Cuba. In Colombia, the civil war known as Guerra de los Mil Días begins. In the Dominican Republic, Ulysses Hurons is killed and is succeeded by Juan Isidro Jiménez. Tomás Regalado becomes president of El Salvador, Juan Lindolfo Cuestas of Uruguay, Eduardo López de Romana of Peru. In Montevideo, La Aurora Anarquista and El Amigo del Pueblo appear, in Havana. El Nuevo Ideal, in Rio de Janeiro. O Protesta, in Curitiba. I El Dorado, and in Buenos Aires. El Ideal Anarquista. El Almanaque de Pernambuco publishes a Decálogo dos Anarquistas. Silva Mendes presents a doctoral dissertation titled Socialismo Libertario ou Anarquismo. Francisco Bulnes publishes El Porvenir de las Naciones Latinoamericanas ante las conquistas recientes de Europe y los Estados Unidos. Guillermo Valencia Anarcos, César Zumeta El Continente Enfermo, and Joaquín Machado de Assis dom Casmurro. 1900. Malatesta visits Cuba. José Manuel Marroquín becomes president of Colombia. A French fleet pressures the Dominican Republic. In Venezuela, a new insurrection by Macho Hernández strikes. In Mexico, Porfirio Díaz becomes president again. Chile and Argentina sign a border treaty. President McKinley of the United States signs the Foraker Act establishing a civil government in and granting autonomy to Puerto Rico. Florencio Sánchez publishes in El Sol his Cartas de un Flojo. In Santiago de Chile a student group founds La Revuelta and the Centro de Estudiantes Sociales Obreros. In Valparaiso, the group La Libertad is founded. In Montevideo, Tribuna Libertaria appears, in Sao Paulo Palestra Social, in Buenos Aires Los Tiempos Nuevos and El Alba del Siglo XX. In Santos, the group Sociedad Primero de Mayo is founded. In Mexico, Ricardo Flores Magón begins publication of Regeneration. The physician Dr. Emilio Z. Aranta publishes Los Males Sociales, Su Único Remedio, and Mariano Cortés Fundamentos y Lenguaje de la Doctrina Anarquista. Juan Agustín García publishes La Ciudad Indiana, José Enrique Rodo Ariel, F. Barretero El Paraguay and La Argentina, Ricardo Palma Cacivics, Joaquín Nabucco Mi Formación, José María Vargas Villa Ibis, and Justo Sierra Evaluación Política del Pueblo Mexicano. 1901. In Cuba, Platt Amendment and First Constitution, Estrada Palma becomes president. Battle of the Rio Hacha fought between Colombian and Venezuelan troops. Mayan insurrection erupts in Yucatan. In Argentina, the lay Rituary establishes compulsory military service. Flores Magón steeps himself in anarchist literature and is imprisoned in Belén. The Federación Obrera Argentina is founded. In Rosario, anarchists promote a general strike. In Buenos Aires, publication of La Nueva Era and La Nueva Civilidad begins. In Santiago de Chile, La Campana, La Agitación, La Rebelión, and in Sao Paulo La Terza Roma. Benjamin Mota begins publication of A Lanterna, Alberto Giraldo directs La Organización Obrera. Gracia Arana publishes Cana. A. V. Pérez Petit publishes Tribulaciones de un Criollo, M. Díaz Rodríguez Ídolos Rotos, F. Lazo Martí La Silva Criolla, Díaz Myron. Lascaz, L. A. Herrera. La Tierra Charwa, J. de Viana. Guri, A. Cernvalli. Bolivita, P. E. Call. El Castillo de El Senor, H. Quiroga. Los Arrecifes de Coral. 1902. Second Congress of FOA convenes and Marxists are removed. In Buenos Aires, FOA declares a general strike. Argentinian legislature adopts the Ley de Residencia. Anarchists in Chile and Argentina declare themselves opposed to the war both countries are about to enter. In Cuba, opposition arises against Platt Amendment and North American administration. Rodrigo Alves becomes president of Brazil. In Venezuela, the libertarian revolution fails, Germany and Great Britain bomb Puerto Cabello. Argentina adopts Drago Doctrine. A new Venezuelan constitution extends presidential term to 6 years. Peru and Bolivia sign a border treaty. Central American countries accept binding arbitration to settle mutual differences. Zelaya is again president of Nicaragua and Nord Alexis becomes president of Haiti. The Chilean anarchist D. Halmar, sympathizer of Tolstoy and anarchism, publishes Juana Lucero. Ricardo Flores Magón publishes the satirical newspaper El Hijo del Ahuizote. In Santiago de Chile, La Luz begins publication, in Havana Tierra and La Defensa, and in Sao Paulo, O Amigo do Povo, Germinal, and in Italian La Gogna. Otto Miguel Sion publishes Mala, Martín Coronado La Piedra del Escándalo, an infrius ensayista critica y historia, and Nicolas Granada Alcampo. 1903. In Argentina, socialists found the Union General de Trabajadores. José Batlle y Ordóñez becomes president of Uruguay, Manuel González de Candamo of Peru, Pedro José Escalón of El Salvador. In Nicaragua, the Revolución del Lago erupts. Brazil annexes the Acre territory. Panama breaks away from Colombia, declares independence, cedes the Canal Zone to the United States, and Manuel A. Guerrero becomes president. Cuba allows U.S. bases in Guantanamo. In Brazil, revolutionary syndicalists promote hundreds of unions. In Buenos Aires, FOA convenes its third Congress with 42 affiliated societies and over 15,000 members. In Buenos Aires, the newspaper Vida Nueva is published, in Montevideo. La Verdad, in Santiago de Chile. Los Nuevos Horizontes, in Rio de Janeiro. Agreve, in Curitiba. A Voz do Dever, in Sao Paulo. La Rivalta in Italian and La Voz del Destierro in Spanish. Felix Bastera publishes his book El Crepúsculo de los Gauchos, Fabio Luz. O Ideólogo, Avelino Foscolo. O Mestico, and Florencio Sanchez debuts his play M. Hijo el Doctor and publishes the essay El Caudillaje Criminal en Sud America. Euclides de Cunha publishes Os Certos, D. Jiménez Espinosa Puncha Garmendia, Porfirio para Nuevo Sistema de Lógica Inductiva y Deductiva, M. Cain Prosologra, El Logonés el Imperio Jesuitico, Martiniano Leguizamón Cuentos de la Pampa, O Bungue Nuestra America, and M. E. Pardo Villabrava. 1904. In Brazil, the Chamber of Deputies passes the Lei Gordo, equivalent to Argentina's Ley de Residencia. In La Plata, FOA convenes its fourth Congress and adopts a new name, Federación Obrera Regional Argentina. It comprises 66 societies and 32,893 members. On May Day, Buenos Aires police attack anarchists. The anarchists Ermicia, Lavano, and others found the Union de Trabajadores Panaderos. Cuban anarchists Saavedra and Sola organize a boycott of Argentinian beef to protest persecution of Argentinian anarchists. José Pardo becomes president of Peru, Rafael Reyes of Colombia, Juan Bautista Gaona of Paraguay, and Manuel Quintana of Argentina. Aparicio Saravia leads a new uprising in Uruguay. Venezuela adopts the Ley del Divorcio. In Argentina, Alfredo Palacios becomes the first socialist elected to national office, and in Bolivia Ismael Montes begins a period of liberal governments. In Paraguay, the Revolución de los Azules is fought in Paraguay. Bolivia, Peru, and Chile sign a peace treaty. In San Antonio, Texas, Flores Magón restarts publication of his newspaper Regeneration. In Montevideo, Futuro is published, in Concepción, Chile Luz, in Buenos Aires Martín Fierro, and in Curitiba O Despota. Florencio Sanchez debuts Canalita, Las Cédulas de San Juan, La Gente Pobre, and La Gringa. Giraldo publishes Música Prohibida, Alberto Weisbach Blancos y Colorados, G. Delgado Palacios Orígenes de la Vida, Ricardo Rojas El País de la Selva, I Pain Poesías Paraguayas, F. García Calderón de Literas, P. C. Dominici Dionysus, and G. de la Fourier Jetator. 1905. In Buenos Aires, FARA convenes its 5th Congress and declares itself anarcho-communist. In Santiago de Chile, the Semana Roja breaks out. In Rio de Janeiro, the libertarian group Novo Rumo is founded. Flores Magón is arrested in the United States and offices of regeneration are raided. The Federación Obrera Regional Uruguaya is founded. Cecilio Báez becomes president of Paraguay and Estrada Cabrera of Guatemala. Reyes' dictatorship is prolonged in Colombia and C. Castro's in Venezuela. In Cuba, Estrada Palma is re-elected. In Argentina, the Universidad de La Plata is founded. In Buenos Aires, a radical revolution fails. In Lima, El Hambriento and Simiente Roja are published. In Montevideo, El Libertario, in Rosario. Nuevas Brisas, in Sao Paulo. A Tierra Libra, the monthly. Aurora, in Italian. La Battaglia, and in Havana. El Libertario. Giraldo publishes. La Tirania del Franc, Pellicer Pereira. Conferencias Populares de Sociologia. César Duyan. Stella, Leopoldo Lugones. La Guerra Gauca and Los Crepúsculos del Jardín, H. Hervesias. Celeste, T. Febra Cordero. Don Quixote en America, Juan Silvano Gonde. La Muerte del Mariscal López, R. Dario. Cantos de Vida y Esperanza, J. Clausel. Paisajes Mexicanos, A. Nervo. Jardins Interiors, and J. Ribeiro. Páginas de Estética. 1906. Afonso Pena becomes president of Brazil, Benigno Ferreira of Paraguay, Figueroa Alcorta of Argentina, Pedro Montt of Chile, and Zelaya, again, of Nicaragua. In Ecuador, E. Alfaro defeats El Garcia and a liberal constitution is adopted. Liberal rebellion erupts in Cuba and United States intervenes. In Sao Paulo a general strike breaks out among railroad workers. In Mexico, anarchists promote a miners' strike at the Cananea mines, 200 are killed, and another one in Rio Blanco in Mexico among textile workers, which continues until the following year. A peasants' insurrection erupts in Acayacan. In Rosario, FARA's 6th Congress convenes. In Rio de Janeiro, the Confederação Operária Brasileira is founded, and in Asunción the Federación Obrera Regional Paraguaya. Ribeiro Filho publishes. Cravo Vermelho, Angel Falco. Cantos Rojos, Roberto J. Peiro. El Casamento de Lacha, Martiniano Leguizaman Alma Native, Alma Fuerte Lamentaciones, R. Blanco Fombona Camino de Imperfección, O Sion Paja Brava, A. Vilo la Riva en Hombre de Rimas, J. E. Rodo Liberalismo y Jacobonismo, G. Pican Febra la Literatura Venezolana en el siglo XIX, and F. Sanchez debuts El Conventilo en el Desalojo. In St. Louis, Missouri, regeneration reappears. In Buenos Aires, El Trabajo, Rumbo Nuevo, Fulgur are published. In Rosario, El Rebelde, in Montevideo, and Marca and La Justicia, in Salto. Germinal, in Asunción. El Despota, in Santiago de Chile. El Oprimido, in Lima. Humanidad, in Rio Blanco, Mexico. La Revolución Social, in Rio de Janeiro. Novo Rumo, in Porto Alegre. A Luta, and in Tabuleiro, Brazil. A Nova Era. 1907. Flores Magón is sentenced to 3 years in prison in the United States. A tenants' strike erupts in Buenos Aires. FARA's 7th Congress convenes in La Plata. Strike by miners in Iquique leaves massive casualties. General strike organized in Sao Paulo, and the Grupo Libertario Germinal is founded. The Liga Operaria from Campinas founds a free school under the supervision of Renato Salles. Claudio Willimon becomes president of Uruguay, Fernando Figueroa of El Salvador, E. Alfaro, again, of Ecuador. Nicaragua is at war with El Salvador and Honduras, and occupies Tegucigalpa. Manuel Bonilla, President of Honduras, resigns. A Central American conference convenes in Washington, D.C. The United States administers customs and import taxes in the Dominican Republic. Uruguay abolishes the death penalty and adopts a law of secular divorce. Florencio Sanchez debuts. Moneda falsa. Los Kurdos. Nuestros hijos, and Los derechos de la salud. In Córdoba, Argentina, El Proletario is published. In Buenos Aires, Los Nuevos Caminos en Nosotros. In Montevideo, La Linterna en la Emancipación. In Rio de Janeiro, Semana Operaria and Novo Aurora. Luis Reyzetti publishes Kes la Vida. Leopoldo Lugones Lunario Sentimental. Ebanches las Barcas. Dilmara Agustini El Libro Blanco. J. Rodriguez Alcala El Paraguay en Marca. Emes Huila Maria Luisa. Vaz Ferreira Los Problemas de la Libertad. F. Garcia Calderón El Ipero Contemporáneo. R. Blanco Fombona El Hombre de Hierro. Ramos Mejías Rosas y su Tiempo. 1908. Anarchists promote a peasants' uprising in Vizcas, Las Vacas, Palomas, and Valladolid, Mexico. Fora organizes a general strike in Buenos Aires protesting the Ley de Residencia. The Federación Obrera Local is founded in La Paz and publishes Luz y Verdad. COB begins to publish its newspaper A Voz do Trabajadores. In Asunción La Rebelión is published, in Santiago de Chile. La Protesta, and in Regla, Havana the Weekly Rebellion. In Buenos Aires, La Batalla, a new anarchist daily appears, in Mendoza Pensamiento Nuevo, and in Parana La Ráfaga. Vanidades is published in Peru. Evaristo Carrigo publishes his collection Misas Harajas en el Alma del Suburbio. Alejandro Sux Dias en la Cárcel de Mendoza. Herrera y Reasigue Tertulia Lunática. González Prada Horas de Lucha. H. Quiroga Historia de un Amor Turbio, Bohemia, and Los Perseguidos. Roberto Pero, Pago. Chico, G. de la Ferrer, Los de Barranco, y Lara de la Gloria de Don Ramiro. Vaz Ferreira Moral para Intelectuals. M. Diaz Rodriguez Camino de Perfección. J. Cortinas El Credo. R. Blanco Fombona Mas Ala de los Horizontes. D. Meyer Estudios Sociológicos. Olaco Casa Grande. J. S. Chicano El Dorado. V. A. Belonda El Perú Antiguo y los Modernos Sociólogos. 1909. The execution of Francisco Ferrer in Barcelona sparks demonstrations in Buenos Aires, Rosario, Montevideo, Santiago de Chile, Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo, Havana, and other Latin American cities. Simon Radovitzky assassinates Colonel Falcon, chief of police in Buenos Aires. In San Jose, Costa Rica, the Centro de Estudios Sociales Germinal is founded. In Brazil, Vice President Nilo Pecanha assumes the presidency after Pena's death, and in Colombia Vice President Holguin after Rea's resignation. Constitutional reforms held in Venezuela. Secular education adopted in Uruguay. Civil war breaks out in Honduras, and in Nicaragua a rebellion erupts against Zelaya with Yankee intervention. Porfirio Diaz meets Taft at the border. Colombia recognizes Panama's independence. In Caracas, the daily El Universal appears, in Buenos Aires. Boletín de la Federación Regional Argentina and the anti-militarist paper El Cuartel, in La Plata Ideas and Reverbaciones, in Montevideo Adelante, El Circo and La Nueva Senda, in Asunción La Tribuna, in Rio de Janeiro Libertad, and in Sao Paulo El Rebel. In Buenos Aires the offices of La Protesta are sacked and shuttered. Benito Lynch publishes Plata Dorada, A Arvilo la Revisiones y Canciones, A Cervezas la Candidatura de Rojas, Vaz Ferreira Pragmatismo, A Argudas Pueblo Enfermo, Blessed Gana el Loco Estor, J. Gil Fortal Historia Constitucional de Venezuela, P.I.O. Gil. El Cabito, J. E. Rodo. Motivos de Proteo, Herrera y Reasigue publishes Las Clepsydras, R. de las Carreras la Vina Celeste, F. Santivan Palpitaciones de Vida, and A. Giraldo Almagauca and begins publication of his journal Ideas y Figuras. 1910. Many anarchist militants are deported from Argentina and others sent to Ushuaia during the centennial festivities. Again, offices of La Protesta are raided and shuttered. Uruguayan and Brazilian comrades show their solidarity, and the latter form a Comite Revolucionario de Apoio. Brazilian anarchists support the Revuelta del Latigo in the navy. FORA convenes its 8th Congress. Flores Magón is released from prison and restarts publication of Regeneration with a subscription of 27,000. In Guayaquil, the anarchist-leaning Centro de Estudios Sociales is founded. Hermes Rodrigues de Fonseca, former Minister of War, becomes President of Brazil. Manuel Granda of Paraguay, Arsáez Pina of Argentina, C. Restrepo of Colombia, J. Estrada of Nicaragua, and Estrada Cabrera, again, of Guatemala. The Trans-Andean Railroad Mendoza-Valparaiso begins operations. The Conferencia Panamericana convenes in Buenos Aires. Justo Sierra reopens the Universidad de Mexico. Centenary of the first national government celebrated in Argentina. Mexican Revolution commences, with insurrections in several states. In Montevideo, Tiempos Nuevos is published and the sociological journal Ideas, in Rio de Janeiro Novo Rumo, and in Caracas Alma Venezolana. Arbarid publishes Moralidades Actuales en lo que son los Urbales, Fabio Luz. Virgem May, Javier de Viana. El Estanque, Roberto Peiro. Divertidas Aventuras del Nieto de Juan Morera, José Galvez Bajo La Luna, P. Enriquez Urena Horas de Estudio, Vaz Ferrera Lógica Viva, Gurchanov Los Gauchos Judios, M. Ugart El Porvenir de América Latina, Celio Baez Enseo sobre el Dictador Francia, C. Torres Idola Foyer, C. Rails la Muerte del Sina. 1911. In Uruguay, out of a total of 117,000 workers in the country, 90,000 are affiliated with FORU. In Peru, anarchists promote the first general strike in the country. El Manifiesto published by the Partido Liberal Mexicano is clearly anarchist in orientation. Zapata's Plan de Ayala is inspired by libertarian ideas. Magonists invade Baja California with the objective of starting a libertarian social revolution. Flores Magón is again imprisoned. Francisco A. Madero becomes president of Mexico, C. Leconte of Haiti, and Bataillon Ordonez, again, of Uruguay. Adolfo Diaz, employee of Yankee Industries, is installed in the presidency of Nicaragua by a military junta. The Academia Militar is founded in Venezuela. War breaks out between Peru and Colombia. The ruins in Machu Picchu in Peru are discovered. In Buenos Aires, El Trabajo, La Cultura, and Francisco Ferrer are published. In Montevideo Guerra Social, in Valparaiso Luz al Obrero, in Lima La Protesta, in Colón El Único, in San Jose Renovation, in Havana La Batalla and Via Libre, in Rio de Janeiro A Guerra Social, Atlantida in Nicaragua, and in Santos, O Proletario. Santiago Locasio publishes Orientaciones, y Gilliman Hecos y Comentarios, Ecobedo Herrera el Leonciego, Pedro Manuel Arquia Estudio sobre Personajes y Hecos de la Historia Venezolana, El Lugones Historia de Sarmiento, Alberto J. Urdarumer de Almas, y Banches la Urna, A Valdelomar la Ciudad de los Desaicos, Iguran Simbólicas, A Reyes Cuestiones Estéticas, J.T. Ariza Calatrava Canto of Venezuela, and P.I.O. Gil Los Felicitadores. Arbarits el Dolor Paraguayo and Cuentos Breves are published. 1912. In Bolivia the Federación Obrera Internacional is founded, and its symbol is the red and black flag. Anarchist groups like Luchadores de la Verdad and Luz y Amor organize a general strike in El Callao, Peru. The Federación Obrera Regional Peruana is founded. The strike in the port city of Santos is violently repressed. In Panama some 20 affinity groups are operating, in general they are anarcho-individualist. Kropotkin defends Flores Magón from attacks by Jean Grave. In Mexico, La Casa del Obrero is founded, it will later be called La Casa del Obrero Mundial. In Chile, the Partido Socialista is founded. Guillermo Billinghurst becomes president of Peru and Mario García Menocal of Cuba. Eloy Alfaro is assassinated in Ecuador. In Argentina, the Ley Sines Pena establishes secret and mandatory vote. In Puerto Rico, the Partido Independentista is founded. United States Armed Forces land in Cuba to repress rebellion by blacks, also in Honduras and in Nicaragua, where occupation lasts until 1925. In Mexico, Luz is published, in Lima the Daily. La Crónica, in Buenos Aires. El Manifiesto and La Anarquía, in Montevideo. Crónicas Subversivas. Solidaridad. Ideas, in Santiago de Chile. El Productor, in Rio de Janeiro. A Revolta, and in Paris by R. Dario. Revista Mundial. José de Maturana publishes. Canción de Primavera, Pierre Corol. Sobre la ruta de la anarquía, Rafael Barret, posthumously, Mirando Vivir, al margen, Ideas y Críticas. Diálogos y Conversaciones y Otros Escritos, Pedro Pardo La Casa Abandonada, Rafael Villavicencio La Evaluación, J. Sánchez Gardel La Montana de las Brujas, F. García Calderón La Creación de un Continente, A. Ortiz El Parnaso Nicaragans, R. Uribe de Como el Liberalismo no es Pecado, J. Capello Los Menguados, Ortega Arancibia Forty Años, Luis Alberto de Herrera El Uruguay Internacional. 1913. In Rio de Janeiro the Second Congresso Operario Brasileiro convenes. José Bordas becomes president of the Dominican Republic, Gil Frotal of Venezuela, M. Orest of Haiti. In El Salvador, Araujo is assassinated and the dictatorship of Melendez begins. In Mexico, Madero is assassinated and dictatorship of Huerta begins. He is challenged by Carranza, Obregón, Villa, and Zapata. In Buenos Aires, El Obrero is published, in Rosario. La Rebelión, in Chacabuco. El Combate, in Diamante. Prometeo, in Asunción. Hacia el Futuro, in Santiago de Chile. La Batalla, in Havana. Cultura Obrera, in Aradas, Brazil. O Grito Social and Innovero, Brazil. O Proletario, and in Mexico. Lucha. La Protesta resumes publication in Buenos Aires. José Ingenieros publishes El Hombre Mediocre, Udon Pérez and Fora Criolla, J.R. Pocatera Política Feminista, J.E. Rodo El Mirador de Prospero, Dulmara Agustini Los Calidos Vacíos, R. Sierra La Dama de San Juan, Davalos y Listen. Legia, R. Blanco Fombona. Dramas Minimos, E. Crasa. La Raison Social, and Leoncio Lasso de la Vega El Moral de un Bohemio. Edmundo Bianchi debuts his Perdidos en la Luz and Alberto Giraldo La Columna de Fuego. 1914. In all Latin American countries anarchists declare themselves opposed to the war. In Buenos Aires, a workers' congress joins CORA, a syndicalist organization, and FORA, anarchist. In Porto Alegre, anarchists found the Liga Antimilitarista. In São Paulo a meeting of anarchist groups convenes. Flores Magón released from imprisonment seeks to give the Mexican Revolution a socialist and libertarian orientation. Venceslau Braz becomes president of Brazil, Oscar Benavidez of Peru, Venustiano Carranza of Mexico, Horace Zamor of Haiti, Marquez Bustillos of Venezuela. Panama Canal opens. U.S. Marines land in Veracruz and Port-au-Prince. Villa and Zapata fight Carranza. La Casa del Obrero Mundial publishes. Emancipation Obrera and is raided by police. Tinta Roja is published. In Lima, the newspaper La Lucha is published, in Puno La Voz del Obrero. Correa Lopez libertarian publication A Vida begins its anti-war campaign. Pedro Prado publishes La Reina de Rapa Nui, Manuel Galvez La Maestra Normal, J. Rosales Bajo El Cielo Dorado, A. Diaz Guerrero Lucas Guevara, Vargas Vila Lamuert del Condor, A. Aquera Morales Flor de Enceno, R. Dario Canto a la Argentina, E. Arroyo Lamada Momentos, V. Huidobro Manifiesto, R. Arevalo Martinez El Hombre que Parecía un Caballo and El Trovador Colombiano, and M.H. Escuder El Diablito del Amor. 1915. FORA's Ninth Congress convenes and a schism between anarchists and syndicalists follows. A Congreso Anarquista Sudamericano convenes in Rio de Janeiro. In Cuba, the anarchist press is outlawed and several Spanish militants are expelled. In Veracruz, anarchists sign a pact with Carranza's government and the Red Battalions are formed to provide him assistance. La Casa del Obrero Mundial extends into the interior and publishes the paper Ariete. J. Pardo becomes president of Peru, Vieira of Uruguay, Dartiganave of Haiti, and Arevalo Cedeno moves against J.V. Gomez in Venezuela. ABC Treaty signed by Argentina, Brazil, and Chile. United States troops in Haiti and the Dominican Republic. In Peru, law adopted allowing religious liberty. In Cuba, the Union Antillana is founded. In Montevideo, La Battala begins publication, later a voice of anarcho-Bolshevism. In Rosario, Estudios is published, in Parana Ideas, in Campana Voces Proletarias. Alberto Giraldo publishes his book La Ley Baldan. Almafuerte publishes Evangelicas, R. Giraldez El Censuro de Cristal, B. Fernandez Moreno Las Inicials del Misal, C. González Pina La Fuga de la Quimera, Max Enriquez Urena Episodios Dominicanos, J. Brasca La Ulcera, E. Barrios El Nino que en la Cacio de Amor, R. Blanco Fombona El Hombre de Oro, A. Morazo La Canción Olvidada, and Ecobedo Herrera El Caballo del Comisario. 1916. In Mexico, the Red Battalions are decommissioned, a Congreso Obrero Nacional is convened in Veracruz and from it emerges the anarcho-syndicalist Federación del Trabajo de la Región Mexicana. La Casa del Obrero Mundial closes. Flores Magón is sentenced to 20 years in the United States for his anti-war position. In Argentina the anarchist Fora V confronts the syndicalist Fora 9. Hipólito Yrigoyen becomes president of Argentina, José Luis Sanfunes of Chile, R. Benton of Peru, and Menocal, again, of Cuba. United States invades Dominican Republic. Pope Benedict XV issues a strong condemnation of Venezuelan dictator Juan Vicente Gómez. In Santa Fe, La Verdad is published, in Mar de la Plata. El Grito del Pueblo, in Bahía Blanca. Brazo y Cerebro. Fernando Santivan publishes his novel La Hechizada, R. López Vilar de la Sangre Devota, R. Cardona Oro de la Mañana, Benito Lynch Los Carranchos de la Florida, Belisario Roldan El Rosal de las Ruinas, Manuel Galvez El Mal Metafísico, Alfonsina Storni La Inquietud del Rosal, Ambro La Casa del Silencio, P. Enriquez Urena El Nacimiento de Dionysus, El M. Urbanja Aquel Pol en este País, Azuela Los de Abajo, and Iguran La Canción de las Figuras. 1917. In Mexico, the group Luz is founded and a number of libertarian groups, like Solidaridad, Los Autonomos, Jóvenes Socialistas Rojos, and others. Luis Morones and pro-government reformists defeat anarchists at the Second Congreso Obrero Nacional. General strike breaks out in Sao Paulo and Santos. Leyenrith jailed for his participation in those strikes, and is defended by Evaristo de Moray, who writes O Anarquismo no Tribunal do Júri. Brazil enters the First World War. Tinoco is dictator of Costa Rica, and Venustiano Carranza, again, becomes president of Mexico. Peru and Uruguay sever relations with Germany. Puerto Rico becomes territory of the United States, and several thousand Puerto Ricans join European war. In Sao Paulo, a plebe is published, in Rio de Janeiro. O debate, in Alagoas. A semana social. In Buenos Aires. La Rivalta is published, in San Juan Humanidad, in Junín Nubes Rojas, and in Bahia Blanca Alba Roja. Antilli and González Pacheco publish the weekly La Obra in Buenos Aires. Carlos Diaz releases Aluda Socialista Revolucionaria. José Vasconcelos publishes El Monismo Estético, Ricardo Rojas Historia de la Literatura Argentina, Iberizo con las Alas Rotas, Rafael Alberto Arrieta Las Noches de Oro, R. López Vilar de Zozobra, C. Sabater Casti Pantheos, J. Torrienseas y Pomas, J. M. Pichardo Tierra Adentro, Alfonso Reyes Vision de Anahuac, and Urta el Dolor Pensativo. 1918. Mexican anarchists are in the minority in the Tercer Congreso Obrero Nacional de Saltillo, and Morones founds La Confederación Obrera Regional Mexicana. Brazilian anarchists form the Comites Populares against scarcities. Orest Ristori publishes the anti-clerical newspaper El Burro in Buenos Aires, Del Intento publishes Ideas in La Plata. Marco Fidel Suárez becomes president of Colombia. Students rail against the dictatorship in Venezuela. Rodriguez Alves becomes president of Brazil for a second time. University reform in Córdoba, Argentina. New constitution in Haiti. In Peru, law is adopted providing free and compulsory education. Horacio Quiroga publishes Cuentos de la Selva, Vicente Huidobro Equatorial, Pomas Articos, J. González Castillo La Mujer de Ulises, F. D. Filipes Novoa El Diputado de mi Pueblo Alfonsina Storni El Dulce Dano, Pedro M. Obligado Gris, J. M. Pab Diversos Precursors, Cesar Vallejo. Los Heraldos Negros, J. R. Pocatera. Tierra del Sol Amada, J. E. La Seda. Madreporas, Valdalomer. El Caballero Belmonte, and Azuela. Las Moscas. 1919. La Semana Trágica occurs in Buenos Aires, after a strike promoted by Fora Anarchist among metal workers. In Chile, anarcho-syndicalists found the IWW. Miners from Huanani, Bolivia achieved the 8-hour day. Peruvian anarchists organized the hunger strike called Paro del Hambre, as well as work stoppages in El Callao, Chosica, and other places. A reorganized FORP issues a declaration of principles and declares itself anarcho-syndicalist. FORU convenes 49 syndicates and federations. The Partido Comunista Libertario is founded in Brazil. Epitácio Pessoa becomes president of Brazil, J. Gutierrez Guerra of Bolivia. Leguía is dictator in Peru. Zapata is killed in an ambush. Founding of the Partido Socialista in Colombia. General Peñalosa invades Venezuela and moves against the dictatorship of J.V. Gómez. Ch. Perlate rises in Haiti. Fora publishes Tribuna Proletaria. The Anarcho Bolshevik Daily. Bandera Roja is published. La Protesta has some 15,000 subscribers. In Rio Spartacus and O Germinal are published, in Santa Fe La Campana. González Pacheco publishes his book Cartels, and Edgar Leyenrith O Maximalismo ou Bolchevismo. C. Iglesias Paz publishes El Nuevo Nuptial, Julio Escobar El Hombre que Sonríe, Manuel Galvez Nacaregules, El Valenía Lancesarismo Democrático, A Zum Felda Preciso Histórico del Uruguay, A Nervo la Amada Inmóvil, Luis A. Sánchez Los Podas de la Revolución, A Hidalgo Jardín Zoológico, and E Crosa El Sagrado Delito. 1920. The anarchist Fora convenes an extraordinary congress with assistance of 200 workers' societies. In Santiago, Chilean patriots attack headquarters of the anarchist-leaning Federación Estudiantil. A National Workers' Congress meeting in Lima adopts anarchist ideology. In Peru, popular universities Manuel González Prada are founded and are widely attended by libertarian workers. In Rio, the Third Brazilian Workers' Congress convenes with 150 delegates in attendance. In Mexico, Carranza dies in Tlaxcalantongo, De la Huerta is interim president, and Álvaro Obregón is elected. Arturo Alessandri becomes president of Chile, J. El Tamayo of Ecuador. A new constitution is adopted in Peru. In Uruguay, a coup by followers of Fructuoso Rivera fails. In Venezuela, first petroleum law is adopted. A gradual and partial agrarian reform begins in Mexico. In Ecuador, a group of anarchists found the Centro Gremial Sindicalista, and publishes El Proletario. In Rio, Oida Sica and Fabio Luz publish A Voz de Pavo. And the former publishes his critique of the Bolshevik Revolution in a series of articles titled Maucaminho. In Buenos Aires, two newspapers favorable to the Bolshevik Revolution are published, Frente Proletario and Frente Unico. González Pacheco publishes El Libertario, Astrologildo Pereira a Greve de Leopoldina, and Neno Vasco Concip. C. A. O. Anarquista do Sindicalismo. The anti-militarist El Soldado is published. In Asunción, Paraguay, the libertarian newspaper Renovation appears, and in São Paulo a Pachuia. Emilio Rabeza publishes La Evaluación Histórica de Mexico, González Castillo and Martínez Quitino La Santa Madre, Juana de Barbara y Salvaje, Carmen Lyra Los Cuentos de mi Tía Punchita, J. Stefanich Aurora, A. El Muc La Serpiente, R. Gallegos El Ultimo Solar, F. Paz Castillo La Huerta de Donana, and A. Corn La Libertad Creadora. 1921. Fora supports the Great Strike at La Forestal in the Argentinian Chaco. Workers organized by anarchists in Patagonia are massacred by Argentinian army. In Mexico, anarchists and Marxists found the Confederación General de Trabajadores, with 50 syndicates, and within it the Centro Sindicalista Libertario emerges. J. Holguin becomes president of Colombia, A. Zayas of Cuba. An indigenous congress convenes in Peru. In Mexico, Vasconcelos is appointed Minister of Education. Pan American Conference convenes in Havana. The Communist Party is founded in Argentina and Bolivia. In Uruguay, the Socialist Party becomes the Communist Party. In Rio de Janeiro, the daily A Vanguardia, edited by Le Yenruth, and Marcos da Costa's journal Renovac. A. O. are published. González Pacheco begins publication of the weekly La Anarca and debuts his play Hijos del Pueblo. In the Argentinian city of General Pico Pampa Libre is published, in Buenos Aires El Sol, in Montevideo Trabajo, La Ruta, Tribuna Libertaria, and Ideas y Estudios. José Martí publishes Historia dos Requeses do Clero Católico y Protestant. D. Moreno Jiménez publishes Somos, J. L. Bengoa. Los Sacrificados, Andrés Eloy Blanco. Tierras que me oyeron, F. Silva Valdez. Agua del Tiempo, C. Wild Ospina. Los Dados Simple, R. Irritado. La Hora de Amber, A. Fernández García. Bucares en Flor, Valdelomer. Los Hijos del Sol, and de la Riva Agüero. El Perú Histórico y Artístico. 1922. Flores Magón dies in a North American prison. The Mexican CGT declares itself anti-political and confronts the Partido Comunista. Anarchists organize a tenants' strike in Mexico City and Veracruz. The Second Congress of the CGT convenes. Fora 9 and some unions of Fora V form the Union Sindical Argentina. The Union Obrera Salvadorina is founded and anarcho-syndicalists are in the majority. Also founded is the Federación Obrera de la Habana, predominantly anarcho-syndicalist. A. Bernardes becomes president of Brazil, Marcelo T. de Alvear of Argentina, P. Ospina of Colombia, L. Borno of Haiti, J. B. Vicini of the Dominican Republic. First oil well is drilled in Zulia. Venezuela must cede a large portion of the Gojira Peninsula to Colombia, pursuant to Swiss arbitration. In São Paulo's A Plebe, a manifesto rejecting El Comunismo de Estado is published. In Guayaquil the libertarian publication Redención is published, in Tandil La Verdad, in Ingeniero Whitemar y Tierra, in Necochea Nuestra Tribuna. Giraldo publishes La Argentina, Estado Social de un Pueblo, Oliverio Girondo 20 Pomas para ser lidos en el tranvía, Salomón de la Selva el soldado desconocido, César Vallejo. Trilce, Argelio Doro Valle. Anfora Sedienta, Antonio Caso. Discursos a la Nación Mexicana, A. Cancela. Tres Relatos Porteños, J. C. Davidos. El Viento Blanco, E. Rivera Chevremont. La Copa de Hebe, A. Martinez Mutis. Marmal, Gabriela Mistral. Desolation, A. Cruciaga Santa Maria. Job, E. Farina Núñez. Carmen's, and J. R. Pocatera. Cuentos Grotescos. 1923. CGT confronts police, debates Obregon, and resists a lockout in Veracruz. The Alianza Local Mexicana Anarquista is founded. CGT joins IWA recently founded in Berlin and convenes its third Congress. The anarchist Kurt Wilkins executes Colonel Varela, who was responsible for the massacre of workers in Patagonia. In Bolivia, the anarchist groups Despota and La Anarca are founded. A group of anarcho-syndicalists in Peru organizes the Federación Regional de Obreros Indios. A Conferencia Panamericana is convened in Chile. Haya de la Torre begins his political activities and is deported from Peru. The centenary of national independence is celebrated in Brazil. Flores Magon's collection of stories, Sembrando Ideas, is published. In Buenos Aires the anarcho-Bolshevik paper El Libertario is published, in Montevideo El Hasha, and in Caracas Fantox. José Valdés publishes Poesía Pura, A Hidalgo Química del Espíritu, Armando de Zepolo Mateo, Horacio Riga Molina El Arbal Fragante, José Pedro Gotas de Agua, Luis Felipe Rodríguez La Pascua de la Tierra Natal, J. L. Borges Fervor de Buenos Aires, Honorario Delgado Rehumanización de la Cultura Científica por la Psicología, Andrés Eloy Blanco Canto a España, and E. Barrios Páginas de un Pobre Diablo. 1924. In Panama, a group of anarcho-syndicalists promotes the founding of the Sindicato General de Trabajo. In Mexico, the CGT organizes a textile strike. Calles becomes president of Mexico, Ayala of Paraguay, G. Cordova of Ecuador, Chiari of Panama, R. Jimenez of Costa Rica, and H. Vasquez of the Dominican Republic. In Venezuela, concessions are made to U.S. oil companies. In Mexico, Nueva Solidaridad Obrera is published, in Monterrey Alba Anarchica, in Guadalajara Furbo Rojo, in Avellaneda Renovation, in Santa Fe Orientation, in Montevideo El Sembrador and Ahora. In Buenos Aires Martín Fierro is published. González Pacheco debuts his drama Hermano Lobo. In prison, Oida Seeker writes a Doutrina Anarquista ao Alcance de Todos. Two social dramas, Tierra y Libertad and Verdugos y Victimas, and a collection of stories, Reyes de Luz, by Flores Magon are published. Pablo Neruda publishes Veinte Poemas de Amor y una Canción Desesperada, Ricardo Rojas Urendia, Benito Lynch El Inglés de los Xos, Conronado Nail Roxlo El Grillo, Fermín Estrella Gutierrez Encantero de Plata, Teresa de la Parra Ifigenia, Eustacio Rivera Lavorigin, V. Garcia Calderón La Venganza del Condor, Tristan Maraf Suetonio Pimienta, and A. Ara Isespero, González Lanoza Prismas. 1925. In Santiago, Chile anarchists promote a tenants' strike, and found the Federación Sindical, centered in the northern part of the country. In Cuba, the Partido Comunista and the Confederación Nacional Obrera are founded, in the latter anarchists are in the majority. The Mexican CGT supports the Great Oil Strike in El Aguila, the textile strikes in Valle de Mexico, and the Red Bakers in the national capital. H. Siles becomes president of Bolivia, G. Machado of Cuba. In Venezuela, the national constitution is once again reformed and the Trans-Andean Highway is inaugurated. In Santa Marta, Colombia the anarchist newspaper organization is published, and in Tucumán Tierra Libre. The anarchism of Vargas Vila is discussed in the Revista Blanca from Barcelona. Raúl Contreras publishes La Princesa está triste, Elias Castelnuovo entre los muertos, J. A. Ramos Sucre La Torre de Timon, Jorge Luis Borges Inquisiciones, R. Mariani Cuentos de Oficina, R. Gigina Sánchez Ajlai, El Degravetergiversaciones, A. Hidalgo Simplismo, Alfonsina Storni Ocker, R. Gallegos La Trapadera, Natalicio González Baladas Guaranis, Noro Lang La Calle de la Tarde, Felisberto Hernández Fulano de Tal, and J. Vasconcelos La Raza Cósmica. 1926. Anarchists in Bolivia found the Federación Obrera Local in La Paz. In Guatemala City the Comite Pro Acción Sindical, led by anarcho-syndicalists, begins operations. The Mexican CGT, comprising 108 syndicates, 23 unios, 13 groups, 9 federations, and 4 agrarian communities, convenes its 5th Congress and adopts anarcho-syndicalism. Washington Luis becomes president of Brazil, M. Abadia Mendez of Colombia, Isidro Ayra of Ecuador, Adolfo Diaz of Nicaragua. Sandino rises against the U.S. occupation. In Mexico, Catholic fanatics begin the Guerra Cristera. In Barranquilla, Colombia. Via Libre is published, in Guatemala City. Orientación Sindicalista, in Rosario. Libre Acuerdo, in Buenos Aires. La Piqueta and Boviasti, in Montevideo. El Esfuerzo, and in Mexico. Horizontes. In Lima, Peru. Maria Tegui publishes the journal Amota. Elias Castelnuovo publishes his play. Almas Benditas, Alvaro Yunque his stories. Barcos de Papel and Zancadillas. Agustin Acosta publishes. La Zafra, G. Estrada. Pero Galán, Ricardo Giraldez. Don Segundo Sombra, V. Martinez Quitino. Café con Leche, Ace Pelusin. El Libro de la Nave Dorada, M. Rojas. Hombres del Sur, El Cardoza y Aragon. Maelstrom, R. González Tunin. El Violin del Diablo, C. Mastronardi. Tierra Amanecida, M. Bracino Iragori. Lecturas Venezolanas. 1927. The Mexican CGT holds a general strike in solidarity with railroad workers. Demonstrations are held throughout Latin America in opposition to the execution of Sacco and Vanzetti. C. I. Ibanez becomes president of Chile, P. Romero Bosque of El Salvador. In Guatemala the Liga Anti-Imperialista is founded. In Mexico, Guerra Cristera continues. In Santa Fe, La Obra is published, in Colón, Argentina. Abriendo Cancha, in Cerro, Uruguay. Luz y Vida, in Montevideo the Bilingual. Voluntad Volanta. Fernando del Intento publishes. Libro del Hombre, Florentino de Carvalho. De Escravidão a Liberdade, and González Pacheco debuts a Contramano. El Barletta publishes Royal Circo, R. Arevalo Martinez Las Rosas de Injadi, J. Germendia Lashendo de Muncos, J. Torres Bodet Margarita de Nibla, R. Molinari El Imaginero, and J. R. Pocatera Memorias de un Venezolano de la Decadencia. 1928. The Mexican CGT supports strikes by textiles workers in Rio Blanco and Ericsson telephone workers. In Buenos Aires FORA convenes its 10th Congress with attendance by 100 syndicates. In Colombia, anarchists lead the Great Banana Strike in Magdalena and are violently repressed in the Ciénaga massacre. Obregón is re-elected president of Mexico, Machado of Cuba, and in Argentina Irigoyen assumes the presidency for a second time. In Caracas, students rise against the dictatorship, and many of them are jailed. A new constitution is adopted in Venezuela. In Buenos Aires the publication Palote appears, and in Punta Alta, Argentina the monthly journal Impulso. González Pacheco debuts his play El Hombre de la Plaza Pública. Alias Castelnuovo publishes En Nombre de Cristo, Macedonio Fernández no toda es Vigilia de los Ojos Abierto, M. L. Guzman el Aguila y la Serpiente, Genaro Prieto el Socio, J. Edwards Bello el Chileno en Madrid, R. Blanco Fombona Traje de Oscrat Escas, R. G. Gonzalez Tunan Meyer Coles de Ceniza, and J. C. Maria Tegui 7 Ensayos de Interpretación de la Realidad Peruana. 1929. Some of the syndicates aligned to CROM go over to the CGT, which increases to some 80,000 members. In Brazil, anarcho-syndicalists join CNT, affiliated with ACAT, which had just been established in Buenos Aires. Ortiz Rubio becomes president of Mexico, Moncada of Nicaragua, Mejia Colindres of Honduras, Leguía, again, of Peru. Delgado Chalbot invades Venezuela through Cumana and Urbina through Coro. Unsuccessfully Gabaldon rises in Portuguesa and Borges in Miranda. In Buenos Aires, the journal Elevation is published. Giraldo publishes his Yanquilandia Barbara, Armando de Zepolo Stefano, Ricardo Miro Caminos Silenciosos, J. A. Ramos Sucre, El Cielo de Esmalte and Las Formas del Fuego, R. Gallegos Dona Barbara, Teresa de la Parra, Memorias de la Mama Blanca, R. Arlt los Siete Locos, A. Origo el Monologo Eterno, and Perita Valdez Raza Negra. 1930. In San Salvador, the Centro Sindical Libertario is operating. Fora membership rises to over 100,000 members. The Uriberu dictatorship unleashes a brutal persecution of anarchists in Argentina and, in Rosario, executes Joaquim Penina. Hundreds of militants are exiled or imprisoned in Ushuaia. In Argentina, a military coup by Uriberu topples Irigoyen. Getulio Vargas becomes president of Brazil, J. Guaguayari of Panama, E. Olea Herrera of Colombia, Stenio Vincent of Haiti, R. L. Trujillo of the Dominican Republic, and Siles resigns as president of Bolivia. Sanchez Cerro defeats Leguía in Peru, and Opera is founded there. The Confederación Obrera Regional Boliviana is founded and publishes its newspaper La Protesta. Federação Operaria de São Paulo anarcho-syndicalists organize a major textile strike and many are jailed. In Santa Fe the newspaper Ferbo Prohibido is published clandestinely. Elias Castelnuovo publishes his novel Carne de Canon, and D. de Santillan publishes El Movimiento Anarquista en la Argentina. Justo P. Signs publishes Bagwells, Ricardo Molinari Panegirico, H. Robleto Sangra en el Tropic, A. Alvarez Laras Air, Nada Mas, M. A. Asturias Leyendas de Guatemala, G. Casaxia Hombres, Mujeres y Fantox, and Drummond de Andrade Alguma Poesia. 1931. The anarchist Federación Obrera de la Habana promotes a strike among agricultural workers that lasts 7 months, and supports another strike by transportation workers lasting 1.5 months. Some of the leadership of the CGT accepts the new Código de Trabajo promoted by Ortiz Rubio, but others are opposed, like Huitrón. In Buenos Aires, the dictatorship executes Severino Di Giovanni and Paulino Scarfo. An anarcho-syndicalist group in Chile founds the Confederación General de Trabajadores. In Venezuela, anarchist tendencies dominate the clandestine oil workers syndicate SAMOP. Jorge Ubico rises as dictator of Guatemala, and in Venezuela the Gómez government pursues the 7th constitutional reform. Arturo Capdevila publishes Las Vísperas de Caseros, Scalabrini Ortiz. El hombre que está solo y espera, H. Riga Molina Azul de Mapa, A. Hernández Cata Manicomio, N. Guion Sangaro Cosango, J. Marancanas Memorias de un hombre triste, A. Usler Pietri Las Lanzas Coloradas, R. Arceniega en Granages, R. Arlt Los Lanzalamas, and A. Carpentier A. Cuyambao. 1932. Agustin P. Justo becomes president of Argentina, Juan E. Montero of Chile, Eusebio Ayala of Paraguay, Abelardo Rodriguez of Mexico. Chaco War is fought between Paraguay and Bolivia. In Rosario, a Congreso Anarquista Nacional convenes and from it emerges the Comite Regional de Relaciones Anarquistas. Fora renews its activities. Under the direction of Santillan, La Protesta begins a new period, and with Juan Lazart publishes the book Reconstrucción Social, Bases para una nueva edificación económica argentina. Isidro Díaz publishes Ramón Hazana, y Larida el Leñura, R. Ardal el Amor Brujo, and G. Arceniegas el Estudiante de la Mesa Redonda. 1933. Dictatorship of Tiburcio Carías begins in Honduras. Batista leads the Sergeants' Revolt in Cuba. Argentina and United Kingdom enter into the Rocaronsaman Pact. U.S. troops withdraw from Haiti. Dictatorship of Gabriel Terra begins in Uruguay. While opposed by communists, La Federación Obrera de la Habana lends its support for a general strike against Machado. La Federación de Grupos Anarquistas de Cuba publishes a manifesto against the dictatorship. In Buenos Aires Acción Libertaria begins publication. Diego Abad de Santillan publishes La Fora, Fernando Santivan Confesiones de Enrique Samaniego, Ricardo Rojas El Santo de la Espada, Arturo Capdevila La Santa Furia del Padre Castañeda, E. Martínez Estrada Radiografía de la Pampa, C. Uribe Piedrahita Toa, Salaro Cuentos de Barro, A. Pareja Díaz Canseco El Muel, F. Espinola Sombra sobre la Tierra, and R. Alt El Jorobadito. 1934. Lázaro Cárdenas elected President of Mexico and Velasco Ibarra of Ecuador. Luis Carlos Prestes leads an uprising in Rio de Janeiro. In Uruguay a new constitution gives the executive branch broad powers. In Buenos Aires the journal Nervio begins publication. Elias Castelnuovo publishes Vidas Proletarias, Maria Lacerda Mora Fraternidad en la Escola, A. Malfatti and de las Landras a Ces la Vida, G. Menezes la Balandra Isabel Lago esta tarde, J. Fabiani Ruiz Vallejondo, J. de la Cuadra Los Sanguramas, J. I. Cazahuaysapongo, and E. Amarim El Paisano Aguilar. 1935. Cuban anarchists struggle against the new dictatorship of Batista. The Second Congreso Anarquista Nacional convenes in secret in La Plata and forms the Federación Anarco-Comunista Argentina. J. V. Gómez dies and E. López Contreras succeeds him as president of Venezuela. Chaco War ends in great part due to Saavedra Lamas, foreign minister of Argentina. José Portogallo publishes Trigua, Emaila. Historia de una Pasión Argentina, J. L. Borges Historia Universal de la Infamia Anficiones, R. Gallegos Canaima, F. N. Autoro Eugeni La Pelotari, J. A. Ramos La Leyenda de las Estrellas, Juan Bosch Indios, B. Arias Trujillo Risaralda, Ciro Alegría La Serpiente de Oro, and José María Argudas Agua. 1936. Argentinian, Mexican, Uruguayan, and other Latin American anarchists collaborate with CNTFAI and fight against fascism in Spain. In Buenos Aires Solidaridad Internacional Antifascista and Comisión de Ayuda al Pueblo Español are founded. David Toro becomes president of Bolivia. February Revolution in Paraguay and R. Franco becomes president. Somoza dictatorship begins in Nicaragua. The Conferencia Interamericana convenes in Buenos Aires. In Caracas ORVE and PRP are founded. The second series of González Pacheco's Cartels is published and his play Compañeros is debuted. Álvaro Yunque writes. España 1936. D. A. de Santillan publishes El Organismo Económico de la Revolución. Articles on social themes by González Prada are published in a volume titled Anarquía. J. José Morosoli publishes Los Albaniles de los Tapes, José Ruben Romero publishes Mi Caballo, Mi Perro y Mi Rifle, Agustin Acosta Los Camelos Distance, Alcides Greca La Pampa Gringa, Samuel Ike Elbaum El Gato y Su Selva, R. Alt El Fabricante de Fantasmas, J. L. Borges Historia de la Eternidad, R. Diaz Sánchez Meni, and A. Suspeta Sangre de Mestizos. 1937. In Brazil there is a new constitution, and start of the dictatorial period Estado Novo. Dictatorship of G. Bush begins in Bolivia. In Peru the Ley de Defensa Social is enacted. FACA publishes Documentos Históricos de España. González Pacheco starts the Compañía de Teatro del Pueblo in Barcelona. César Tiempo publishes Pan Criollo, Emulatori Hombres y Zorros, J. Lezama Lima Muerte de Narciso, Max Jiménez El Jal, Octavio Paz Reis del Hombre, A. Guzmán Prisionero de Guerra. 1938. FACA's first Congress convenes. Roberto M. Ortiz is elected President of Argentina and Pedro Aguirre Cerda of Chile. Giraldo publishes Cancionero Libertario, Arturo Capdevila. Las Invasiones Inglesas, El Marichal. Cinco Poemas Australes, El Lagonés Romances del Rio Seco, F. L. Bernardez La Ciudad Sin Lora, Gabriela Mistral Tala, and E. Aguiar Eusebio Sapote. 1939. Latin American anarchists condemn Nazi aggression and all forms of totalitarianism. J. F. Estigarribia elected President of Paraguay and M. Prat Ugarte of Peru. In Buenos Aires, FACA publishes Juan Lazart and José Maguid's Definición de la Guerra. Ricardo Rojas publishes Alente, Es no Lasco Cuentos del Sur, Ex Vilorusia Nostalgia de la Muerte, and M. Otero Silva Fibra. 1940. FACA's Second Congress convenes. Enrique Peñaranda is elected President of Bolivia, H. Morenigo of Paraguay, Avila Camacho of Mexico, C. A. Arroyo del Rio of Ecuador, and Fulgencio Batista of Cuba. In Buenos Aires, the publication Hombre de America appears. It has an obvious libertarian orientation but is open to all anti-fascist writers. José Gauss publishes Dos Ideas de la Filosofía, E. Martínez Estrada La Cabeza de Goliath, T. Corella Don Basilio Malcasado, E. Malia la Bahía del Silencio, El Marichal Sonetos a Sofía, and Abio y Casares la Invención de Morel.